the proposed additional expenditure for 21-22 for portfolios including infrastructure, transport, regional development and communications. The committee is due to report to the Senate on 29 March and has fixed 22 March for the date of the return of answers to questions on notice. The committee's proceedings today will examine the communications and arts outcomes of the infrastructure, transport, regional development, communications portfolios. I remind senators and witnesses we are operating in a COVID-safe environment which limits the amount of people that can be here in person. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. People who are coming in remotely, please mute your device if you're not speaking or don't have the call. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to a parliamentary committee, they are protected by privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. By resolution in 1999, the Senate endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings, and that is any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. The resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate that public immunity statement. Officers called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones. Mobile phones should be switched to silent. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Jane Hume, Minister for Superannuation, Financial Services and the Digital Economy. Representing the Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts, and the portfolio officers. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair and Committee. No, I don't.
Okay. Well, that is the first time I've ever been able to get through that without descending into giggles. I find that to be a very lengthy statement, but I wanted to now place on record my thanks to the Secretary for making the statement shorter so that I didn't collapse into fits of laughter at the beginning of these proceedings this morning. Now, with that out of the way, I'll call officers from Australia Post. Welcome to the Chair, Mr. Lucio Di Bartolomeo, and the Chief Executive, Mr. Graham. I note that you have an opening statement. You're happy to table that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Happy to table that.
And we now go to open up to questions from my colleague, Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. So I might go to Mr. Graham and Mr. Bartolomeo if you want to jump in on these, but I do have some for you in a moment. Can I just start by asking a few questions about the Swiss-made electric vehicles which Australia Post uses to deliver the mail and parcels? The three-wheeler ones specifically, yes. I'm talking about. How many incidents of tip-overs or rollovers have occurred in the last 12, 24 and 36 months?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, these are what we call the EDVs, they're electric vehicles. I don't have those exact numbers, but I can get those numbers for you and we'll take that on notice. Suffice to say that the rollout of those vehicles continues. They are sourced from Switzerland. We're also working with a local Australian manufacturer and we hope to deploy those vehicles in April. There have been some delays to those.
The Australian ones in April?
Yes.
Yes.
There have been some delays of those due to COVID supply chains. The analysis we shows that the EDVs are upwards of 65% safer than the motorbikes that we have. We are in a transition phase in terms of rolling those out, but they can take obviously additional parcels, additional mail, and the feedback overwhelmingly is positive in relation specifically to the safety and the telematics, which allows us to ensure that we understand the circumstances should there be a rollover or an accident. And in many cases, as we know, these are not the fault of the Australia Post team member, but now we've got video evidence to validate that. That evidence is also
Okay,
used.
so you've done you've looked at the rollovers and determined that it's not the fault of the what are they called, drivers or riders?
Riders, yeah. Riders,
okay.
yeah.
But it's actually something to do with the way this particular machine is made. Is that, as I understand?
No, I mean, a lot of the issues are on people getting used to these devices, these
Right.
machines, because they are different.
Okay.
We continually work with the manufacturer now on version 2 of the vehicle to ensure that we continue to build in new safety features.
Yeah.
The vehicles themselves are much more stable than an average motorbike,
Yeah.
but I think we are in that learning curve of people coming off motorbikes into these EDVs and understanding how to use them.
Okay,
But with the
so-
telematics, it allows us to get that information, and then we'll look at whether it's a design issue we can improve,
Yeah.
whether it's a training issue for the rider, or indeed some other circumstances.
So you said you were moving from the Swiss-made ones to Australian-made ones. Is that in relation to the rollovers, or is it?
No, not at all. No,
No.
it's really trying to back Australian manufacturing where we can, and we
Yeah.
have a trial with this manufacturer called Stealth. They've had some delays, as I say, but they approached us, and we will put a number of vehicles into operation to test them.
And that's mid-year, did you say?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so just in relation to the information that you're taking on notice, can you also provide on notice a breakdown of the incidents by state and territory, including how many incidents have resulted in lost time injury, if there have been any in that category?
Yes, certainly, Sandra. We have
Thank
that. We'll have that detail.
And in terms of any incidents, has Comcare been notified of all or any of the incidents?
Where Comcare is required to be notified
Yeah.
by the statutes and the regulations, we notify them. We have a very comprehensive safety injury management process that starts with the local depot manager and escalates right the way through to
Okay,
myself.
so in terms of that then, has the regulator formally conducted their own investigation into any of the incidents?
I would have to validate that, Senator, and come back to you. As far as I'm aware, none of the incidents resulted in serious injury, but
Right.
obviously any injury is one too many. And
But Australia Post has actually undertaken
full investigations.
full investigations into each incident?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
And who currently conducts those investigations?
They are conducted by our safety team.
Yep.
And given that we've had these new vehicles, we've also got independent third-party validation, both
Yep.
from the manufacturer as well as external safety experts to ensure that we've got a full picture of cause and effect.
And who's the third-party investigator?
I'd have to get that for you. There's a number of agencies we use to validate.
Okay, thank you. And I think you said earlier that almost every case the rider error was not identified as a cause. Is that correct?
No, I'd have to look at the data itself.
Okay.
I mean, I think there are a combination of issues, environmental issues, other traffic, driver training, there are a range of issues, and
Okay,
they
if you
would be
could
covered by the
maybe
reports.
take that on notice, that
Certainly,
would be
Senator,
helpful.
we will do.
And are you aware of any design issues around the centre of gravity specification in the Swiss-made EDVs?
It is one of the things that we look at, obviously, as far as the design is concerned. And I say
Yeah.
version 2 has...
And have you identified any issues around
No
that?
major issues. What we've found is that depending on the driver, they have a slightly different view as to what the issue may be.
Yeah.
And it's a bit like Holden and Ford. People have got very fixed views.
What about, have you received technical advice about the centre of gravity maybe being too high?
No,
rather
we
than
haven't,
the
not
rider?
that I'm aware, but again, I will validate
Okay.
that that's the case. And as I say, these bikes are new to the market, new to Australia,
Yep.
and we're in that initial rollout phase and taking
And can you
feedback.
confirm that Australia Post is now using New Zealand-based independent medical examiners to assess workers' compensation claims?
I'm not aware of that. I can take that on notice. We have a range of providers that do that.
Would it be appropriate to use
Okay.
New Zealand?
I would have to understand the circumstances under why,
Yep.
if indeed
Okay,
they were
if you
chosen.
could take that on notice, that
I
would be
certainly
great. So I just want to go to Mr. Di Bartolomeo. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Oh, lovely, thank you. And you can hear, I can hear you, so that's good. So I just want to draw your attention to paragraphs 2.1 and 2.3 of the Senate inquiry into Australia Post, and it reads as follows. The Senate Environment, Communications and References Committee wishes to express its respect and support for the important institution of Australia Post. It is one of the country's oldest enduring entities that provides a vital public service to millions of Australians and countless businesses. The committee also acknowledges the tens of thousands of hard-working employees, licensees and contractors that ensure its ongoing operations. The committee nevertheless has significant concerns about Australia Post's engagement with this inquiry, each of which will be discussed in turn. Respect for the Senate's authority and processes, potential interference with individuals, including Australia Post employees and contractors wishing to make submissions or give evidence to the inquiry, and allegations of false or misleading evidence provided by the Chair of Australia Post to this inquiry and to the committee. So I particularly draw your attention to the first of those 3 points. Can I ask you why you rejected the first 2 requests from this committee to appear today?
Senator, I rejected it on the basis of my other commitments that I had. My understanding of the questions that were to be raised. We have Paul Graham, who is not only our CEO but a board member, able to answer questions of the board.
Okay, so on what basis did you refuse to request to attend a Senate oversight hearing when such attendance presented no real conflicts in your diary? So there weren't board meetings, there weren't other important issues.
Sorry, Senator, are you referring to this meeting today?
That and other Senate oversight hearings. This meeting
I've
today.
attended.
Sorry, this meeting
I've
today is
attended.
a Senate oversight. Well, this is estimates.
Yes. And other schedules. I had other committees in my schedule. They weren't board meetings, correct? And I believe that Paul Graham, our CEO and board member, was able to address the issues, any issues this could.
Okay, well, with all due respect to Mr Graham, he's just taken a significant number of questions on notice. So I guess that's the point that I want to make about why it was important for you to be here today. So can you explain what you understand your role in the system of parliamentary accountability to be?
Australia Post and the agency is responsible to this committee and the oversight committee, and as chair of the board, I take that responsibility with very serious concern.
Minister, do you consider bonuses paid out by the Australia Post Board to be taxpayers' money?
I remember this question was asked of me at the last estimates, Senator Urquhart, although I don't believe it was by you. I think it may have been by Senator Sheldon. And at that point in time, and I would refer you back to my answer then, but we know that Australia Post is a government business entity and that decisions about bonuses are entirely their
I
business.
understand the decisions,
However, that
Minister.
said, Senator Urquhart, I haven't finished my answer, that Senator Birmingham, Mr Birmingham, has made it very clear that Australia Post and indeed all other government business entities should understand that while they are commercial entities, they are also taxpayer-funded commercial entities and owned by the taxpayer and should establish their remuneration structures with that foremost in their minds.
Okay. I know you have lots more questions, so
I
I'll
do.
rotate now and come
Okay.
back to you.
Yep.
Senator Davey, I think you wanted...
I did. Thank you
That's
very
all right.
much. Thank you for appearing today. I have a few questions about your agreements with licensed post officers or post office agencies. Specifically, can you explain the licence arrangements with licensees, the arrangements between a licensed postal office, the mail service payment arrangements? Are they consistent across all agencies, or are there new contracts now being negotiated between franchisees or licensed agents?
We have, as you say, the licensed post office network is a significant partner with Australia Post. These are small businesses operating in all areas, but particularly regional and rural Australia. We have very mature agreements in place with the licensees that are subject to annual review. We've just completed that review with the licensees, and will, as a result of that, be paying an additional $16 million in 2022 to the licensees. This is on top of the $2.34 billion that we have paid to them over the last 5 years. There's a range of fees that get paid in relation to the services they provide. It depends on the range of services that licensed post office does provide, whether it provides full range of mail services or partial range, or it provides full banking service or a partial range. So they do vary, but there's a very detailed agreement in place to reflect fair payment and reward for the work that they do. And as I say, they're a critical part of our network going forward, and we have a very strong partnership with them, and they form a big part of our future strategy.
So can you explain specifically the mail service payment and what that is made for, what services that is made for?
Again, Senator, it is for a range of services. It depends on individual licensed post office. This could be for putting mail into a licensed post box, could be for receiving mail, a whole bunch of different things, taking mail over the counter, will it be Parcel Express or Postal Express. So it would depend on the licensed post office, and again the fees reflect the work that they do, and we have very detailed discussions with the LPOs, ensuring that we reflect in the payments the time and effort that they put into providing these services, but they do vary significantly.
Has there been occasion over the last 12 months where you've had to back pay mail service payments to licensees or agents?
I don't think back pay is the right term. There have been occasions where there has been a change of circumstances or a change of what was previously the way that mail or other things were handled, and then we have been asked to review that by the licensee. We have reviewed that, and then we have agreed a new payment for that change in circumstances. Obviously, during the COVID situation, a lot has changed in our day-to-day operations, and we are reflective of the fact that when circumstances change, it may require additional work from that licensee, or may require less work, and if it's additional work, and we will discuss that, and then we'll reflect that in providing a payment in lieu of that work.
And what sort of a time lag is there for a review? If a licensee believes they've had a change of circumstances, what's the time lag between when you when they first alert you and you might have a review and in some cases find that there has been an underpayment?
Look, we've tried to make that payment as soon as possible, as soon as it's been validated that indeed there is a payment due. Again, it will depend on the complexity and the nature of the analysis that needs to be done, but our effort is to pay that as soon as it's been agreed.
And are all licensees fully aware of all the range of fees that they can potentially be eligible for? And is there a process in place for Australia Post to actively ensure that all licensees are claiming all of the fees they're eligible for, or may there be occurrences where some licensees are not being paid because they're unaware of it?
It is a good question, Senator. We provide detailed training both in person and online for all our licensees. We do have a very diversified product range We are providing financial services to 80 financial institutions. We provide phone services. We provide insurance services. So it is a complex range of products. We have licensees who are really engaged in understanding exactly what products are and what the fees associated with them are, but we have it all based on our website, on our online training, and if there's any occasion where a licensee is unfamiliar, we're happy to provide information. Our goal is to ensure that we pay them for everything that they do, because if they're losing revenue, then there may be the fact that Australia Post itself is losing revenue if we're not identifying that we're charging someone for that service.
It has been put to me that there are bonuses available for Australia Post network managers if they reduce licensee payments. What would your response be to that allegation?
My response would be that I am not aware of that, and it would not be in keeping with the spirit or the culture that we want to push at Australia Post.
Just moving on to another topic, and I'll be brief and hand over the call. Australia Post is in the service of delivery. We saw during COVID, for legitimate reasons, some of the delivery times pushed out, and that's all understandable. Does Australia Post deliver their mail to all their licensees, or are there occasions where licensees must pick up mail from an Australia Post depot?
In the vast majority of cases, we deliver mail. There are occasions where during COVID it has been necessary because there was not someone to deliver that mail in that area, and we've worked with the licensee on arrangements to come and pick that up. But in the vast majority of cases, particularly in metropolitan and regional areas, we deliver the mail to the postal operator. In some remote communities, it's a bit of a hybrid, to be honest, but certainly during COVID, there were some rare occasions, certainly in Victoria, where we had mail centres who had 80% absenteeism, and we would make arrangements for that mail to be picked up by the licensee if that was indeed available to them, and they would get paid for that service.
They get compensated. Is there a backup plan in place for if on those occasions, or in the regional remote areas where there is a hybrid model, if something goes wrong, say the licensee's van breaks down or something, to ensure the post still gets there on time?
Yes, look, we always have a plan B and a plan C, and obviously during COVID, those plans were all brought into play. Remote areas or areas like the Cocos Islands, for example, which we service, but aircraft services went down to one a week. So we had to put on additional capacity to make sure that mail and other essential parcels got delivered. It has been and continues to be, unfortunately, a very fluid situation. But I think overall, if you look at the context of the circumstances where we've had 28,000 of our team members impacted and not been able to do their normal job due to COVID, I think the overall feedback from the community, as you say, has been one of understanding. However, we take any service failure seriously, and I think overall, in the circumstances with record volumes, we've been able to achieve a fairly consistent and reliable level of service.
You one more?
Just one more. I explained earlier the network managers who oversee licensee arrangements. Is there a process in place for Australia Post to evaluate network managers' performance? And is there a process in place where licensees have an issue where they can put in a complaint and ensure that it's reviewed? And do you report back to the licensees about that review process and any actions that have been taken?
So we just give me 1 minute. After this answer, I'll talk to the committee. Yep. Do you want to answer that question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you. We have a very detailed review process on performance based on feedback from the licensees. We have regular meetings with the licensees where they have a forum where they can air any grievances or any issues. Obviously, if it's of a very serious nature, we also have a whistleblower and fulfil all our obligations under the normal whistleblower regimes. I think we've got a good, robust relationship with the licensees. It's a large, complex network with many moving parts, and we are not perfect, but when a issue is raised to us, if it's a systemic issue in terms of our process, we will look to fix the process. Where it's a misunderstanding, we'll look to clarify that. But it is an open, transparent relationship, and I encourage, as I've met with many licensees, for them to raise their challenges and issues. We have a formal process for doing that, as well as, a formal process for reviewing the performance of the area and regional managers.
I'm rotating. Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to get the committee's agreement that we're going to permit photography in the room today. I'm happy to provide that authority for the day. In case anyone else wants. Everyone's okay with that? Okay. Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much. So I just now want to go through, and I'll probably direct these to the Minister, Mr Di Bartholomew, given that you weren't the CEO at the time, Mr Graham. So in question on notice 4293, that provided us a breakdown of how much in bonuses were paid out across multi-base salary bands, including the number of bonus recipients that were in that band. In 2021, the data in that question on notice indicates that Australia Post executives receiving a base salary of between $300,000 and $400,000 a year received an average taxpayer-funded bonus of $168,000. So this band, for example, saw an increase of 22% in average bonuses compared to the year prior. So, Minister, can I first ask you, does the government consider this to be appropriate?
Well, thank you, Senator, and that's not dissimilar to your last question, and I will repeat the fact that remuneration paid by Australia Post is entirely a matter for the board. Australia Post operates, as we know, in a very competitive commercial environment, and it does have to attract and retain staff as it sees fit. However, Australia Post should and must also meet government and public expectations about appropriate compensation.
What are those expectations?
So I take it
I think
that you
that Minister
accept
Birmingham
that
has
those
made that
are
very clear.
expectations. Mr Bartholomew, can I ask you the same question? Do you consider that on a salary of between $300,000 and $400,000, that executives receiving that amount received an average taxpayer-funded bonus of $168,000, a 22% increase in the average bonuses compared to the year prior? Do you consider that to be appropriate?
Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to shed some light on this subject. I guess the first point I'd like to make is I don't see those as bonuses. Short-term incentive, they are part and parcel of the contractual arrangements that Australia Post has with all of those executives that have a short-term incentive. It's made up of a fixed amount of remuneration plus an extra amount that is within their salary band that is risk subject to performance. So it's not a bonus, it's just that some of their recognised remuneration is only available to them on performance against set criteria.
We're having a bit of a problem with your connection.
Okay, I can actually work out what he's saying, I think.
I'm wondering if it might be best if we try switching off your video to see if that might aid the connection. Or try again.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do occasionally have problems with my internet. Is that any better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll repeat very briefly what I said. Look, it's a great opportunity for me to try and clarify this notion of incentive payments. We certainly don't see them as bonuses at all. With our senior executives, we have contractual arrangements around the remuneration that provides two components of remuneration. One is fixed and payable irrespective of performance, and another part is payable subject to performance, identifiable, targeted and measurable performance outcomes. And clearly, performance outcome from year to year may well see different payments being made. They're not increases in pay, they're not increases in bonuses, they're just simply getting more of what was at risk for them rather than less that obviously occurred the previous year. Those packages are set on the basis of what is considered in the marketplace for those sort of positions. And it starts off with the Group General Manager for Australia Post. In this case, he has a fixed and an STI that was established by the Independent Remuneration Tribunal Chair. And that broad structure applies to a number of executives down to some reasonably junior levels.
So, Mr Bartholomew, the rate of inflation for the 12 months of the 2021 financial year was 3.8%, according to the Bureau of Statistics. So what we're looking at here are these bonuses or remuneration, whatever you want to call them, that are 6 times the pace of inflation.
Senator, thank you for the question. It's not an inflationary increase. In fact, their package did not increase at all that year. What increased was the performance against those specific targets. So their performance that particular year was better than the performance the prior year. And therefore the increase in how much they were able to earn of what was available to them. So it wasn't an increase in their remuneration package per se.
Okay, so Minister, I'll come back to you. On the 13th of August 2021, the Sydney Morning Herald published a story with a headline, "Public Sector Bonuses to be Dramatically Slashed in Federal Government Edict." So what happened to Australia Post? Doesn't it just make a mockery of the supposed edict?
Well, I think that, again, Senator Birmingham, Minister Birmingham made it very clear what the government's expectations are. The government expects all entities, including government business enterprises, to act ethically and to adhere to high standards regarding the expenditure of money, as the public also rightly expects.
Okay, so was the Minister aware as to the growth in executive bonuses across every highly remunerated base salary band in Australia Post?
Australia Post accounts accounts are transparent, so I would assume that
the Minister was aware.
Would be able to have full visibility on Australia Post's accounts, as would all the rest of the Senate, the rest of the Parliament.
Mr Bartholomew, by what average amount did the base salaries of the executives in the 300,000 to 400,000 increase from financial year 2020 to financial year 2021?
I believe that year the increase was 0.
Right. So they didn't get any increase in their base salary?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Blunt,
sorry. What about the 400,000 to 500,000 group?
Well, their base salary did not increase. The STI that was available, the maximum STI that was available, did not increase. What occurred was that the performance was deemed superior to the prior year, and they earned more of the proportion that was available for them to earn. But it wasn't a base salary increase, either to the base salary, the fixed amount, or the at-risk amount. They just simply earned more of that available to them.
Okay, so what you've just... I'm sorry, but what you've just gone through with us about bonuses versus incentives versus whatever you call it, from my point of view, is just spin. If you have a look at your annual report, the message from the Chair on page 74 of that report says, and I quote, "Australia Post acknowledges that the government recently released performance bonus guidance principles governing performance bonus use in Commonwealth entities and companies to apply from financial year 2022. So you've used the term bonus to refer to the STI payments?
Yes, I did.
So perhaps, Chair, could
Has
I assist with that question? My name's Nick McDonald. I'm General Counsel and Corporate Secretary of Australia Post. So I'm mindful that your questions, Senator, have related to remuneration and incentives in financial year 21. The APSC guidance that was published, as you referred to, on the 13th of August applies from financial year 22. The statement that the Chair made in the annual report that you referred to does refer to performance bonus guidance. The Chair there is referring to the title of that guidance, But as he made the point earlier, we have an incentive program which is performance-based and involves at-risk remuneration, and he made the distinction there from bonuses.
Right, okay. Mr Bartholomew, has the board conducted any independent process to assure itself that these bonuses paid for financial year 2021 constitute value for money? Do you benchmark against other industries?
Thank you for your question, Senator. Yes, we certainly do. We benchmark against, we have independent benchmarking occurring against other industries, and we set remuneration levels to attract the quality people that we believe in our organisation. And our packages, generally speaking, lie in the bottom and second bottom quartile, generally below medium, and certainly nowhere near above anyone's above medium. So we believe we are placing remuneration packages that are good enough to attract the people we want, but we're certainly not in the field.
Okay, if you could maybe, I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but can you provide us with the industries that you benchmark against? And I just want to, my understanding is that the government thinks these are bonuses, but the chair doesn't. So, Minister, do you consider these to be bonuses?
I'm going to rotate the call now. So,
Well,
do you want to quickly answer that question?
Yep.
Then I'm going to rotate and come back to you.
Yep.
It's not up to me, it's entirely up to Australia Post as to
Yep.
whether they refer to them as
Okay.
bonuses or not. But I can say, for the record, that the government expects Australia Post will follow the principles that are outlined in the Morton Review from 2021-22 onwards.
Okay, I'm going to hand the call now to Senator Mirabella. I just wanted to check. Do you have to be somewhere in time? No. Okay. Well, do you come to your next rotation? And I've got to come to you as well. So, Senator Mirabella.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Graham, my first couple of questions relate to the forthcoming federal election. I think we're expecting probably a record high participation in postal voting. Can you give me a general description of what, if anything, you're doing to get ahead of that?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we are aware that there will potentially be a far higher level of postal votes. Australia Post has a long record of providing, exemplary service during election campaigns. We recently just provided services to the recent by-elections in both Victoria and New South Wales, and had a good trial run, shall we say, on the census last year, which was a very extensive and very complex program. We have the South Australian elections coming up shortly as well. We have a very skilled and experienced team who've been involved in managing Australia Post and its interface with the Australian Electoral Commission for many, many years. I think the COVID situation, where we've been able to be very agile and react very quickly, has just further strengthened the muscle that we have in that respect. We will have a command centre set up. We have had many meetings and dialogues with the Australian Electoral Commission and believe that we have all the necessary tools in place to be able to provide the level of service and competency that the Australian taxpayer requires.
Okay, well, just as a matter of interest, if you've been having discussions with the AEC, collectively or individually, have you put a number on jump, what you anticipate in postal voting?
No, that's not our prerogative. Our prerogative is to obviously provide a service to make sure that any postal vote that is placed is returned to the AEC for counting. So we're not aware of any numbers that may be in their head.
All right. Do you provide do you have to put on extra staff, or do you provide any extra training for staff?
We have a very thorough process where we feel that there may be a need to bring on additional people. We will bring those people on. As I said in response to some other questions, the COVID situation has brought into context some of the challenges in regional and remote Australia. So we will have additional backup services in place there in relation to the election, because getting to some of those places in a normal sense is challenging during COVID with restrictions, even more so. We have significant training programs in place for people dealing with the electoral process and how they manage votes, both at our post offices when it comes to postal votes coming in there, as well as through our mail and sorting centres.
Okay. I'd like to just jump to another topic now. I've read your tabled report, and this is not a criticism, but I note there's no mention there specifically of regional services, and I have a particular interest in regional services. So I'm going to ask you an open-ended question here. What are you forecasting, say, over the next 10 years in the kind of services, the increase or decrease in services to rural and regional Australia?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. I think Australia Post is uniquely placed, more so than many other organisations in the country, to continue providing essential services to regional and remote Australia. We do that on a daily basis. We touch every single postcode in Australia with our parcel and our letter business. We've also, over recent years, continued to expand our range of services, particularly banking services. We now cater to 80 banks and financial institutions throughout our postal network. We are looking at the growth in regional areas, whether that be due to COVID and people moving to country areas, and also the dynamics of remote Australia. And our goal is to continue to provide a broader range of services based on the demands that our customers are making. So in our licensed post offices, the more services they can provide, the better revenue stream and profit stream for them. And we are seeing in many of these regional areas that we are the last service-based organisation standing in terms of managing cash, managing banking or financial services, providing access to sign up for a mobile phone, whether it be insurance services, parcel services, or obviously our traditional mail services. So we see continued investment to expand our presence and the range of services that are demanded by rural and regional Australia. We'll be rolling out our first, what we call Community Hub at Post concept, which is an expanded footprint, where we will look to provide dedicated banking lines, more space for parcels, because obviously that continues to increase, but also look at potentially the facility of having video conferencing rooms where someone can come in, if it's a mobile banker, because they no longer have a bank, they can book that to have a consultation with their clients, or indeed in the case where someone may want to come in and book a specialist's video conference with their specialist in Melbourne or Sydney. So we see those areas as opportunities for growth. We're not shrinking, and part of our strategy that we will be recalibrating in a post-COVID environment, because obviously COVID has taught us a lot about changes in our customers' buying behaviour and also what they are looking for. And we see and are proud to be a company that actually views regional and remote Australia as a strong part of our business going forward, and one that we look to invest in.
Okay. You've actually anticipated a couple more questions, but just quickly, with the banking,
yes,
obviously banking's important. Regionally, the majors are disappearing. So I'm pleased to hear that's a priority. You've got arrangements, you said, with I think 80 banks, financial
Correct.
institutions. Are there any missing?
ANZ is missing, and we continue to have a dialogue with them. We were happy to announce recently a 10-year agreement with Commonwealth Bank and National Australia Bank. And we're in final discussions with Westpac about extending their relationship. But ANZ was an exception at the beginning of that process, and we're in dialogue with them around them potentially coming into that. We say, as you state, Senator, we have now 80 banks and financial institutions, and that number continues to grow.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Mirabella. Back to you, Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much. Mr. D. Bartholomew, which member of the board which members of the board are on the Remuneration Committee?
Thank you, Senator. All members of the board are on the Remuneration Committee.
Okay, thank you. Now, I just want to look at a different...
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Senator, to interrupt. I just wanted to clarify one point. It's all non-executive directors are members of that committee. The managing director is not a member of the Nomination and Remuneration Committee.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just want to look at a different band. So Australia Post executives and senior personnel on a base salary of between $200,000 and $300,000 received a cash bonus of $74,000 in late 2021. Yet when we look at the equivalent executive base salary band in NBN-Co, the average bonus for 2021 was $21,400. So, Minister, maybe I could ask you, why are Australia Post executives receiving taxpayer-funded bonuses which are on average over 3 times higher than bonuses paid to an equivalent executive within NBN-Co?
Well, again, Senator Urquhart, I can only say that decisions about remuneration structures and bonuses and short-term incentive payments are matters for the NBN board, and they are matters for the Australia Post board, and they are best directed to them.
Senator, if I may talk about the context of remuneration, please, if I may. NBN, the base salaries are far higher than those at Australia Post, so it's not an apples for apples comparison, but I take your point. I think in the context of remuneration, I think as the chair Lucio mentioned, this is a contract. It's a contract that commits a lump sum of money, partially of which that is at risk based on performance. So whether you call it a bonus, an incentive, it is a contractual obligation, and people signing up for that contract understand that a high portion of that total sum is at risk and based purely on performance. In the context of Australia Post, we fully respect our role as a GBE. However, we do run the largest retail network in Australia with 4,500 branches. We do run the largest mail service in the country. We do run the largest e-commerce parcel service in the country. We are providing services to 80 banks and financial institutions. We are an international parcel provider. We also provide insurance
Mr. Graham,
services, telephone services.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I do know all that, and we are running out of time. So
Okay.
I just want to go back to the Minister. And so, Minister, I mean, these are bonuses. Do you accept that they're bonuses paid to people over and above their salary?
Well, I think that was very well explained
asking
just
you.
then by Mr. Graham, that remuneration...
I'm asking you as the Minister whether you believe these are bonuses as part of a salary.
What my opinion is on this, Senator Urquhart, is entirely irrelevant.
It's the government. It's taxpayers' money, Senator.
Irrelevant. It's entirely irrelevant because the decision on how to remunerate staff and executives is a decision for the Australia Post
Minister,
board.
this is
But that's-
taxpayers'
but
money.
Order.
And the government has made it very clear, whether it be in the Morton Review or whether it be in statements by Minister Birmingham, that the government expects Australia Post will follow those principles in the Morton Review.
Yes, you've said that three
and
times.
And you've asked the same question
Yep.
4 times.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I
I
haven't.
think order. I'm going to make the point. It is getting a bit repetitive. So if you want to ask questions to the
Okay,
minister, that's
Minister-
fine. Sorry, order. I'm making
Sorry.
a rare statement here. I think if you are going to ask questions to the minister, that's fine. But it'd be good if you allow the minister to answer the question, because the whole point of this session is for senators to ask questions primarily to the departments and the agencies. Perhaps get a clarification from a minister and then hear the answer.
We can actually ask the Minister questions as well.
Yeah, but the whole point is to hear the answer.
Yeah. Okay, Minister, what independent oversight outside the board exists in terms of examining whether the performance targets to which Australia Post executive bonuses are linked are appropriately aspirational?
That is the role of the board.
The role of the board. Has the Minister ever commissioned an independent assessment on this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So in 2021, only 152 out of 32,755, so that's 0.4% frontline Australia Post workers on an award salary received a bonus, compared to 33,014 out of 33,337, so 99% in 2020. Is that fair?
I'm sorry, is that a question for me or is that a question for Australia Post?
It's a question for you, Minister.
I think it's actually a more appropriate question for Australia Post, and fairness is not an issue upon which I should be commenting.
Right, can I just go to Mr Graham in relation to what role does Australia Post play in terms of direct logistical support for vaccine and rapid antigen test deliveries?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Yes, we have been approached by various state and agencies, particularly state agencies, to provide logistic support to roll out rapid antigen testing kits to schools, to other public health agencies, and we provide that through our normal network, and it has been very successful, I believe, and we will continue to provide a range of services to both federal and state governments in relation to the pandemic.
Okay, so has the Commonwealth Government made any formal requests of Australia Post support in terms of the national COVID effort?
We've had, like I guess many large logistics companies, we've played a role in moving what could be regarded as COVID-related products, whether that be PPE or rapid antigen tests, on behalf of government agencies and on behalf of private companies or indeed customers of ours who are looking to have these made available to their team members across Australia.
So can you very briefly just describe, where appropriate, what your role is and how that's actually coordinated?
Our role is as a service provider, the same as any other service provider, using our wide national network to ensure that products that are given to us are delivered safely and in a timely manner to people who need them.
And what patterns have Australia Post seen in its parcel volume since the Christmas peak?
We saw during the Christmas peak, December was the busiest month on record for Australia Post. We moved 58 million parcels, which is extraordinary when you place this against the context of the Australian population. Like many people, we expected that the pandemic would start to ease off, but Omicron obviously reared its ugly head, and we have seen a continued increase in parcel volumes over and above what we anticipated, because people are still staying at home, people are fearful of going out. We are seeing that starting to ease. However, it is higher than what we anticipated, and that continues to place a great strain upon our network and our team members.
Okay. Now that you've had a few months in your role as CEO, what are the key observations that you've made to date about the operation and functioning of the network and the investments and changes that you might be seeking to make?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, it's been month 4 now. I've been incredibly impressed by the commitment and dedication of the Australia Post team across the board. It is a complex business. We are competing with many global players who've got very deep pockets, both in terms of those that have logistics networks as well as those that are investing significantly in digital and data, and that is something that we need to be concerned about. I have 2 clear responsibilities as a CEO. The first one is to keep people safe. The second one is to ensure that Australia Post remains a sustainable economic organisation in the years ahead. We are in an incredibly competitive environment. Omicron and COVID has accelerated e-commerce significantly. We have seen significant sums of money poured into the Australian economy by e-commerce players to try and capture market share, and we compete against many of these players. So we have investments that we need to continue to make. We have a war on talent, as has been discussed this morning. We are competing against the open market for digital. We have one of the largest used digital applications in the country in our parcel tracking app. We need smart people to be able to manage and continue to upgrade that in response to our customers' needs. We need to continue investing in our regional network because we see that, frankly, as a point of competitive advantage. We are in places where no one else is. The Australian taxpayer has spent billions of dollars over many years helping build the network that we have today. What we can't afford to do is to open that network and give that network away. We have seen in other postal operators globally where they have not invested in the right talent or not invested in their business, that they are now in a loss-making situation. The most glaring example would be the United States Postal Service that did not invest in people, did not invest in systems or process, and last year posted an $8 billion US dollar loss. We do not want to be in that situation. We should not be in that situation, but it will require us to continue hiring and attracting the right talent, making sensible investments that are executed by smart people in our network, in our retail footprint, and continue to look at how we broaden our range of services. Because particularly in regional and remote Australia, we are going to be there, and we're going to be there today and tomorrow and long into the future. And we're very proud of that responsibility. But the world has changed in COVID. E-commerce has changed significantly. That represents 80% of our business, and we need to make sure that we're keeping pace with what our customers want, what our communities expect of us, and at the same time to be competitive both from a pricing perspective as well as from a service perspective.
Thanks, Mr Graham. We're very conscious of time. I'll put the rest on notice, but if you can provide a little bit more information about broadening your services on notice, that would be good. And I've got a few other questions, but I'm happy to put them on notice.
Okay, appreciate that. Just because we are over now, so just get an indication of time from you two. Okay, you happy to? Okay, you happy for Senator Canavan to kick off? Senator Hanson.
I'll be very brief. Thank you,
Thank you,
Chair,
Senator
and congratulations, Mr. Graham, on your appointment. I'm particularly interested in your relationship with licensed post officers. I realise the financial stresses you are under, but I'm sure you appreciate they have struggled as well in recent years, and your predecessor, Ms Holgate, was doing some very good work, in my view, with the LPOs. Can I ask for an update on the Bank at Post deal? I believe at the last estimates you mentioned Westpac had extended for a year till the end of this year, and you're still in discussions with ANZ. What's the latest on those discussions?
Yes, we have announced recently a 10-year extension with both National Australia Bank and Commonwealth Bank, which is terrific news, provides surety to us as well as our licensed post officers who rely on that income. We are in discussions with Westpac to extend their current agreement, and we are in discussions with ANZ to enter into an agreement. Those discussions are ongoing, but we have expanded our range of customers that we can now provide services for to over 80 banking and financial institutions, and based on the number of inquiries we get, that will continue to expand and is, as you say, a very beneficial service offering both for the communities in which we operate, but is particularly for the LPOs.
Well, that's great news. Thank you very much for that. Just more generally on seeking to find third-party revenue sources, at the last estimates I asked questions about the Australia Post's deal with 7-Eleven, and I think you some sort of delivery boxes or some such there. Is there any attempts to seek to try to find more third-party revenue sources for licensed post offices and your own post offices through, for example, partnering with delivery firms like Toll or others, so that the online ordering doesn't just, you're not just restricted to the Australia Post network to provide revenue for LPOs? Yeah,
there's no intention to partner with any other delivery service. We are the largest delivery network in Australia. We don't need any support in doing that. We do provide an open network, so the companies that are in competition to us can place their parcels within our network for a fee. But as I mentioned just recently, the Australian taxpayers spent billions of dollars building the Australia Post network. It is a distinct competitive advantage for us. We believe we offer a very reliable and excellent level of service at competitive rates, and we want to maintain that competitive service. We continue to look at all areas of opportunity for our LPOs, whether it be in the retail space, whether it be in providing additional services like telephone services or insurance services, and we take their feedback. We have a working group with them to continue to look at what other things we can do, and within that physical footprint we have the opportunity to do more, and look forward to doing that.
Well, perhaps we can take this up another time, but I'm hearing feedback that notwithstanding yes, you're right, the Australia Post Extensive Network, the restrictions on not being able to offer delivery to other entities is restricting the market share or services offered by post offices themselves. And you correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the agreements you have with LPOs restrict them from entering into any third-party agreements in that sense. Maybe on notice, could you take for me what is Australia's post market share of online delivery packages and how that has been tracking for the past 5 years?
Yes, happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
No.
And final on this.
Broken down into kind of regional versus metro?
I believe we can. I'll take it on
happy for
notice,
them to-
but I believe we can.
I think
yes.
that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Just last question from me. Board representation, I always raise the issue of having LPOs on the board. Is that something you've had discussions with yet, Mr. Graham, or considered?
Not a matter for management, Senator. It'd be a matter for...
I'm sure you could provide advice to the board on it, but if you so choose.
It's not an area that I
Okay.
would look to provide advice on.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Canavan. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Just quickly on the matter of bonuses, and for the record, I think lots of Australians, particularly those who work in aged care facilities right now, would just be gobsmacked that somebody on $200,000 or $300,000 a year is getting a bonus of $170,000. I think that is out of touch. I think it proves that nothing's really been learnt from the last 2 years, and I'd urge the Australia Board to think a bit more clearly about the message they're sending, particularly when frontline workers are not the ones who are getting the bulk of that money. I did want to ask, however, about retention bonuses. and whether there have been any retention bonuses paid, both in the last 12 months but also in this financial year. And could we just get some clarity on that?
Yeah, happy to take that question, Senator. There were 3 retention bonuses paid in the last 12 months. They were paid to senior people in our network operations. That was just prior to my joining, but I was consulted on that. My view very clearly was that it was appropriate to retain those people. These skills are very, very difficult to find, both in the Australian market and indeed in the international market. They were being coaxed away by a major competitor, and I felt that the damage that their departure would have done would have been significant, and therefore the board approved the retention payment for those 3 individuals. It is not an unusual process to pay retention when people are under threat of moving to a major competitor, but I felt in this particular case it was appropriate to do so, given the skill set, given the complexity and nature of our business and the great difficulty in replacing those individuals in our business.
And what were those retention bonuses worth?
They were, I would have to take on record the actual specific detail, but they were paid over a period of, I believe, 3 years in single lump sums, in addition to the normal base salary that individual has. And I'll provide the specific detail and take it on notice.
And they were within the executive team?
Yes, they were.
3 executives. What were their...
Sorry, perhaps if I can interrupt, Senator. Sorry to interrupt. Just to clarify, of those retention incentives, my understanding is that it was 5 individuals,
5,
not 3.
Okay.
1 on the executive team, and that individual was included within our remuneration reporting in the annual report for 2021.
Apologies.
With it being listed as including the retention bonus?
Yes, I believe it was footnoted as a long-term incentive.
So out of the 5, 1 was from the executive team?
That's correct, Senator.
And so the other 4 were, what, senior management?
Yes.
And what roles were they in?
They were in senior operational roles that faced the considerations that Mr Graham referred to earlier.
Mm-hmm. And do you have the figures there in front of you of how much?
I don't have the figures here in front of me.
I'd like you to take that on notice,
We'll take
please.
that question on
Both
notice.
the total and the breakdown of each of the positions. And so is it right to then conclude that these 5 individuals received the retention bonus over 3 years, plus had a slice of this incentive payment as well that we've been talking about all morning?
Yeah, so I don't have the details of the specific arrangements, but I can confirm that they would have remained eligible to participate in the incentive plan, and the retention incentive was an additional incentive.
Yes. So a retention bonus, you must have some sense of what the round figure would be per, for people's roles. Are we talking 100,000 per year? Are we talking 50,000 per year? What are we talking?
Well, look, Senator, I don't have the exact figure with me, and I want to make sure that I'm
But are we
accurate.
in the ballpark, or was it even more than that?
So, as Mr Graham mentioned, the incentives were paid over a 3-year period, well, in effect a 2-year period, a payment that was made at the end of the financial year, a further payment in a year and a further payment in 2 years. The highest of those payments in aggregate over those 3 payments was $500,000. So
And
the
that-
others were less than that. I just
Sure.
don't have the precise
So
figures.
$500,000 retention bonus over 3 years, and that individual retained the ability to also get the incentive bonus as well.
Yes, Senator.
Oh my God, that's a lot of money.
Well, Senator,
That's a lot of money from a public organisation. That's
Well,
extraordinary.
Mr Graham has spoken
Okay,
to the
order. This is-
circumstances.
Talk about out of touch.
This is questions and answers, so do you have a further line of questioning?
I do, actually.
Okay, Senator Pratt, just checking, are you done on your side? Okay. Well, we'll give you another 5-minute block and see if we can get through.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I look forward to getting those details on notice. Could I ask, out of those 5 individuals, what the gender split was?
I don't have that. I believe they're all male.
I think
They're
that's
all
right.
men.
Yes.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking this is because it's been put to me that there's been an exodus of senior women from Australia Post over the last 12 months. Is that, you're nodding, Mr Graham, is that fair to say?
No, I'm not in relation to the fact acknowledging the question, Senator. I
Okay.
don't believe that is
That's
the
fair
case.
enough.
I think Tani can provide some context to the situation, but we have had what we'd regard as our normal levels of turnover. I'm very pleased that in my executive team, my new executive team, that we have a 50-50 split, and that was done on the basis of the skill set of the individuals. But I don't believe we have an out of normal turnover. We encourage and have many programs in place to ensure that we are trying to promote our female talent. We do, in our network operations particularly, have a very traditional male-dominated environment, and we are trying to change that. Indeed, I was out at one of our sites last week in Minchinbury that has a strong coterie of female leaders now, 48, which is great. That same site had 7, 4 or 5 years ago. So we're working through that, but we can do more in terms of making the transport and logistics side of our business more attractive for female leaders.
Out of your executives and senior management, how many women have left the roles over the last 12 months?
My name is Tani Mangos and I'm the Executive General Manager of Community Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement. Senator, thank you for that question. When you look at across the board in our leadership roles, we've got about 39% of those leadership roles occupied by females. As to the number of women that have departed since, what period are we talking about?
The last 12 months.
The last 12 months. I don't have that information.
Could you take that on notice, please?
I will certainly take that on notice.
And I'd also like to know in relation to the incentive payments, in addition to, we've heard that the retention payments were given to 5 blokes. Out of the incentive payments, what would the gender split of that has been as well?
Yeah, fine. And that would reflect basically the management makeup. We can provide that detail, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. We have one last question before you go.
Mr Graham, you've only been in the job a short time. You strike me as being on top of everything. You've given us a pretty succinct outline of the organisation and where it's going. You've also said that your salary, your remuneration levels are significantly below other competitors such as NBN. I'm going to ask you a very blunt question, which probably requires a very short answer. In your job, would you say that the focus on the controversial matter of remuneration and incentive at Australia Post makes life difficult for you in attracting the talent that you need in this competitive environment?
I think it's a further complication, Senator, and certainly in discussion with bringing people into the organisation, it creates some difficulties and challenges, but that is the nature of what we are as a GBE. I am passionate about Australia Post, as I know our leadership team is. We have a great purpose, we have a very clear responsibility to the community, but it is a further complication, but one that we all know is there as part of our role as a GBE, and we take that on the run like we take everything else.
I think that's a yes. Is that a yes?
I would say it would qualify as a yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Senator Merivale. Thank you, Australia Post, for being here today. Thank you very much for taking the questions. We now are going to move to the department for the first time today and welcome Mr Simon Atkinson to the table, who is the Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications. And we are going to move into general questions to the department from the senators that are assembled here today. And just checking, as I would, that Senator Pratt is keen to kick us off. And so we'll do the first, we'll continue to go in 10-minute blocks for now. And now that you're getting closer to the table, and I've spoken for this length of time in a slower way than I would usually speak, I think we are ready to resume and hand the call to Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I commence by asking the Minister, Senator Hume, a question? Minister Hume, has the Prime Minister or his office instructed Liberal Party members and senators not to go on the ABC or to limit the acceptance of invitations to appear on any ABC programs, such as the 7:30 report?
I have never heard any such instruction. Certainly not, no instruction akin to that has been directed at me, and in fact I appear on the ABC regularly.
On the 7th of February, the Minister announced triennial funding arrangements for the ABC and SBS. Why did the Minister announce ABC and SBS budgets some 7 weeks before budget night? What prompted that announcement?
I think it was simply time for the triennium, the triennium funding to be announced. And from memory, Senator Pratt, I think that the opposition pushed for that announcement at the last Senate estimates, so I'm surprised that you're surprised that it came.
Well, you certainly hadn't put that triennial funding on the table before that, when it had been the usual structure. But anyway, the announcement this year was that announcement prompted by recent polling and research.
No, it was to provide the broadcasters certainty, which I think, again, was something that you personally were calling for at the last Senate estimates.
So you did it because the Labor Party asked, the government did it because the Labor Party asked for it to happen?
No, we do nothing because the Labor Party asks us to.
Okay, so why did you do it?
To provide the broadcasters certainty.
Okay. Polling in the Blue Ribbon Liberal seats in New South Wales, Wentworth and North Sydney shows overwhelming support for increased ABC funding and for a more independent ABC board appointment process. Minister, I note that in his media release of the 7th of February, the Minister states, this funding commitment is designed to provide certainty for both broadcasters and is being announced well in advance of the next funding period to assist the ABC and SBS to develop their forward plans. Is the converse, therefore, also true? By that admission, it has to be. Does the Morrison government acknowledge that a lack of funding certainty makes it difficult for the ABC and SBS to develop their forward plans, as has previously been the case?
Senator, that is indeed a convoluted question, and I can only answer by reiterating my previous answer, which is the reason why the funding announcement was made was to provide certainty to broadcasters. Labor may respond in a knee-jerk way to polling. That is not the way the government operates.
So you acknowledge they lacked certainty before this announcement?
I acknowledge that the triennium funding was due to be announced, and any organisation that relies on government funding would like to know exactly what that funding entails.
You acknowledge this history of arbitrary funding cuts to the national broadcasters under the National and Liberal government since 2014, and that has undermined funding certainty?
There has been no cuts to the ABC's funding throughout the life of this government.
But you acknowledge that the triennial funding enables them to develop forward plans?
I think that is stating the obvious.
Okay, so the lack of funding, therefore, in the past in terms of that certainty, because it was year by year?
Senator, there has been no cuts to the
undermines-
ABC's funding. They have had over $1 billion in funding every single year. They have more funding certainty than any other media outlet in Australia, and they now know exactly what the government's funding will look like for the next triennium.
Well, I'm just trying to come to grips with the Minister's logic, who on one hand said, we've made this announcement for triennial funding because the SBS and ABC needed certainty. but they haven't had triennial funding in the past. It's been year by year, and it has been uncertain.
That's not true. They
And yet
have
the
had-
government does not admit that that contributed to an inability to develop forward plans.
Well,
And yet they
Senator, you're wrong, I'm afraid. They have had triennium funding in the past. That is the way that the ABC's funding operates.
Can I ask, to support certainty for both broadcasters, will the government undertake not to cut ABC and SBS funding over the course of the triennium, commencing in 22-23?
That is the purpose of a triennium funding announcement.
So, yes, you commit to not
That's
cutting
why we announced
funding.
triennium funding, so that they know.
I'm trying to get the words out of your mouth, Minister. Yes, that is the purpose of triennium funding. Does the government commit to not changing those funding parameters?
That's why we announced the triennium funding for the next 3 years.
Okay, would you see, therefore, if that was to change,
I mean, these are
that would be a breach
hypotheticals.
of
I hate to intercede here, but these are hypotheticals. And you actually can't put words into other people's mouths. It's not sort of how
No,
the
I
process
understand
works.
that, but
so the answers are
the minister's giving a very clever answer.
The answers are the answers. So, I mean, you can ask the question 1,000 different ways, but the answers are the answers. I'm not sure how productive this is, but I invite you to continue to ask questions.
The minister's media release states that the ABC will receive an increase of $82.7 million over the current triennium. May I ask now, please, what funding makes up that increase? How much of that sum, 82.7, is accounted for by the return of indexation on base operational funding?
That's probably an appropriate question for the department. Yep.
Okay, Mr. Atkinson.
Yeah, so it makes up there's two elements to it. The first is the 82 is, that's the base operational and transmission funding over the triennium total with
Sorry, say that
indexation
again.
applied.
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, the difference between the two trienniums, the 82 that you're talking about, is the difference between the base operational and transmission funding amounts in the new triennium compared to the old triennium.
Okay, and therefore, it's not indexation? Where's the return to indexation?
So the
represented
indexation
in here?
is in the new triennium amount.
Is in the new triennium amount. So how much more is being provided to the enhanced news gathering program in the next triennium compared with the current triennium?
So that would be 2.1
2.1
million.
Can I ask in that context, the $82.7 million increase,
Yeah.
is that, how much of that is, so you're saying none of it is accounted for by indexation on base operational funding?
No, Senator, that's not what I said.
Okay.
So the new triennium includes indexation.
Yep.
The old triennium didn't have that, and then it did on the.
Okay.
It did on
It's
part. It
current
did on
triennium
part of
versus-
it. So it's the current total versus. Sorry, it's the last 3 years total versus the next 3 years total.
Okay, so there's no indexation until the next triennium starts as per the announcement.
Well, there is indexation in part of the current triennium agreement, but there's full indexation in the new triennium agreement. Does that make sense?
It does. I know that the indexation is returned in this next triennium.
Sorry, I was just referencing, I think there's indexation on the transmission element of the current triennium.
Okay, but not in any other part?
But not the full, yeah.
Yeah. The current indexation is only on those elements?
On the transmission elements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr Atkinson, let's work through this. The Minister is saying that the ABC is getting an increase in funding when much of that so-called funding increase is frankly what the ABC is used to receiving, but which the government took away?
Sorry.
So what's the question?
Well, the question is, am I correct that when you say 82.7 is an increase in funding, it is simply the return of indexation, and we all know what's happening in inflation around the country at the moment?
The call.
I suppose the easiest way to do it is to just look at the figures across the current triennium and then the growth in funding year by year.
Thank you. I think with your indulgence, Chair, I know I'm interrupting your answer, but I think I understand it now.
Okay. We're gonna,
in the media release
excuse me. Order. I'm going to rotate the call now. It sounds like you have a lot more questions.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll come back to you. Sorry, do you want to clarify
Well,
something?
I'm
Maybe
just wondering how there is if you're in the midst of a line of questioning still on this, Louise.
Did you want to clarify something? I'm happy to accommodate you.
No, I'm happy to move on to my
Okay.
next
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Mr Atkinson, I've got some questions in relation to the devastation of the art sector over this summer. Perhaps Dr Arnott would like to come up. Obviously, last time we spoke, there was a sense coming from the government and this department that everything was going to be pretty okay by summer. In fact, Dr Arnott, you actually told the Senate committee into the insurance bill that there had been analysis done that, and I'll quote the Hansard here, the analysis leads us to think that once we get through this Delta period and once we have vaccination rates and the reopening as per the National Transition Plan, we will see a similar bounce back in jobs in performing arts. Just didn't happen, did it?
Senator, before Dr Arnott gets into that, I'd just like to add the extra bit of context that I don't think anybody could have foreseen Omicron coming the way that it did and the way that it impacted on all of our industries. And we agree with you, the impact has been very significant over the summer. But I'll leave to Dr Arnott to finish that.
I think some people did predict it, actually. Lots of health experts were saying that we needed to be more cautious. But I understand the line from the government is because Mr Morrison didn't want it to happen, he didn't take the advice, he didn't think it would happen, and therefore it's been a surprise. And, you know, we can rewrite history. The fact is, it did happen. The sector was smashed again for the third summer in a row, and I'm extremely disappointed at the stubbornness from the federal government to refuse to invest in insurance for the industry, because you take out insurance in the event that something might happen, and you couldn't even do that.
Chair, are we going to get to a question at any point in time soon, or are we just going to grandstand?
Sorry, as you know, my view on this is quite simple. Where the senators ask questions and the witnesses answer the questions without being interrupted. So,
thank you. Dr Arnott, why wasn't the department better prepared? Why wasn't the government better prepared?
Thank you, Senator Stephen Arnott, Deputy Secretary. Look, as the Secretary said, we didn't predict the Omicron outbreak in December 2021. The modelling that you just reported to me was accurate modelling at the time that I reported it to you at the committee. It is true to say that the sector has continued to call for insurance or business interruption, and some states have moved to implement schemes, including Victoria and New South Wales.
Is there any rethinking going on within the federal department and the federal government as to what can be done to support the live performance and events industry in particular, given the absolute smashing that they've had over summer?
Well, Senator, we continue to implement the government's COVID recovery programs, and the RISE funding has now reached 180 million committed to the sector since it was announced in June 2020. We continue to deliver emergency support through our Sustainability Fund for nationally significant organisations, as well as significant other supports in regional Australia and through Support Act charities. So we continue to roll out the government's programs.
Given what has now been experienced, and even the Prime Minister himself accepts that he was wrong to not foresee this and be prepared for it, has there been a rethink in what role the federal government can take in helping with insurance?
So just a couple of things there. Obviously what we've seen at the moment is quite different to the state government responses we saw through Delta, where we had significant lockdowns, particularly in the major capital cities, which has allowed significant economic activity to continue and activity in these sectors to start again. But once again, as you said, they've been seriously impacted. The government's package of response measures supports those, and the latest round of RISE also supports those. Of course, it's open to government to make future decisions, but at this stage, we're focused on implementing the $1 billion of response package that we have in front of us.
So there's been no rethink on insurance, despite the fact that uncertainty has been proven to be the biggest obstacle.
So I suppose the government's policy is what it is, Senator.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Do we have any economic analysis that's been done as to what the loss to the sector was over this period, and then therefore the rest of the economy?
We have, Senator, looked at the jobs data for the relevant period. We were going to sort of report that to you in the art side at midday today, but what I can say now is that while there were, again, significant job losses as a result of that outbreak, they weren't as severe as they were during the Delta outbreak, for the reasons I think that Mr Atkinson outlined, that there was activity continuing, albeit at reduced rate, because there weren't total lockdowns during that Omicron period.
Do we have a sense of what the industry is worth now, 2 years on? You know, prior to COVID, department's own figures were worth 112 billion to the overall economy. Has there been? Do you have any figures as to what the industry is worth now?
We haven't yet done that update to the satellite account, Senator. I'll have to get back to you on when that's due to be done, but it will be done.
It is in the is in the works,
yes.
is it?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Yes,
and is that
done.
all being done within your department, or are you relying on Treasury?
No, it's being done by our Bureau of Economic Research.
Okay. And is there a deadline for when we're meant to be able to see that?
I'll have to get back to you. I can't remember.
We'll come back with you.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
we
about
can come back
ABS
to you
collections
today.
and things like
We'll come back to you today on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It would be helpful to know, given the next time we see each other, it's going to be after the next budget, an update on as to what the actuals are at the moment in terms of what's been spent as part of that COVID recovery package.
Yep. We can provide that now if you'd like,
Yeah,
or at
thank you.
the arts update at 12. Would you like it now?
Now would be great. Yep.
Yep. Okay. So we'll just run through expenditure to date on the elements of the COVID package.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. I was still on the satellite account, ABS.
I can make a start while you find it.
Okay.
So Rise total paid is 157.6.
How much, sorry?
157.6
Million.
million.
You've got, no, you can.
I'm going to do one more and then I'm going to pass to you.
Okay.
The next one is
sorry,
the Arts Sustainability Fund is 30.6.
30.6.
Yep. And I'll pass to Dr. Arnott to
Thank
run through
you.
the rest.
Okay, then we have the Regional Arts Fund boost, so all 10 million of that has been paid and contracted. 349 projects have been supported. All of the 40 million that went to Support Act has been paid, and to date, I have at the end of 2021, 35 million had been paid out in direct crisis grants, and additional counselling services at 5 million, so funding fully expended under that one. The Sporting Cinemas Retention Fund, Screen Fund, 10.4 has been committed out of the 20 million allocated to that fund. Playing Australia, additional 5 million has been fully allocated through the Australia Council, and the 11.4 million Regional Arts Tourism Package.
11 million.
11.4 million, yep. 9.1 million has been paid out under that package. I think that's
Back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, further. Now, before I come back to you, Senator Pratt, Senator Davey, wanted a quick couple of questions.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Senator Hanson-Young mentioned this committee's inquiry into the Live Performance Federal Insurance Guarantee Fund bill. I note the committee didn't recommend the passage of the bill, and the committee found states had already begun to act on the issue. Am I correct in saying now that not only, because at the time I believe Western Australia had something in place, but now New South Wales and Victoria have also introduced a live performance insurance scheme?
That's correct. That's
So
correct,
if
Senator.
federally we were to do it too, that it would be a duplication of effort.
Yeah, it's not entirely clear how a federal scheme would operate, given that there are substantial schemes in the biggest states.
And the RISE fund that you mentioned, Mr Atkinson, is it still the case, because the committee heard at the time, that RISE grants that go to events that are then subsequently cancelled due to a lockdown or something, they didn't have to repay the funding because they could use it to put towards rescheduling? Is that still the case?
That's correct. No funding has been repaid under the RISE fund due to any COVID interruption or cancellation of events. The money's gone to where it was intended to go.
And that RISE fund, which I note has gone out across Australia, have you got a breakdown of organisations located in regional areas compared to urban organisations and where the funding has gone?
I do, Senator, if you just give me 1 second.
So while Dr. Arnott gets that, there's just one little caveat I'd put on that is that the activities of the organisations where that happens is not necessarily identical with the geographic location of the main office where we pay money to, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, I acknowledge that, but it's also very good to hear that organisations based in regional areas are getting funding and they might do activities in the cities and vice versa.
Yeah, I think Dr. Arnott should.
I should have it, Senator.
If not, we'll bring it back at some.
Yeah, just as soon as Dr. Arnott answers.
Just
I'd
can't
like to-
quite lay my hands on it now. I know I read it the other.
Well, you've got lots of paper there, it's tough.
I know. Yeah.
Senator, would it be all right
You
if we
can
did
take it on
at all?
notice.
Well, we won't take it on notice.
I just-
When we've got the rest of the arts crew here, we'll get the answer for you.
That'd be fine.
Yeah. Just that, thanks. And so there were some adjusted guidelines, right, on the RISE?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's been successful?
Yeah, so we, the Minister agreed to change the guidelines that to allow expenditure that was being incurred for rescheduled events to
address
be
those
eligible, and we funded a few projects that have needed that additional support.
Thanks for clarifying that. Okay, Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chair. Turning to the Statement of Expectations, the Minister's media release on the 7th of Feb, also said at the time that he had written to the ABC and SBS outlining their funding packages and issued statements of expectation regarding reporting by the two organisations in relation to a number of their key activities, National Broadcasters Reporting Framework for Australian Content, and in the case of the ABC, its rural and regional activities. Mr Atkinson, has a Minister for Communications ever previously issued a statement of expectations to the ABC and SBS, and if not, why not?
Not that I'm aware of, but statements of expectations are being updated for most of the government business entities to make sure that, and I have 38 entities in our portfolio, to make sure that while many of them are independent, that they're in an operating context of what government's expectations are. So I don't think it's an unusual thing in the context of statements of expectations being updated for this to have gone out.
Okay, so you assert that it means their operations should be within government expectations.
Sorry, I didn't say that.
Is it correct,
Senator? I didn't say that.
Okay, I'll check the Hansard.
Okay, I said it was in the context.
Is it correct that a small number of bodies, including the ABC and SBS, have previously been exempt from such statements because they're independent and are generally not subject to ministerial direction?
Senator, I think the most important thing to do is actually read the third paragraph of the Statement of Expectations that says, in setting out its expectations, the Australian Government continues to respect the ABC's statutory independence and the requirement that it performs its functions free from government interference or direction. And I think that's the underlying principle that's articulated right in the face at the top of the SOE.
And certainly this isn't an unusual situation, Senator Pratt. You know, there are government agencies, for instance, in the Treasury portfolio, like ASIC, for instance, that operate entirely independently and free from ministerial directions.
I don't like what the ministerial directions mean that
also have a statement of expectations, even though they are entirely independent organisations.
Okay, so why was there a policy change in this regard? Why is it that we have a statement of expectations for the national broadcaster which was not regarded as appropriate under the Howard government and is now regarded as appropriate under the Morrison government?
Do you want to?
Who are you directing that question to, Senator Pratt?
Questions, I think. Do you?
I'm quite happy. Well, I think that you can, in fact, ask the reverse. Is it not appropriate for the ABC to report on its regional and rural activities, including things like the number of staff employed in the ABC in regional rural Australia and how that compares to metropolitan areas? I think that's pretty fair and reasonable request of the ABC.
What's the legal status of the statement of expectations in relation to the ABC and SBS?
I think as a government-funded entity and a government business entity, it has the same legal status as a statement of expectation for any other business entity.
Do the ABC and SBS have to comply with that statement of expectations?
I'll just check with Mr Windy, and I'd need to take legal advice, but I don't think that there's a compliance requirement.
Richard Windier, Deputy Secretary, that's correct. I mean, I suppose the way I would characterise statements of expectations as they apply to lots of entities across the Commonwealth is an expectation that the governance framework of that organisation have regard to them, but they don't have a compliance regime attached to them. And as Mr Atkinson pointed out, this one quite clearly makes the point that it doesn't constitute anything by way of direction.
Okay. So there will be no consequences if they choose not to comply?
I would imagine it would be unusual for them to not comply with something as basic as the extent of Australian content. I know that's an issue that's dear to your heart, Senator Pratt, and we discuss it in different contexts all the time. And yet the ABC is the only broadcaster that doesn't have an Australian content obligation. I would imagine that they would be very keen to demonstrate to government that they are committed to Australian content.
Well, I would think if the Minister wants a new national broadcasters reporting framework for Australian content, why hasn't the Minister sought to legislate one?
We don't need one if we have a statement of expectations.
But it's not binding.
Doesn't matter.
I'm thoroughly confused if it's not binding. If the Minister wants more ABC reporting of its rural and regional activities, why doesn't the minister seek to legislate that requirement?
Senator, in terms of what's being asked for here, it's a simple set of transparency pieces, because the ABC plays a really, really important part in regional media as well as Australian content. And as we look at the broader changes in the media landscape, as we've been asked many times in this committee, what the data set looks like of who's doing what. This is simply asking for ABC to contribute to that data set. And I think, as we've talked about with NBN and Australia Post and others who are recipients of large amounts of taxpayer funding, we think that transparency of funding is really important.
Minister Fletcher has the ABC Corporation Amendment Rural and Regional Measures Bill before the Parliament to require additional reporting of ABC staffing and content matters in rural and regional Australia, a legislative change sought by the LNP since about 2015, as well as by One Nation. Is the minister's request for reporting of ABC rural and regional activities in his statement of expectations more or less the same as the proposed rural and regional reporting requirements in the bill?
Well, I think we can safely say that the government reserves the option of considering other approaches, and potentially they may have to go through legislative avenues should the statement of expectations that's issued to SBS and to ABC fail to enhance the transparency of these key functions. But I would imagine that both organisations, very proud organisations that they are, would be very keen to contribute to the to that reporting requirement on things as basic as the levels of Australian content and rural and regional activities.
Look, we're here because the Labor Party respects Australian content and wants more of it. I understand the answer is yes, they are largely the same. Will you legislate if this statement of expectations is not met? What?
Well, it sounds to me like the Labor Party would have similar expectations of the ABC and SBS, so we're hoping we wouldn't need to.
Well, I would think that we have expectations across all broadcasters, and therein lies the problem in terms of your lack of focus on Australian content more broadly, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Very quickly ask,
Clarify.
Can I just ask what the rationale is for the shift in policy for the statement of expectations for ABC and SBS now? What is the...
I think Senator Pratt already asked that question, Senator Eckert.
I didn't get the answer, I'm sorry. So can I just get you to repeat that? What is the rationale?
Increasingly, we believe, the government believes...
Sorry, increasing need?
Increasingly, the government, as does the opposition...
Oh, sorry, increasingly, you said.
Increasingly...
Increasing leads, and I'm thinking, sorry,
That's right. Increasingly, I think the government and indeed the opposition realise the importance of regional and rural focus of our national broadcasters and, of course, on the level of Australian content, and that's why the Statement of Expectations spells that out.
Right, so it's about the regional context, that's the rationale.
That's what the Statement of Expectations specifies.
Yes, but that's the rationale why it's the shift in policy for
It's
ABC.
not a shift in policy, it's just an emphasis on a particular aspect of existing policy, which is not just government policy, but I know is something dear to the heart of the Labor Party as well.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have any time left? Because I've just got a couple of questions.
Yeah, you've got
I can go
2 minutes left. Do you want us to exhaust your questions?
Yeah, we've got a lot, but we'll put them on.
Senator Hanson-Young, so we'll finish you, then go to Senator Hanson-Young.
And we'll put what we've got after the break on notice.
We've got morning tea now. Can you knock off yours before morning tea?
Well, I can do a couple and then we'll put the rest on notice.
Thanks. Okay.
Because we are going to...
We do have another session on this, though.
Oh,
We're
after the morning
questions
tea.
now. This is just general.
So we've got another hour. Where
Oh,
we can
later
talk
in the
about
day,
it.
yes, okay, yep. Okay, well, maybe I can just get a couple up now before the morning tea and then we'll come back with what we've got later. So I just have a few around the government's plans to spend the $4.4 million over this year on the ad line, on the ad campaign on the new Online Safety Act. And I think that commenced in late January to let the community know of the support available.
Yes.
So at estimates in October 2021, I'm not sure which official said the start of the campaign would be to coincide with when the new laws came into effect, and that was likely January.
Yep.
So has the campaign commenced?
I'll just pass to Ms Charles to update you on the campaign.
Thank you.
Susan Charles, Assistant Secretary Communications. Yes, the campaign commenced on the 30th of January.
Okay, 30th of January. So I haven't seen anything. I must admit I don't watch a lot of TV, but so can you just step me through where is it? What's happening?
So we're in most TV. We're in a number of channels. Television, we're in select channels. It's run for 4 weeks, so we're halfway through that at the moment. So it started on the 30th of January. Where we've got the usual search functions, digital. We've got social media. So a lot. It's predominantly a social and digital campaign.
Okay. Yeah.
We've got also out of home, which is placements in public transport, shopping centres, those sort of things.
Yep.
And that's going on for 6 weeks from the 30th, so it concludes around the 6th of March.
Okay.
We're also in Indigenous radio and television, and also in CALD social and television.
Okay, great. And in October at Estimates, the official said the media plan had not been finalised. That's been finalised?
Correct, it has,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. And it commenced on the 30th of January. What's the conclusion date for the media?
The television and out of home, television runs for 4 weeks. How
many, sorry?
4 weeks, so we're halfway through that.
Okay, yep.
The out of home will conclude on the 6th of March, and the digital and social will run, and the search will run up until the 30th of June.
Okay. And the legislation that commenced in January 21, we would expect the media plan to be finalised and for the media to be booked and the campaign ready to go. So are you able to table a copy of that media plan, including the buy and the schedule?
I can table a copy of the media plan, yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'll leave that there for the break.
So, just seeing if we can close off general. Senator Hanson-Young, do you have anything else, or can you put yours on notice?
I've got lots of other questions, but we can go do it in the other sections.
Okay, so we're going to close off general.
Can I ask if you please table the creative as well from that?
From the campaign?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Senator Pratt. Okay, closing off general, so we'll be back at 11 o'clock with the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner, and then we have the department back for various outcomes throughout the course of the day. So look forward to seeing you then, and we'll suspend for 15 minutes. Okay, Commissioner. Welcome back, Commissioner. Ms Grant. I understand that you're prepared to table your opening statement, but give us a 2-minute précis of that.
That would be fantastic, thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
please.
Okay, thank you.
We're breaking the rules just for you.
Thank you. I just thought I'd set the stage because, as you know, the Online Safety Act commenced...
Very important.
Pardon me?
It's very important, yeah.
Thank you. As you may know, the Online Safety Act commenced 3 weeks ago on the 23rd of January. We believe that these robust changes are helping to level the playing field by shifting the burden for online safety away from children, parents, and vulnerable communities, and making service providers more accountable for safety protections on their services. This includes our world-first adult cyber abuse scheme, which allows us to step in and support people who come to us because they are experiencing serious online harm. We've already handled more than 200 complaints about serious abuse targeting Australian adults. These include complaints about explicit instructions and encouragement to commit suicide, threats of murder, and the menacing publication of personal details online or doxing. In response to these and other harmful content, we've worked with the platforms to ensure the material is quickly removed. Some posts have been taken down in less than an hour because of eSafety's interventions and specifically our investigative team. In the near term, we're continuing to work with the broader online industry to implement world-leading mandatory industry codes and basic online safety expectations by mid-2022. Our prevention efforts also saw some stunning research released last week and a very successful Safer Internet Day. And we'll continue to stay focused on the future trends and challenges posed by the weaponization of new technologies, ensure that safety is a forethought rather than an afterthought in shaping new online paradigms like the metaverse or the decentralized Web 3.0 world. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay. Senator Smith has to be somewhere else, so I'm going to throw to you first. We're doing 10-minute blocks.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to refer to an article that appeared yesterday in the Australian newspaper Senator Pratt might be interested in this as well. It reads, Kid Crime Wave from TikTok Challenge. Are you aware of that, Commissioner?
I read the same piece in The Australian yesterday.
Right, okay. The article says that the WA Police Minister, Paul Papalia, has written to the Federal Communications Minister. Mr Papalia, it says, sent the letter shortly after a stolen vehicle occupied by 11 and 12-year-olds and a 13-year-old girl rammed a police car in the Kimberley community of Broome. Goes on to mention that these activities have been happening since September. Minister, can you confirm whether or not the Minister for Communications has in fact received a letter from the Federal Minister, the State Minister, Paul Papalia?
I don't know that, Senator Smith, but I will take it on notice.
Great. Could you perhaps inquire over the next few moments? I think it would be quite helpful. So, Commissioner, you read the article yourself?
I did.
What observations would you like to share or comments would you like to make?
Well, clearly over the past few years, we've seen a range of so-called internet challenges happening online, and we've taken the opportunity in each case, whether it was starting with the Blue Whale Challenge or another, to engage with the platforms involved to see what actions they're taking to stop their virality, as well as using that as an educational opportunity. Now, when I saw this article, I was particularly concerned. It looked like a very localized challenge, and it looked like it was on the upper end of the criminal scale, so obviously very concerning.
In the article, it says, and I'm quoting now, this is quoting from the Police Minister's letter, apparently to the Federal Minister for Communications.
Which I can confirm, yes, the Minister has received that letter.
And what date did he receive that letter?
That I'm not sure.
Great, thank you. If you could just inquire, that would be great. It quotes from the WA Police Minister's letter. It says, the WA Police Force has been attempting to work with social media companies to have them remove inappropriate or illegal material with only limited engagement. So you read the article, Commissioner?
I did.
You read that quote?
I did read that quote.
And what observations or information do you have to share
Well,
about
my
that?
observation is that's precisely what the eSafety Commissioner was set up for us to do, and we do engage fairly frequently with the WAPOL, or the Western Australian Police. And so I asked Toby Dagg, our lead investigator, to reach out to the and I'll have him fill in the details, to both the Falls Creek Police, but also the centralized agencies. We also reached out directly to Snapchat and TikTok, who were named in the article, to ascertain what their understanding of the issues were and what actions they might be taking. And then we endeavored to make sure that WA Police and the platforms were connected with the right contacts.
So let's take a step back. What is the framework through which you as the Commissioner and your agency engage with police agencies, police forces like the WA Police Force?
Well, we have MOUs, which I might note we will endeavour to update with with the Australian Federal Police, but all state and territory police officers. But that is usually around the engagement around child sexual abuse material. With the Online Safety Act passage and the broadening of the online content scheme, we would have to look at and investigate the material, but if that material incites or promotes violence or crime, that could also be captured. Do you want to add anything to that?
Thanks, Commissioner. Senator Toby Dagg, Executive Manager of Investigations. We have frequent contact with police right across Australia, from the Federal Police right through to the state and territory police forces.
Did you say regular contact?
Yes, that's right. We offer our assistance to police in respect of specific removal actions that mainly focuses on child sexual exploitation material. But the conversations that I've had with my colleagues in West Australia Police over the last 24 hours have been around offering our assistance in respect of this particular content. As the Commissioner said, the Online Safety Act does provide us with removal powers in relation to Class 1 content, which does include material that incites or promotes in the doing of crime or violence. So I haven't seen the content, but certainly the offer to West Australia Police has been that if they wish to seek our assistance in relation to exercising our powers.
Excuse me, Senator Pratt. So let's be clear. You, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say, by your own evidence, you have an ongoing relationship with the WA Police and you engage with them regularly over social media matters.
That's correct.
This particular issue, Commissioner, in regards to crime across the Kimberley, were you aware of it? Was your agency aware of it before you read the Australian newspaper article yesterday?
We were not aware of this particular instance. No.
So you have an ongoing relationship with the WA WAPOL. You read an article in the Australian newspaper yesterday which suggests by the Police Minister, the WA Police Minister, that there is poor level of engagement between social media platforms, but on this particular issue you have not had any discussions.
That is correct.
Thank you. Mr Papalia also says that, the journalist says, it is understood that since September there have been at least 12 incidents of injuries, etc., etc. So not only were you not aware of this specific matter before it being published in the Australian newspaper, you're not aware of the use of social media in escalating lawlessness across the Kimberley since September last year?
Not these isolated incidents, and I think it's worth saying that despite what some may think, we are not proactively monitoring the internet for lawlessness. We do require through our reporting schemes that it be reported to us either formally or informally through the police.
My point's quite simple. The Police Minister has a relationship, the West Australian Police Force has a relationship with you. The first you know that there's an expectation on you to assist is when you read it in the paper.
That is correct.
Minister, have you any further advice about when the letter was received?
Yes, I can, Senator Smith. So the letter was written on the 4th of February to the Minister from the WA Police Minister. However, it was in fact, the Australian newspaper that provided a copy of that letter to Minister Fletcher. The Minister has, to date, as at the 15th of February, not seen that letter, the original of that letter, either via email or by post.
So the WA Police Minister writes a letter of the 4th of February talking about, and I'm quoting from his letter now, he says, the West Australian Police Force has been attempting to work with social media companies to have them remove inappropriate or illegal material with only limited engagement by the platform operators. A letter dated the 4th of February to the Minister for Communications, which doesn't get received by the Minister for Communications himself until yesterday, after the story appears in the Australian newspaper, and indeed Minister Fletcher gets the copy via the newspaper. That account of things is accurate?
Yes, the Minister has not seen the original letter either by post or via email. He has only seen it via somebody from the Australian newspaper.
And this is an issue that has been going since September, according to the Police Minister and the journalist. So let's now just turn to the specific actions of TikTok and Snapchat. What is your understanding about their level of engagement with WAPOL?
Well, I'm not at liberty to speak on behalf of TikTok or Snapchat, other than to say that when we spoke to them yesterday, my understanding is that TikTok had been engaged with WA Police since December, I believe, when we spoke to the Snapchat representative. They had not heard from him. And all I would say is that I know a lot of these companies do provide training on their criminal compliance provisions to the different state and territory and federal police. Sometimes this information and training doesn't filter down to the smaller local stations. So I'm not sure what happened within the communication of WAPOL, but as soon as Toby made contact with his cybercrime contact, who happens to be working on the task force, we were able to move things forward and make sure that they were in touch with the right industry representatives.
So just explain to me the task force.
I understand that the Falls Creek will be putting up a task force around this particular incident, around these violent challenges.
So will be putting up a task force, or a task force exists?
Senator, it's my understanding that there is a task force already created, which is a regional task force with personnel seconded from different areas. One of those personnel is attached to the Halls Creek Police Station.
So on the task force, is TikTok represented and is Snapchat represented?
I think it's a law enforcement task force, Senator, focused on police actions and police operations.
Right. And what's your interface with the task force?
Only to reach out to members of the task force and offer our assistance, and also put into contact the task force with representatives from Snap and TikTok, law enforcement liaison representatives.
And so when did you know about the task force?
Yesterday, when I spoke with representatives from TikTok.
But the Police Minister says since September these social media platforms have been aiding and abetting lawlessness across the Kimberley.
The information that I had yesterday was that TikTok, as the Commissioner said, has been in touch with West Australia Police since December, and the task force is constituted separately. The first we learned of the task force's existence was yesterday.
So WAPOL has been engaging with TikTok?
That's my understanding
Since
based on the
December.
information from TikTok.
Senator Smith, can I clarify too that that Snapchat has advised the Minister's office that the WA Police has not yet contacted them, that they have in fact reached out to the WA Police last Friday, and on Monday, as of yesterday, they had no response either by email or by phone.
How curious. Lawlessness across the Kimberley, and I visited the Kimberley myself in January, so I'm very well aware of the state of lawlessness. In fact, I am someone who does believe that social media platforms are being used to amplify the very, 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 very poor behaviour across the Kimberley. Police Minister writes apparently to the Federal Minister of Communications, but gives the story to the Australian newspaper and only gets the letter after it's been published. The Minister is gracious enough to respond, even though he's not actually received a copy of the letter himself, and, I might add, personally notates his letter, identifying the contact details of his Chief of Staff so that he can assist in whatever way. We're told that the WA Police have, limited engagement with social media platforms, but in actual fact, TikTok has been engaging with WAPOL since December, and Snapchat apparently is yet to even hear from the WA Police Force.
Okay.
I might just leave it at that point for a moment.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. I've got some follow-up questions on this. Ms Grant, you were speaking of the usual protocols with the state police which pertain largely to sex abuse material. Would the state government have been easily aware of your other powers? How do you inform them that this is an area that you can be active in?
Rather than sex abuse, I'd say child sexual exploitation material. I would have thought so, yes, but I can't confirm. Some of these state police forces are very large, hundreds and thousands of people, so we can't be guaranteed. Pardon me?
The Kimberley is pretty isolated.
So are you asking if we have communicated to every state and local police station across the country
Well,
about
I just
the
want to know
elements
how
of
it is that you make the state governments and police forces aware of your powers when there's not a standing protocol like clearly there is in child exploitation material.
Well, I think as you just heard from the department, there's an online safety campaign that's a national campaign. We engage with state police forces. We're on a number of task forces, including the Operation Griffin Task Force with state and federal police, and we'll continue to keep educating and trying to reinforce this. But we've been established as the E-Safety Commissioner for 7 years. I would have expected as an adjacent regulator that most law enforcement agencies would be aware of us.
What work have you done in relation to online safety that's specific to the social and community circumstances of remote Indigenous communities?
I think I'll turn to Sharon Trotter to speak about our engagement with vulnerable communities, particularly Indigenous communities, both in the area of domestic and family violence through our grants program, also through Be Deadly Online, our program for that was co-designed in Indigenous communities.
All right. Rather than giving me
training.
that overview, can you give me more specifically engagement in the rollout of those programs in terms of which remote communities and where around the country you've had that engagement at a local level, very local level?
Well, so you would understand over the past, 2.5 years, we haven't been able to really travel anywhere, but we can talk about how we work through Indigenous communities to reach them.
Thank you, Senator. Sharon Trotter, Head of Education, Prevention and Inclusion. Look, we do offer a number of programs targeted to Indigenous communities. Our Be Deadly Online program was developed in consultation with the Yarrabah community, as well as the Geraldton communities in WA. We recently revised and relaunched that program towards the end of last year. We also offer a grants program, the Online Safety Grants program, through which we have targeted a number of Indigenous communities. One of them is the Queensland Remote Indigenous Media community. They've, through the grant that we offered, have developed a range of television and radio materials promoting online safety in that particular region. There are two Indigenous communities that we've funded through the second round of our grants.
Is that program working, given this kind of activity taking place in the Kimberley, with these very, vulnerable young people inciting each other into criminal and dangerous acts? How is it that children with social media accounts are still being exposed to this kind of harmful material and spreading it amongst other children?
Well, I would say how long is a piece of string? I mean, it's not certainly related or limited to Aboriginal Indigenous communities. That's precisely why we're here, to educate, to prevent, to protect, and to try and shape the world for the future.
Okay.
We will never pretend that we will be able to reach every single one of the 26 million Australians, and that they will abide by these rules and these standards.
Can the content be taken down under the Online Safety Act, and what formal powers do you, as the Safety Commissioner, have to act on this issue?
Right. Well, every piece of content that we would look to consider whether content removal is warranted would require a regulatory investigation. So you want to walk through how that process would take under the Online Safety?
Thanks, Commissioner, and thanks, Senator. I will state that I haven't seen the content, so I can speak in general terms about the operation of the Online Safety Act. But if material were to be reported to us that's provided over a social media service, that material incites or promotes in the doing of crime or violence, that material might be considered Class 1 and subject to removal powers.
Okay, so that material has been debated in the local media since last December, but it hasn't come to your attention.
We have not received a complaint from WA Police.
Wow.
But do you need, well, they might not have known that you could accept a complaint on this, because do you have an MOU in place with the WA Police on matters other than child exploitation material?
The matters that are the subject of the MOU concern specifically child sexual exploitation material.
That's right. So you don't have an MOU. They wouldn't automatically, at a grassroots level, have understood they could refer this to you.
We don't have an MOU that covers those additional areas.
Yeah, okay. Do you have to wait for a report to take down content that incites or instructs in crime?
Our schemes are complaints-based, Senator, and as the Commissioner said earlier, we don't patrol the internet for harms, so we do rely on
Yes, but the whole community was complaining. There were lots of complaints. What does that say about the accessibility or knowledge of your complaints framework? If this is appearing in the media, there's lots of different issues being raised, but they didn't know that it was within your powers to take this down and that they should be complaining to you. What does it say about the accessibility of your complaints framework?
Senator, all I can say is that we didn't receive complaints about this matter, so...
Can the eSafety Commissioner now regard the letter from the WA Police as a complaint or a report?
No.
So how it has to go, what, through the portal?
It does. We need to
Okay,
be
so
provided...
Davina Deanna, the local member who had raised this issue with me and asked me to ask you about it, should she now instruct citizens that have concerns and local community groups to log on and make that complaint? How come they
don't
didn't
have
know?
to log on. It's a public website.
Yeah.
And yes, this is exactly what Parliament voted for. They voted for complaints-based schemes. We can't possibly, no agency in the world could possibly trawl the entire internet. To detect bad content. There's just too much. We need order. We need to collect evidence, and we need to be able to defend any regulatory actions we take. And we have reporting requirements that Parliament set forth for us. So yes, we do need people to report through the portal.
Okay.
And now that this is available,
but had you seen
we'll
these
take
local
them.
news articles in December or been?
I had not seen them, and neither has anyone on my staff.
Okay,
The
well,
first article
Australia
we
is
saw
a
was
very
yesterday.
big country, and I guess if it had been raised in the Sydney Morning Herald from the outset, rather than, a local
I read the West
community-
Australian. I haven't seen it there. We read a lot of broadsheets, anything that has to do with online safety. We may not get every community piece of reportage. We are happy to take reports on this now and do whatever we can to remove this insightful content, but we can't promise that we will reach every single Australian or every local police force. That's just not reasonable.
This is very curious. Yesterday on radio, the WA Police Minister said, police are doing an incredible job, and I agree, and have been very focused on capturing these individuals and charging them once they've been caught. The sanction rate is very high. They catch all of them, they bring them to justice. But you've just said to us that no specific complaint has been brought to your attention by the West Australian Police Minister.
How would they know to if they don't have
How
any
remarkable.
MOU
Well, that is
in
correct.
place?
And I'd also like to add, Senator, that under Section 474.17 of the Criminal Code, WA Police could have taken some of this on board in terms of menacing, harassing, or offensive content. So there are criminal statutes on the books as well as the regulatory powers that we have to take this
And that is
content
more
down.
remarkable.
Well, we have
The
discussed this
report
many
says
times
it's been
over about
happening
the
since September.
difficulty of
In
state
fact,
police
local residents say it's
prosecuting.
been happening for 18 months.
Order. Do you both have more questions on this? Is that right?
Only a couple.
Do you want to finish you're almost out of time. Do you want to finish your line? I'll come back to Senator Smith and then
May
we
I
can
just
move
add
on.
one more thing?
Do you want to clarify something? Yep.
We did write to every member of Parliament with the passage of the Online Safety Act to make it clear where they can direct members of their electorate, their constituents to report to get help from us.
That's right.
Yeah, so we're doing everything we can to get information out there broadly, and we do respond when members of Parliament and senators refer people to us through
My
our
very
complaints
realistic
forms.
expectation would be that members of the technology crime group at the West Australian Police Force would know exactly how your regime works and how to interface it. I think that's a very reasonable expectation to have of WA Police. Just finally, if I might, then I'll just... In the newspaper article of yesterday, the Communications Minister says that he has told the newspaper, the Australian paper, that he expected social media companies to cooperate with the WA Police. Quotation, "My office has been briefed by these platforms who have confirmed they will work closely with the police on this matter to address the risk to the community." That's also your understanding of the Minister's position?
That is my understanding. Of course, we reached out to them separately on the operational level. We're not engaged on the political level.
Yep, correct. Thank you.
Senator Smith. Okay, Senator Pratt.
Will you now work to put an MOU in place with state police ministers and commissioners based on content that incites or instructs crime, or in a broader set of powers?
We've actually just brought someone on to work on our law enforcement liaisons so that we can work on forging a broader set of MOUs and education on this. Of course, we're 3 weeks in with this legislation, and yes, we commit to doing that.
Okay, so in that sense, you need an MOU. You do acknowledge that an MOU in this space is required. It's not.
It's not required. It's it helps guide protocol. But if a police agency came to us needing help with removal, we wouldn't require an MOU to do that.
Okay, and how many of the police forces around the country would know that?
Senator, we have near daily contact with police around Australia on a variety of operational issues, both through inquiries that they make directly with us and through established operational channels.
Okay, and how would a very local police force confronting a youth crime wave in a culturally different kind of environment to what regulators, etc., are used to dealing with, know to make that
We would expect
connection?
that they would reach out through the centralised authority. So, for instance, WA will have a child sexual abuse unit, they'll have a cybercrime unit. We would expect that the local police stations would engage with those centralised functions. And the idea is that should flow down.
Right, so the fact that kids are promoting this stuff on TikTok is something that your local police officer should automatically understand is cybercrime.
That is a matter for police.
Yeah,
And
okay.
in my experience in law enforcement, police forces do communicate generally to regional and local areas the existence of specialist units that are centrally managed that can provide specialist advice and guidance on operational matters. In this respect, to Senator Smith's question before, we have frequent dealings with the Technology Crime Group, and so that may be a resource that is available to WA Police in the regions.
Okay, but the local community can now just jump on board and put in their complaints. They don't need to wait for the West Australian
That's correct.
police.
It certainly sounded like the WA Police Minister knew that it was a cybercrime.
I beg your pardon?
It
Miss?
sounds like that the WA Police Minister was entirely aware that it was a cybercrime well in advance. So he could have made the complaint.
Well, I think he probably thought that he had now done that,
Politics
but
was-
I understand.
He thought
So
that
is there or
politics
is there
was
not a
just
formal
impossible to
complaint
resist.
before you as Commissioner now about this?
There
No.
is not that I'm aware
Okay.
of as of this morning.
Thank you.
Good?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You go with our best wishes, and we'll now go back to the department.
No, I had a couple of, another topic just briefly,
Okay.
Chair. The Online
Thanks.
Safety
Thanks, Anna. See
Act commenced in January 2022. How's the public been made aware of that commencement? Media coverage, media releases, social media, or a government advertising campaign?
All of the above, but I would say that we started education around the Online Safety Act. For the past 6 months, we've developed detailed regulatory guidance that we've used through social, through our website, through earned media. So all of the above, and as you discussed with the department, they are running an online safety campaign that commenced a week after the Online Safety Act was implemented.
What involvement has the office had in the development of the $4.4 million public awareness campaign?
The department has engaged all of the agencies. They've brought us along. We're putting many of the materials on our website because that's the centralized National Online Safety Hub for that information. But this has been purely run by the Department of Communication, but obviously in consultation with us to make sure that we're aligned in terms of content.
What can you tell us about your input into term and length of that commencement, the media buy plan, and input into creative?
We had no involvement in any of those areas.
Okay. Are you able to tell us what you know about commencement, the media buy, creative, and the length of the campaign?
I don't know anything other than the length of the campaign, which I believe is 6 weeks.
And when will it start?
I believe the 30th of January. The 30th of January, a week after the legislation was implemented.
So if it so it started, so the material we can see on the website now, on your website or the department's
Right, and
website?
we've got a specific page that has the Online Safety Act information on it.
Okay, so the creative that we can see then now, and I'll go and have a look, is the creative for the whole campaign?
That was creative, that was developed by the creative agencies hired and guided by the department.
Okay, and when will, if it started on the 30th, but I haven't yet seen anything on TV or, when does the advertising peak and trough?
You know, that's a question much better directed towards the department in further conversation with them. I am not across the details of the media buy or any of that.
All right, are you expecting it'll be closer to the election campaign than now, or you don't know? Surely we want to get this information out now that the creative is ready as soon as we can.
I think our goal is to get as many Australians as possible aware of the Online Safety Act and what help and assistance we can provide them.
If the creative is ready, surely they should spend it here and now rather than saving the expenditure of that creative. Frankly, when prices escalate because there's more competition for a media buy during an election campaign, surely it would be better to spend that money before the election so that there's more bang.
I'm not an expert on advertising or government campaigns. That's why this is being ably handled by the
So
department.
you can't rule out whether there's a political motive other than promoting the Online Safety Act.
My
as a whole.
motivation is getting as many Australians to know about our services.
I understand your motivation, thanks Ms Grant, which is a good one. Since the commencement of the new cyber abuse scheme, has the office received many reports of adult cyber abuse? How many? And is this the usual amount for January, February?
Yes, as I mentioned in my opening statement, we've received 200 cases, which is quite elevated with respect to the same time of last year, but I'll again turn over to Toby to give you more specifics.
Thanks, Commissioner. That's right, Senator. We've received about 200 complaints about adult cyber abuse, and compared with the same time last year, when we were taking reports informally, that constitutes about an 85% increase. About an 85% increase.
What do you put that down to?
It's difficult to speculate, but I would say that relevant factors would be increased awareness of the
And now
role,
that you've got a power, there's
and the fact that we've got a power.
purpose. So yeah,
Correct.
okay. In terms of research into online harms, can I now ask very quickly, one of your functions is to conduct research.
Mm-hmm.
What research are you focusing on? What's your research budget, and how many research projects have been conducted?
We've actually,
And published?
I might note for the record, a submission that we made to the Select Committee on Social Media and Online Safety, which outlines the 35 research projects we've conducted since 2016. Our research budget for this fiscal year is quite modest at $1.5 million. I think we get a lot of very useful research out. Good bang for the buck, I would suggest. So I'll provide this. Do you want to add any additional color about, we obviously just released the Mind the Gap research, which I think brought some really, really interesting insights about the digital disconnect between what young people are experiencing online and what their parents think is happening and the impact. We saw that 65% of young people are seeing seriously harmful content online around drug use, incitement to suicide, disordered eating, sexual violence, amongst other things. There's some good news in that as well, that young people are being empowered to use technology to block and to mute and to take control of their online experiences. They are confiding more in their parents. 90% of them said that they do talk to a trusted adult when something goes wrong online, but the disconnect exists when young people tell parents that they, for instance, have been cyberbullied.
I'm very
But-
interested in all
Yeah.
of those issues, but my question was
Okay.
about what areas, your budget, which you've answered, the projects and reports that have been produced and published. Can I
Well,
ask?
the harms we've analyzed are cyberbullying, image-based abuse, technology-facilitated abuse, sexting, viewing inappropriate material, hate speech, online abuse, personal information being used in the wrong way, accounts used without consent, including hacking, receiving threats of real-life harm or abuse via online means, an individual's experience of someone pretending to be them online, so fake or imposter accounts. And we explore specific demographic and Australian populations, adults, women, Australian children, young people, older Australians, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, people who identify as LGBTIQ+, called communities, and people with a disability.
Okay, what research gaps are there in terms of research you're planning for and harms that haven't yet been analysed?
Would you like to take that, Maria Mitsiliadis?
Well, and perhaps in that context, I'll put my other questions, which what research is being happening in relation to online hate speech, including racial and religious, radicalisation and any work done with Home Affairs or security agencies, sexual assaults facilitated by social media apps, eating disorders, which I think you've covered, and suicidal ideation.
Right.
These you take on notice, or?
We can take these on notice. I can also give
Like
a
your
top
better answers
line.
on notice.
Yeah, I'm happy for a top line
Okay.
answer.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Then I'm just going to, okay, why don't you answer, then I'll say something here.
thank you.
We did conduct specific research around online hate speech in 2020 and found that 11% of the Australian adult population has experienced some form of hate speech online. We know that those with intersectional factors, women, those from called communities, those who identify as LGBTQI+, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders are and those of diverse ethnic and religious backgrounds are 3 times more likely to experience targeted online abuse, including image-based abuse. So everything we look at, we of course use this research to develop educational materials. We try and do co-design with these communities so that we can, be able to address them through our protective schemes and then through proactive change. And I'd also note that we're doing some work around hate speech and vulnerable communities through our Safety by Design work in the coming months.
Thank you. Can I ask in that context, you said you do co-design with affected communities, but do you also work with health, the Department of Health and the Department of Home Affairs, for example, on radicalisation?
Do you mean in the context of research or in the context of engaging on specific issues?
Well, expert input for research.
Our research is done discreetly through us. Of course, we will talk to the AIC, for instance, to make sure that any research we're doing is not duplicating their research, and that we're able to have the largest body of research out there possible. I can't think of anything we've done specifically with Home Affairs.
Senator Maria Vassiliadis, Executive Manager of Legal and Compliance Research and Media and Communications. We're happy to collaborate with any organisation, government or non-government, on various research, and we've done that in the past.
Let's get an indication.
Okay, if you can take on notice how you inform yourself on the workings of algorithms and online harms and how government informs itself, and the extent to which you think there's a joined up approach to research on online safety, and if not, why not?
Thanks, Senator Pratt.
Are you giving the call to another senator?
No,
because we've certainly still got more questions.
We're just going to go to the department if you finish.
No, we haven't.
Okay. Why don't you exhaust your questions? Why don't you exhaust your questions then? We'll just
Well, we are.
Before we go, do you mind if I just clarify one of Senator Pratt's questions a little bit earlier on the media spend, which was 4.7 million, just so you know where that money's going. There's about 700 million that's gone specifically to the Online Safety Commissioner to deal directly with kids. The rest of the media buy is started on the 30th of January. It was 2 weeks on television. Well, we've done 2 weeks so far on television. There's another 2 weeks to go. This social media campaign, though, will continue until the 30th of June.
So can I ask you an indication of time?
Till the lunch.
I've got a few
You
more
need 20 minutes?
questions.
Sorry,
I've got a few more.
So, sorry, lunchtime is 1:30.
Well, till the allotted time at least.
And sorry, Senator.
So, sorry, I'm just trying to be
Chair,
clear.
can I just clarify again? I did say 700 million and I meant 700,000.
Okay.
So
We're not
it's
due
very
to
important to
move
put
on
on the
to
record.
department for
And I'm aware of the
20
program,
minutes.
but I'm
We've still
sorry.
got some more questions, so if we can keep going, we'll go through.
I might
them.
just say something without being cut off. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair.
No, I'm just trying to clarify whether or not you would like us to go through to 1:30 with the E-Safety Commissioner, or whether you would like us to go to midday with the E-Safety Commissioner.
No. Our intent is to go to midday and not go beyond that. We may even wrap it up a little earlier.
Well, we look forward to spilling over.
No, I don't mean spill over. I just mean 5 minutes leeway either side. Thank
Okay,
you,
well,
Chair.
we will sit here while you exhaust your questions.
Okay, so I'll pick up the next one if you like. So the issue around, sorry, I'm just getting my place. The Safety Internet Day research I want to talk about. So the research that you released recently for Safer Internet Day points to low parental awareness of children's online risk, including a lack of parental awareness of topics such as drug taking, suicide, self-harm and unhealthy eating. Can you tell me what insight does the research give into the reasons for this low awareness amongst parents?
I would say that there is what we found as a digital disconnect in terms of parents actually understanding what their children are seeing and experiencing and the impacts. So, for instance, only 40% were aware that 65% of their children were actually seeing harmful content online, and that's largely because children do not tend to talk to their parents about destigmatizing or stigmatizing or, I guess, inflammatory material that could get them in trouble and lead to device denial. Where we saw the concerning disconnect was when children were confiding in their parents that they'd experienced things like cyberbullying. So 71% said they did, but only 50% of the parents remembered that conversation.
Okay, right.
So that disconnect suggests that, of course, children, the internet for children is not optional today. It's become an essential utility.
Definitely.
They don't distinguish between online and offline lives. So when things happen to them,
so
it
arising
impacts them.
out of that research and that low awareness and those issues, what can be done to increase the awareness of those risks that young people face?
Well, I think precisely through these kinds of research and promotion materials. Also, we reached several thousand parents and carers through webinars, hundreds and thousands over the course of the year. I mean, I think this is like any public health campaign. Behavioral change takes a really long time. Another thing that was really fantastic to see is that we now are establishing a baseline because we do youth surveys and parent surveys every other year. We're seeing that more children are engaging in help-seeking behaviors and confiding in parents, and that parents are starting to talk more to their kids about what's happening online. So
when you when you talk about the promotions and the materials, is that focused towards the parents or the children or both, or?
It's both. I mean, if you go onto our website, you'll see that we have audience-focused materials. So we have a whole parents portal for parents.
So
that
how do you?
obviously is
Sorry, I just keep jumping in because I'm really conscious of time. But how do you get there's low awareness amongst parents? How do you, when you say promotion, is it only promotion through your website? Because then you've got to try and encourage parents or to actually go to your website. What other promotion are you talking about?
Earned media, EDMs. I mean, I don't. There are obviously a range of NGOs that try and reach parents. Parents are probably the hardest cohort to reach, and to be honest, 95% of parents say that online safety is a preeminent concern, but only 10% will actually go out
Yeah.
and seek it. Parents are very busy these days.
Okay, look,
We're
maybe-
not creeping into people's lounge rooms to tell them
No,
how
I
to do
understand
this,
that.
obviously.
Maybe if you can take on us a little bit more detail, if you could provide us
Sure.
around
Happy to.
how you're promoting that to parents.
Sure, happy to.
I want to refer to the really disturbing article in the New York Times from the 9th of December 2021, titled Where the Despairing Log On and Learn Ways to Die, which I think you're aware of, Ms.
Yes.
Grant. That refers to the work of the E-Safety Commission in relation to a particular site, Marcus and Surge. So can you describe the site, what brought it to your attention in Australia and what your office has been seeking to do in relation to that site?
Right. I mean, to my knowledge, we were one of the first regulatory agencies to do a investigation into that very disturbing site, which not just it instructs in ways in which to commit suicide, and we were first made aware of it by a father in WA who lost his son, who learned how to make a poison on that website and took his own life.
So it was brought to your attention.
It was
by
brought
the-
to our attention,
by
and
the
we
father of
conducted
a-
an investigation.
Okay. Yep. Great. And what are you seeking to do in relation to that site? Excuse me.
Well, the initial investigation took place in 2019. I can assure you we turned over every rock. Do you want to talk through the investigation, Toby?
Thanks, Commissioner. Senator, just briefly, one of the challenges that we had at the time, of course, was that the online content scheme was constituted under the Broadcasting Services Act and didn't give us those powers that we now have available to us under the Online Safety Act. We've kept a watching brief on the site, and it's fair to say that after the attention that was brought about by the New York Times reporting, the site has effectively shuttered itself to any external analysis. And so it's not even taking new registrations. So it's fair to say that the concerns that we had about the easy availability of instructional material and the very graphic descriptions of how one might take one's own life are no longer the acute concern that was ours at the time.
So I guess, my next question is how successful has the office been in restricting access to the site in Australia? So you've obviously managed to shut down part of it, but what about the rest of it?
The site is now, as you say, less accessible by Australians than was the case by all who visit the site than was the case prior.
Yep.
We worked with the Australian Federal Police as well to explore options that they may wish to implement to limit accessibility for Australians. They're not powers that we wield, of course, and so more about that would need to be sought from the Australian Federal Police.
And how does the office monitor for these sites? I mean, that one was obviously brought to your attention under really tragic circumstances, but how do you now monitor for these sites?
We face a similar challenge to this kind of content as we do with respect to the conversation we were having with Senator Pratt earlier. We can't patrol the internet for harms, and so our complaint scheme is complaint-based. But this particular site was of such concern that indeed when it changed its domain, we followed that domain change to keep a watching brief on the site.
And does the new Online Safety Act enhance the powers of your office in relation to self-harm and suicide sites in any way?
Yes, it does. It does.
And just my final one on this, and then I think Senator Pratt's got a couple more to finish. What can parents do to protect their children from these sites?
There are some fairly extensive parental tools that are widely available, and indeed some of those are integrated into operating systems, whether they be mobile operating systems or operating systems common in laptops or desktop machines.
Okay.
But I think the best advice that we always provide parents is to have conversations with children that are honest and sincere and really get to the heart of what children are seeing online and build up the trust necessary to be able to ensure that disclosure happens between children and parents about what they're seeing online. This was a very disturbing and upsetting matter, and it's really brought home, I think, to all of us working in this area just how critical it is to manage exposure to those kinds of harms.
Okay, great. Thank you. Louise.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to return briefly to the WA TikTok matter. So just to clarify, I'm not suggesting that as Commissioner you have to monitor the internet. What I want to be able to understand is whether the available mechanisms are working optimally. So can I ask, please, Senator Hume, are you satisfied that the e-safety MOU with the WA Police is operating optimally?
I think that's not for me to say. I think that's probably for the e-safety commissioner to comment.
Again, I would just reiterate that we don't require an MOU to work cooperatively with police. We do it every single day. We will continue to help them. We'll continue to help communities in need, but we need somebody to complain to us and make us aware of those issues.
But surely it helps to have systems in place. Commissioner, you said you're doing everything you can and you don't need those systems, but isn't it not of concern to you that the WA Police are not aware of the mechanisms to report matters of crime involving children on social media to your office? Is it the place of WA Police to lodge those complaints, or is it the community? Could the MOU be improved?
So I guess I'd say, you know, we don't deal with criminal complaints. We have civil powers. We remove content. So I would expect that the police would avail themselves to the different criminal provisions that they have at their disposal. Of course, we will continue to help them using our online content scheme where we can. Whether it comes from a politician, a minister, the police, a citizen, if it is made through our complaint site, we will investigate and take what action we can.
But the WA Police are interested in criminal matters. That in their mind is not automatically going to mean, oh, we need to make a complaint to the e-safety commissioner. What do you think in the social media MOU could be improved?
I don't think the MOU would really go to, any given police force to dictate how they educate their own workforce. So we will continue to deal with these centralized agencies. All I can say is we have been the e-safety regulator since 2015. Not every single citizen or organization may be aware of us. We do whatever we can in our power to let as many people know, and we'll continue to do that. I'm not sure what more I can say.
Okay. In the context of the 2018 Briggs Review, which reflected on the quality of e-safety arrangements with police, that is the AFP and state and territory, Ms Briggs in her report said, I'm also conscious that even though there are memorandums of understanding between the e-safety office and all relevant state and territory police services, the Department of Home Affairs submission to these reviews suggests that there is sufficient uncertainty about these arrangements.
We've come a long way.
Given what's happened, we've
come a long way in 2022 from 2018 when we were 3 years old.
Okay, so why has this happened in the context that cooperative and collaborative relations need to be established between the e-safety commission, the AFP, state territory police and the cybercrime online reporting network as soon as possible?
Senator Pratt, it's not our responsibility for police to know all of the options available to them. It is their responsibility. We will continue to reach out to them like we did. And the person we reached out to is known to us. So we had a relationship there. The person we're dealing with now was aware of the services we provide, and the outreach wasn't there. So I can't explain what that motivation was.
It
doesn't add up to my mind.
Can I just ask what work, if any, has been done over the past 4 years to improve these relations and clarify those MOUs?
Well, for instance, we've been trying to work with the AFP for 4 years to update the MOU, and we were successful. And we've got, but MOUs are going to need to continue to evolve. We've just hired a person to be our law enforcement liaison person, so that
Only
we
now,
can look
but
at.
this recommendation was 4 years ago.
So that's
Just to answer that question. Since that recommendation was made by Ms Briggs, we've, as the Commissioner said, very much strengthened our relationship with the Australian Federal Police. So, for example, last year, pursuant to the MOU and pursuant to new arrangements that we have in relation to our Child Safe framework, we've notified 52 matters to the AFP concerning offenders, their methodology and specific intelligence. We've also updated the MOU with Victoria Police, and we've been in negotiations with New South Wales Police to determine a platform for updating that MOU as well. We're working with the largest police forces and our closest Commonwealth partners first.
Yeah.
Those smaller police forces need, simply by order of precedence, to come lower in the list.
So that's why you haven't updated your MOU with the WA Police. Did you initiate those reviews with Victoria and New South
We've
Wales?
prioritised our review of MOUs based on operational necessity.
And MOUs are
Sorry,
two-way
what does
street.
that mean? Does that mean Western Australia was at the bottom of the list because they're a smaller population?
No, not at all.
Okay, what does it mean?
What it means is that the matters that we are in more frequent contact with are matters that relate to primarily our Commonwealth law enforcement partners being the AFP. We then have frequent contact with New South Wales Police and Victoria Police and Queensland Police, all in respect of child sexual exploitation matters. And so those police forces that we have less frequent contact with in relation to matters that don't specifically centre on that urgent operational issue are ones which, simply by necessity, through our resources and through the time made available to us, need to sit a little bit lower in the list. But as the Commissioner said, we now have a specialist position whose role will be, over the next 12 months, to start to refresh those MOUs with the other police
maybe
forces.
if I can, I'm just going to say something.
I'm just going to...
I just wanted to say something. Sorry, I just wanted to say one thing. I've been very quiet. I just wanted to say that there's a couple of minutes until midday, so do you think you can get through it in the next?
We will
Yes.
get through it. I was
If you-
just going to ask if Mr Dagg could put some of that information on notice in relation to
Yes.
the work that you've done with the other states and territories around that policy and the MOUs. That
Certainly.
would be
Thanks.
great.
Anthony.
Thank
And
you.
I would like to ask, in relation to the uncertainty around these arrangements, do the changes in the MOUs with those larger states go to issues beyond child exploitation material?
I wouldn't describe there as being uncertainty. I mean, MOUs are a two-way street. Any police force is welcome to come to us if they'd like to see that updated. We will initiate that when we have time and resources. So the same team that is dealing with a
So my
surge
question,
in
I'm
reports
sorry, was
is the
about
same
the
team.
topics in the MOU.
The topics in the MOU, it depends on the police force.
Okay,
and of
no.
course
So
we'll-
my question was specifically, you've been updating the MOUs. What does it include? Kind of those incitement type issues, or is it still only centred on child exploitation material?
Centred on child exploitation material, pro-terror content, and to the extent that we've identified a link between image-based abuse and the sexual exploitation of children, image-based abuse.
Okay, and so now that your powers have changed and you've got an officer on board, you will proactively talk to police forces right around the country to update their MOUs.
That's right, that would be part of the plan, but bearing in mind that that is a considerable undertaking and it will take time.
And, sorry, Chair, just to clarify, an MOU is not necessarily required for the WA Police to pick up the phone, which they clearly did not do in this matter. And, sorry, Chair, just one more thing before we break. Can I just also acknowledge that Ms Inman Grant has had her appointment extended, which is fantastic for the next 5 years, and I'd just like to put on the record our congratulations.
I think we're all very much impressed with the efforts of the Commission, and we congratulate you on your reappointment. I think that's the sentiment widely shared across our committee. So
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your work, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And we are going to go to the department, which is here, and we're going to talk to you now about our program 6.1, which is arts and cultural development. which is part of outcome 6, which is participation in and access to Australia's arts and culture through developing and supporting cultural expression. I know that we've got lots of excellent questions. Some of them are probing, some of them are just fishing, but all of them are
You
excellent.
have no idea what we've got.
Well, I'd like
He said they're excellent, so I'll take that.
Sometimes you've got to bluff, you know?
Yeah, well,
You
you
never
don't
know.
need to do that.
You've got to have all the tools in your kit bag.
You'll get on the Hansard enough, Chair, so,
I'm just here to facilitate.
right.
I don't think I asked a single question.
No,
yesterday.
that's not the role of the Chair to ask questions. You've got to
That's-
keep the rest of us.
That's right. So surely there's no complaints.
We're happy.
Okay. Well, nice to see you again. Senator Urquhart.
Okay, thank you. So I want to ask some questions about the RISE program, and I understand it's nearing completion. On the department's website, it states that the final round, batch 7, would be announced in late January. Has that been announced yet?
Hello, Senator.
Hello.
No, it has not been announced yet.
Why hasn't it been announced, and when will it be announced?
We expect it will be announced imminently.
Imminently.
Imminently, indeed. Very soon.
Do you have a date on the imminently?
I don't have a precise date
Okay.
yet.
And why hasn't it been announced yet?
The timing of announcements is a matter for the government, Senator.
And we've discussed this over many estimates. The RISE program was heavily oversubscribed. So as of now, what was the total number of applications received compared to the number of successful grants given? I think we usually ask this each time, but I'm just after an update.
Yes, I can do that. So as at the end of December 2021, there was a total of 1,923 eligible applications received. And to date, there's been 450 applications approved.
How many, sorry?
450.
450 from 1,923.
That's correct.
Okay. Again, this is a question that's been asked repeatedly at previous estimates, but I just want to make sure that I've got the clarification of right. Have there been any cases where a recommendation for funding has been made by the department but rejected by the Minister?
No, Senator.
How many organisations have received more than one grant over the life of the grant program?
Let's see if... do we have that on, Mr Cox?
We can certainly check that and get that back to you quickly, Senator.
That would be great, thank you. And just to follow on, were there any guidelines on whether organisations that were yet to receive any RISE funding should not be preferenced over organisations that had not received any RISE funding before?
Senator, I think you said not received twice there.
Oh, sorry, did I? Yes, sorry, I did.
Yeah, is it those that have received
Yeah,
should not be
so
preferenced
that
over?
were yet to receive. So were there any guidelines on whether organisations that were yet to receive any RISE funding should be preferenced over organisations that had not received any RISE funding before?
Right. I think the answer is no.
The answer is no.
Okay.
That's not part of the guidelines.
And why is it not part of it?
Because it's a competitive grants program, Senator, so we assess all applications in particular batches for their quality and their eligibility against the guidelines. We don't preference.
Okay. What proportion of grants were given to Australian performers compared to offshore performers?
There's no funding goes to offshore performers. All RISE grants would go to Australian artists and arts workers.
All Australian performers? And I note one of the requirements listed in the official RISE guidelines is that proposals should demonstrate that activities will provide benefits to Australian audiences and the Australian cultural and creative industries. Was that followed in all cases?
Yes, Senator.
And can you explain how $600,000 of taxpayer funding for rescheduling assistance for the upcoming Guns N' Roses tour fits with that requirement?
Yes, Senator. The funding for the Guns N' Roses tour went to support Australian jobs associated with that tour, which obviously has very significant audiences. And I do have the numbers here.
So I also note that the same tour was awarded $750,000 of initial funding in July 2021.
Yes, that's correct.
And sorry, Senator, I'd just add that the money actually goes to an Australian company, if that makes sense.
Right, because I was going to ask on what basis was it judged that a very popular, very famous international group like Guns N' Roses required such funding. So tell me how it works, Mr Atkinson.
Jump in, guys, if I step off the path here, but it goes to TEG Dainty Proprietary Limited.
Sorry, TEG?
TEG Dainty, DAINTY Proprietary Limited.
Right.
And the funding supports delivery of the tour to support 16,000 Australian job opportunities, 130 arts professionals and 7,500 technicians and support crew.
Okay, so...
And employment in allied industries as well.
Yeah, okay, so just so that I understand what you're saying, so you're saying the $600,000 and then the $750 didn't actually go to the Guns N' Roses, but it went to this TEG Dainty Proprietary Limited, who then would have paid Guns N' Roses and everyone else. Is that how it works?
So it's correct that it went to TEG Dainty Pty Limited as the promoter of the tour.
Yep.
No funding went to the Guns N' Roses singers, performers, or their crew.
Right.
All the funding went to the Australian workers and artists that support that tour.
Yeah, I don't think that's...
And so the Guns N' Roses people would have been paid from the takings from the show, is that?
Yes.
Right.
That's
okay.
correct.
So if the... can you explain why in the same round as the Guns N' Roses, or that company received the $600,000 for rescheduling assistance was granted, but a funding application for Australian band Midnight Oil to expand their final tour into six regional centres was rejected?
As I said, Senator, we, departmental assessors, assess the applications based on the eligibility criteria and the guidelines. That those are scored, and the amount of money is allocated to the top group of assessed applications.
What are the guidelines for those assessments?
They're in the RISE guidelines generally. There's a number
so
of
it's against those
criteria that need to be taken into consideration, including employment numbers and audience numbers and so on.
Okay. Is the department aware of Guns N' Roses having any Australian support acts?
Not that I'm aware of. Mr. Cox might know, don't know. Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
So you're not aware, or you don't know, or...
No, we're not aware of it.
It wasn't part of your criteria then for the funding.
Senator, can we take that on notice? Because certainly the data we have here has Australian arts professionals in it. I just want to check who they are.
Yeah, sure. And is the department aware that Midnight Oil's tour had up to 10 Australian support acts, including Indigenous artists?
In the event that that was included in the application, yes, we would be aware.
Okay. Is the department satisfied the RISE Fund has been adequately targeted towards supporting Australian culture, Australian performers, Australian workers and Australian stories?
Well, the RISE Fund has been targeted at trying to make sure that the arts and entertainment sector can adequately restart after the COVID disruptions. It has gone to a very broad range of projects, both put together by not-for-profit arts organisations and commercial businesses, because all of those parts of the sector have needed support to restart.
Okay, just and I haven't looked on the website, I don't know, are those, are the successful applicants of the RISE Fund listed anywhere?
Yes, they're all published.
They are published,
on the department's website and on the
Okay, so the latest
website.
Ones are up there?
Yes.
I haven't looked at that, that's all. So, just want to ask about the extension of the screen funding for independent cinemas, which occurred at the end of last year. So when did the government first become aware of a significant underspend of the initial $20 million funding, and when was the first contact made by the industry to request that leftover money be used for a new round of funding?
I can't give you the precise dates, Senator, but the Screen Fund remained open for applications during that whole period. So it was available. What we became aware of was that the funding, some cinemas required multiple grants, a second grant round, because their businesses hadn't returned to kind of pre-COVID levels. And so the government announced on the 23rd of December, I think, that there would be a second round of funding, which is currently underway.
Okay, so you're not sure of the date. Are you able to provide that to us?
I can see what I can find out.
What was the initial response to that request for that initial $20 million funding?
So in round one, there was $10.4 million allocated.
Okay, but the request for the underspend of the $20 million, what was the initial response to that request? Was it agreed to that the leftover money could be used for a new round of funding?
Yes, as I said, Senator, the Minister announced on the 23rd of December that 9.6 million that was remaining could be used for the second round of funding.
Okay, we'll have to rotate the call and come back to you.
Yep,
Senator.
sure.
So, Senator Hanson-Young, do you have questions on
I do.
Rise?
Thank you. So we were talking a little bit earlier this morning about some of the programs that have been funded under the recovery package. We've heard a lot lately from the Prime Minister about going and visiting people's workplaces and, washing people's hair at the hairdressers, putting on the high vis and the hard hat out in the factories and out on the road. What arts job has the Prime Minister gone and seen?
Sorry, I don't keep a track of the Prime Minister's movements.
I don't think that's a question they can answer.
Has the Prime Minister's office asked for any help in organising the Prime Minister to go out and see an industry that has been devastated through COVID in terms of the creative industries?
So I don't think I could.
I don't think it's a question
respond.
I just asked whether the Prime Minister's office had contacted the department. Can I just get an answer without the interruptions?
I haven't been contacted by the Prime Minister's office about arts.
It's not normal practice that the Prime Minister's office would contact Minister Fletcher's office, and then Minister Fletcher would make whatever arrangements need to be made with the Prime Minister's office. So we wouldn't usually be involved in that.
Has the Prime Minister's office ever sought a briefing from the department about the impact of the arts industry and the creative industry from COVID?
Senator, what I can say is that discussions around particularly these response packages have been extensive through normal cabinet and budget processes that have involved all of the central ministers, obviously with Minister Fletcher leading those conversations. So the $1 billion worth of support measures here have been well discussed through budget processes by all of the senior ministers.
Minister, are you aware of any on-site visits that the Prime Minister has taken in recent months in terms of the creative industries? We've seen him at the hairdressers and we've seen him in high vis.
I think that's probably a question better directed to the Prime Minister's office, probably in FP&A.
You're the Minister representing your government.
Yes.
I'm asking you whether
and you're asking
aware.
me what the Prime Minister's
I'm
office's
asking you whether
intention
you
is.
are aware.
I'm not aware of. I know the Prime Minister has done visits to areas where there are apprentices. I know the Prime Minister has done visits to areas where there is advanced manufacturing or something that in the Modern Manufacturing Initiative. I'm sure that there is more to come.
Okay.
Surely his engagement with the arts isn't.
Well, I would imagine
isn't
that
the extent of trying to play the ukulele.
Order. Okay. Can I just think? This is Senate estimates, and you have the call. I would expect you to ask questions to the department or maybe to the minister, and then they would be able to answer the questions. And the questions ought to be reasonable and in line with their mandates to this committee.
To be fair, you can't direct me as to what questions to ask.
I'm saying they need to be relevant to the committee's mandate.
And this is we are talking
about a sector that has been devastated by COVID.
Yeah, I
Money's been
understand.
put on the table.
I understand all that.
I think it's highly relevant.
Well, hang on.
Elaborate.
Hang on. I don't think Minister Hume would be expected to be able to answer the appointment requests of the Prime Minister or his office. I don't think it's a reasonable question.
Well, I don't really care whether you think it's reasonable. It's a question I ask.
Well, it's not a question that the Minister will be expected to answer here
She
in
can
this
take it on notice.
here in this meeting.
She is able to take it on notice. The Minister is able to take questions on notice.
The Minister is able to answer the question here or take it on notice. That is correct. And I would say that the questioning that you are pursuing here is not reasonable.
We've hit a sore point.
It's not
we
reasonable.
must have hit a sore point
It's not a sore
here.
point. It's not a sore point. It's not a reasonable line of questioning. You can't expect...
The Prime Minister carries
Hang on, I'm
on
speaking.
saying
I'm chairing this meeting. I'm speaking.
Okay, but you can't dictate what questions I ask.
All I'm saying to you-
if you want to rule a question out of order, rule it out of order.
All I'm saying
but
to
it's
you-
not out of order, is it?
All I'm saying, we're wasting the committee's time here. All I'm saying to you is, I don't think this Minister can be expected to know all the appointments the Prime Minister has undertaken in recent months. So let's get back to questions and answers. Either you take this question on notice, or you are able to answer it, and I imagine it would be a difficult question to answer.
Well, I'm not privy to the Prime Minister's, the intricacy of the Prime Minister's diary. What I can say, though, thank you, I have been notified that, yes, the Prime Minister did visit the Powerhouse in Brisbane last December.
Okay.
If there are any other appointments in this sector at all that we become aware of, I will happily I'll take that on notice and come back to the
Right.
committee.
Thank you,
Right.
Minister. We invite you to proceed, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Minister. I'm glad we've established he's been to at least one creative workplace.
Well, he wants to acknowledge that, $10 billion in wage and cash flow support from the government during the COVID-19 pandemic is something that I think that this government is particularly proud of for this sector.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that, sorry. Maybe it's best I didn't. Okay, proceed. We've had such a collegiate time.
When can you just remind us of the time frame of where the extended RISE funding is up to? It got extended in the last budget. Will there be a review of it ahead of this 22-23 financial year? And what are those organisations who haven't been able to put on shows because of the disastrous summer that we've had? What's the prospects of extension?
So I'll pass to Dr. Arnott just to give you sort of the timings of where things are up to. I think we're expecting the next round imminently. But in terms of the future considerations, at any point in time it's open to the government to choose to extend any of our programs. But Dr. Arnott, just on the updates to the next round.
So, yes, Senator, so the status is that $200 million has been allocated to the program. $179.9 million has been now announced, with just over $20 million remaining to be spent in what is currently the final round of RISE.
And will there be any further funding for the Australia Council or another type of RISE funding in the next budget?
I don't think we could ask Dr. Arnott to preempt any budget announcements, Senator.
Okay. Has there been any analysis as to what the needs of the Australia Council are funding-wise going forward?
Well, the Australia Council is funded more than $200 million per annum, and they allocate their money through a mix of what they call government-directed and competitive funding programs. Obviously, demand from the sector is always strong.
Yes, but surely you must have some analysis as to whether there is a need for more or less support for the next year going forward and for the forward estimates.
Well, there is money allocated for next financial year for a range of arts programs in the usual manner, and the Australian Council's budget is set, by the government and by the budget.
Have you done any analysis about what the financial needs of the sector are over the next
year and for the forward estimates.
So could I just add a little bit, which is a bit of history really, I suppose, is that funding for the Australia Council and bodies like it go through the normal budget process and supported by analysis from the department. In particular, a key thing would be that question is if more money was in the space, what would that be invested in as part of those considerations? So it's sort of the additionality piece. Also, when there's structural change within those, it's what would be the changes to availability of funding for existing recipients. So those are the sorts of bits of analysis that we bring into the budget process.
Yes. What I'm asking is, have you done that analysis?
Well, Senator, we work closely with the Australia Council on a daily basis, and the Australia Council looks closely at the finances of its regularly funded organisations. There's still $20 million in RISE to allocate. There's funding under the Sustainability Fund for nationally significant organisations to be allocated. So we're constantly working with Council to look at the financial needs, and there's still funding to be allocated to support companies through this period.
Mm-hmm. I want to turn to the issue of Australian content on streaming services.
Time is about to expire, so do you want to start a new line after we do the next rotation? Okay.
Sure.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. So I'm still on the Screen Fund. On the 16th of December, it appeared as if the Minister had made up his mind and would refuse the industry's request for an additional funding round. In a release on that day, the Minister said the remaining funds would be allocated to the COVID-19 Arts Sustainability Fund because the independent cinemas didn't need it anymore. And I'll just quote from the Minister's release. He said, with COVID-19 restrictions being rolled back, states and territories opening up and Hollywood movies now in theatres, the business circumstances that created the need for this exceptional support are now in the past. So that sounds like a pretty definite no to me. But then on December the 24th, the day the first round of funding was due to expire, there was another release from the Minister stating that in fact there would be a further round of funding of $9 million. And I quote from that release, it says, many independent and regional cinemas have enjoyed months of lockdowns, and while trading conditions are now starting to return to normal, the legacy of these very difficult months means that cinemas are concerned about whether they can survive. Can you tell me what happened between December the 16th and December 24th to bring such a 360-degree turnaround?
Omicron.
So, Senator, it was the period where Omicron moved in the early weeks of December from being fairly localised in Africa up through into Europe and then started to move into Australia.
Okay. So if the Minister announced on December 16th that the remaining funding in the Screen Fund was being reallocated to the Sustainability Fund, where did the $9 million announced for a fresh round of funding for independent cinemas on December the 24th come from?
No, it was provided specifically to have a second round of the Screen Fund. So there is an additional $9 million in the Sustainability Fund, and there remains $20 million in the Screen Fund, 10.4 of which is already spent.
Right. It does look pretty messy though, doesn't it? And the stress of this kind of mess puts on small business owners. I've just got a few around the insurance scheme. So on the 12th of January, in a welcome development, the government announced it would extend the temporary interruption fund until the 30th of June 2022. Why was that decision made?
It was made on the basis of representations from the screen sector that the temporary interruption fund was still needed through this next period.
Okay. How many times has the TIF had to pay out on an insurance claim to date?
No claims to date.
No claims. Okay. Why does the government believe the screen sector deserves an insurance scheme but not the live events and entertainment sector?
That would be asking me to give an opinion on government policy, which I'm not able to do. But just to explain,
well, what's the actual rationale for that?
I'm happy to explain that. So the reason that the temporary interruption fund was put into place was because the private investors that screen production companies rely on to finance their portions of their productions were not willing to invest that money unless there was an interruption arrangement in place. There was no commercial provider that was willing to underwrite those risks, and so very early in the COVID history, back in the first part of the government's support, the government agreed to provide a sum of $50 million to assist screen productions continue.
Okay. Is the department aware of the many festivals, concerts and events that have had to be cancelled in recent months due to the Omicron wave?
Sadly, yes, Senator.
Do you know how many there are?
I don't know off the top of my head, no.
Do you keep a running file on that? Or?
We do for the RISE-funded productions, but not generally. Most under RISE, most RISE projects that haven't been able to proceed have been rescheduled. Only a very few have actually been fully cancelled.
But that's only under the RISE. So if they didn't come under the RISE, you really don't know then, do you?
We don't track that nationally, no.
Has the department modelled the cost of a national insurance scheme for live events and entertainment, which would cover, for instance, insurance against the key performer being infected with or exposed to COVID?
As I said, Senator, we've looked at the state insurance schemes closely, and they have a range of different options that are available. And obviously the Victorian scheme is quite extensive. Around 240 million, I think, has been provisioned for interruptions in that state. And New South Wales has also allocated a significant amount of money in their Event Saver Fund.
You have done modelling, or you've just looked at the various schemes?
Yeah, we've looked at the various.
So
schemes.
you actually haven't done any modelling?
Well, not specifically, because as I've said, really the interruptions are as a result of the actions of state governments. So the government's position has been that it should be the state government that supports that.
Health interventions.
Okay, I I guess I struggle with the fact that why does the screen sector deserve the confidence and stability given to it by a government underwritten insurance scheme, but not the live events and entertainment sector? Why is that the case?
As I said, Senator, the Temporary Interruption Fund for Screen was put in place because those productions wouldn't be able to go ahead without the private investors putting money into them to finance them. So there was a very clear case that screen production would pretty much stop without that Temporary Interruption Fund, whereas live performance has largely been able to continue, albeit at reduced
There's been lots
rates.
of cancellations, though. You know that, anecdotally as well as I do.
Yes, there have been some cancellations and many rescheduled or postponed shows.
Okay. That's us. Thank you.
Right. So, conscious Senator Hanson-Young has some more questions. So, wouldn't want to.
We're done.
Just opposition senators have completed their questions, so we'll hand to you now. Do you know? Do you have a sense of how long you might need so we can manage the program?
Let's see how quickly we can get some answers.
I'm just wondering for management purposes, waiting 5, 10.
10,
Oh.
and maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if we can do it in 10.
Asking.
Before I go on to the questions in relation to streaming services and local content, I just wanted to go back to the RISE Fund for a moment, if I could, Dr. Arnott.
We have the answers on your question about the timing of the ABS data as well.
Ah, yes.
So we'll receive it at the end of May, and then so we should be in a position to have updated analysis in June, I think.
Okay. So not in time for informing the budget?
The ABS release is on 28th of May.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I'll clarify if that's not
But that's great. Thank you for that, Mr. Atkinson. Dr. Arnott, now you said that there's about 20 million left in the RISE Fund for this final round. What I'm interested in is how many applications are currently on the books for that, and how much of, I guess, what is the net worth of those applications?
Yeah, so I think we answered on notice, Senator, that we'd received at that time applications to the value of 766 million.
Wow. And we've got 20 million left.
That's over the course of the whole RISE period.
Right, okay.
So for the 200 million that was allocated, we'd received 766
Still well and
million.
truly oversubscribed, right?
Strong demand, yes, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. And so, so at the moment, you're not then looking at this final round and saying X number of these are going to be considered, or are you? I mean, how are you?
Yeah, so we do have a batch of applications for the next one. So Mr. Cox might...
746 applications in that final batch, Senator.
746 applications, and how much are they worth?
I don't have that figure off the top of my head, but I'll get it for you while we're sitting here.
Have we got that?
No, I'm just getting...
We'll come back with
that. Okay, all right.
It'll be in excess of $20 million.
Thank you. Well, we might go on to the screen and local content announcements, if that's okay, as part of the Green Paper response from the Minister. I just want to get some clarity over some of these issues. Firstly, I'm wondering, will we require legislation for to bring in the Tier 1 reporting scheme? Will that be a legislative change?
I'll just ask Mr. Penrose to set himself up and then answer all your questions.
Thank you.
James Penrose, Assistant Secretary, Media Reform Branch. Yes, legislation is likely to be required to implement the proposed scheme.
And will that be a standalone piece of legislation, or is that an amendment bill? Or
look, it's yet to be decided, but most likely it would be an amendment to existing legislative arrangements.
Okay. Thank you. I'm wondering what modelling was used to support the choice of the 5% expenditure level. Did the department do their own modelling on that, or did that come from somewhere else?
Well, there was a range of analysis that was undertaken to inform the advice we provided to government in relation to the scheme. There's obviously a very extensive process of consultation undertaken through the Green Paper, 110 submissions received through that process, and the department also engaged very widely with all aspects of the media sector in relation to those proposals. Some 69 meetings with 48 groups over the period of time to elicit views about the possible arrangements for a scheme in relation to streaming services. And you know those positions and that analysis certainly informed the advice we provided to government in relation to the scheme.
Okay, but there's no specific modelling that says that if it's set at this level or this level or this level, this is what the impact is going to be, either jobs creation or financial dividend.
Well, Senator, can we go with the word analysis? Modelling has a very technical term. But, sorry, Mr.
Well,
Penrose.
you may have just belled the cat there, Mr. Atkinson, because I guess that's my point. How specific were we? And technical, was this decision made, or was this made on, who whistled the loudest as the number was put up on the whiteboard?
Well, I would say it's a proposal at this stage. So the government on the 7th of February released a discussion paper with a set of arrangements that it's proposing to take forward and is seeking views on those. The 5% figure in the scheme as proposed is the trigger for for a designation by the Minister of an entity to be a Tier 2 entity, so to face a formal investment obligation. So 5% would be the trigger to which the decision maker could consider whether or not that particular entity may be subject to an investment requirement.
Okay. Does the current voluntary reporting that was requested by the Minister almost 2 years ago now, I think, really, or 18 months ago, has that required the collection of data on revenue?
That reporting arrangement, no. The details that are provided through to ACMA in that process relate to the availability of Australian content on the services in question.
So I guess what it'd be good to know, and if you could table some documents or give us some information as to what you've used in the analysis, as the Secretary prefers to describe it, that was done to help inform that 5% of revenue versus hours of content or, length of time.
Yeah, well, we've certainly assessed the subscriber numbers for these services, which are publicly available, and with a number of assumptions, you can provide, support some analysis of what the likely revenue of these services is. Which, while it's based on a number of assumptions, is certainly, part of the process of assessing potential regulatory structures.
So do we have any numbers that you can point to say what the current level of expenditure on streaming services are on local content?
Yeah, well, at the moment, through the reporting program for 2020-21, the 4 services that participate in that voluntary reporting arrangement expended $178.9 million on Australian programs through that process. So that was for the 2020-21 year.
178.9 million across the 4. And could you just, so we're clear who those 4 are?
It's Netflix, Disney, Amazon and Stan.
Okay, thank you. And do we know what percentage of their revenue that 178.9 million is?
No, we don't have a percentage figure, Senator.
So it could be well below 5%, it could be more than 5%, it could be 5%. You've got no idea?
Well, no, we don't have a precise figure. These are those revenue figures are not available through that reporting process through to the ACMA.
So how do you know 5% is in the ballpark of what is achievable then?
Senator, I think Mr Penrose was talking about earlier about how you can make various assumptions about subscriber numbers and those sorts of things to get ballpark figures on revenue.
So what are the ballpark figures then? You must have done this analysis, otherwise how did you come up with 5%?
Well, the 5% figure is the percentage of overall revenue that would, under the scheme, enable the Minister to consider whether to impose an investment obligation. We've certainly looked relevantly at overseas developments. A lot of overseas jurisdictions impose either levies on SVOD services or direct financial investment requirements. Most of those jurisdictions tend to be around the 5% level, say 3 to 5%. There are a couple of jurisdictions in Europe that go higher, but most of them are around that mark. And as I said, this 5% figure is not the amount that they would be required to invest. It's the figure that would enable the Minister to consider the imposition of an investment obligation. And under that scheme, I should note that if it is implemented as proposed, there would be formal reporting requirements on those entities to disclose to the regulator their revenues, so that the decision maker, in this case the Minister, would have that information available to them in considering whether or not they have or haven't met a 5% expectation.
I do want to move on, but I want to be clear. Do you have out of that 178.9 million that you know was generated spent in Australia, do you have any sense of what the current percentage of expenditure is to make up that figure?
No, not precise figures, Senator, no.
Okay. I've got quite a few other questions on this line of questioning.
On streaming?
Yeah.
Well, this is the place to ask.
Yes, so I'm just saying the buzzer's gone off, so. Are you sure? Are you
think
happy
they're
for me
done.
just to keep? Oh, okay, right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. So this exhausts the question.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Do you have any analysis that you can table that allows us to see what this new scheme would generate?
what the proposed or the forecast is being based on?
No specific information we could table about the precise figure if it was to be applied in the future, bearing in mind that the percentage that would be applied would be a matter for the Minister at the time.
Yes. Has any of this analysis been to Cabinet?
There was a Cabinet process associated with the development of this proposal and the related proposals that stem from the media Green Paper consultation process.
So a briefing paper went proposing this scheme?
It was wound up in part of normal Cabinet processes for the consideration of these sorts of things.
And as part of that, there was some type of analysis around revenue, forecast?
We won't go into the analysis that we provided into Cabinet, but we did provide advice to government with respect to these things.
How does the amount of investment expected under this new scheme compare to what we know is a decline in investment on free-to-air? We all know there's been a decline, and then there's been a lifting of even the requirements, the legal requirements. So I'm just wanting to know what surely you've had to kind of match those up?
Just before we get to Mr Pemprose answering in detail, I think one of the important things to note here is that there is a changing view of patterns and consumption
I'm
through
not
SVODs
arguing against that, Mr.
is we're trying to attach content requirements to, I suppose, the rising tide, as it were, which has a much broader base potentially in the future. And as with all revenue projections, there's an element of judgment as to how fast that will rise. But I think that attaching,
I don't discount that, and for the record, and I think Dr. Arnott would be aware of this, and perhaps possibly before your time, Mr. Atkinson. I was one of the first people out of the blocks saying we needed something on streaming services because the change of audience. But what I'm trying to ascertain is we've seen a massive decline in free-to-air and the investment in local content. We need something to be able to show the sector and those who invest in the sector that there is what the comparison, at least in the short term, if not the long term, is going to look like.
We certainly have data that's reported through to the Australian Communications and Media Authority by the free-to-air broadcasters on their level of expenditure. For the most recent reporting cycle for 1920, we have those figures, and they're obviously relevant to the analysis and advice we provide to government. They do show a decline in the general expenditure levels on Australian content within the bounds of the regulatory requirements that those entities have.
Yes.
We also obviously have data reported in relation to subscription television broadcasting licensees and channel providers in terms of the amount of Australian drama that they provide. Those are both publicly reported streams. And obviously we've had for 2 years the voluntary reporting arrangements that were put in place with the largest streaming services. So that evidence base is there to provide and inform, deliberations over regulatory arrangements going forward.
Could you table some of those that you've referred to, please? That would be helpful.
Yeah, that's certainly
Thank you.
fine.
Can I ask, we have the Australia Council waiting online for their 12:45 slot. How much of an indication of what time you might require?
Maybe another 5 minutes.
Cool.
Senator, if it's all on this topic, this is actually in the next outcome anyway. Mr Pemprose is not actually part of that, so we could do it as part of the outcome 5.
Well, I'm happy to do that if we can come back.
But it's just streaming and content you want to talk about,
Yeah.
so the rest of the arts people could go?
Yeah.
Okay. We can do that. Mr Pemprose can come and answer then.
Okay. Well, are we up to time though for?
Yeah, we're on
yes,
time.
we're up to time.
We're on
Okay.
time.
Okay, that's fine.
So thank you.
Perhaps could we get the answer to that question on from Rise? Is that what that was about?
Do you have the answer?
Mr Cox has a couple of answers to read in.
Okay.
If that's
If we could do that. And
We'll do that. Yeah. Of course. Thanks for that.
Thanks,
Hello.
Chair.
Hello. Yeah, please provide your clarification, and we look forward to that.
Thanks, Chair. Just to knock these over. So, 746 applications in batch 7, asking for $264 million.
64 million. 264 million.
Yes, Senator. And with respect to the outstanding answers for Senator Urquhart, 36 organisations have received RISE more than once, 8 for rescheduling costs for the same event, others for different activities and events. And with respect to... That's right. And just with respect to the Guns N' Roses issue, around 450,000 of the 600,000 funding for TEG for Guns N' Roses is for Australian bands as support acts. They haven't announced those acts yet because it's a rescheduled event, and so that's not unusual for those acts to not yet be scheduled.
Right. Well, thanks for that. I really appreciate you providing
Thank you.
those clarifications. We now close off program 1. Sorry, my mistake. Close off 6.1. Now move to the Australia Council, and we thank you for providing your time, Mr. Collett. We're not doing opening statements.
No, not yet. They'll be next.
But you may like to table that. And I'm in the hands of the committee as to whether or not you... No questions from the opposition senators. Any questions from the Australia Council? Do you have... would you like to...
I can ask some questions of the Australia
Senator
Council.
Patrick, you also have... Okay, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Hello, thanks for giving us
You're here for the screen,
your
yeah.
time today. I firstly just wanted to ask whether there had been any work done on pitching to government ahead of the budget on a need for an increase to Australia Council funding, given just how terrible the arts have been smashed over the last 2 years.
So a couple of things, thank you, Senator, by way of response. In terms of how the creative sector has been affected, clearly we work very closely with the department on particularly the RISE funding and the sustainability funding. We've been very pleased to be at the table giving the best possible advice we can pertaining to those parts of the sector that we know well, particularly with RISE, and sustainability has been a very effective way of dealing with balance sheet pressures on many of our multi-year funded programs. So our view is that this will take some time to play out. Through those measures, I'm happy to say that none of the organisations we fund, multi-year, small to medium or partnership orgs, at this stage have got to anything like insolvency. But there has been significant claim on the sustainability fund thus far. I guess the thing we see coming down the track, and it's up to the government what policy response it might have in the future, is again, we thought towards the end of last year, it was very encouraging that audiences were voting with their feet and coming back very strongly, and you could feel a bit of optimism in the sector. Omicron clearly has put great pressure on that. And this time the dynamics are slightly different, because this is not because of lockdown, it's because audiences are nervous about a far more contagious form of COVID. Just to finish that thought, Senator, and this is anecdotal, and I don't pretend it's any more, because we won't know until we start getting the first quarter results from our companies about what the reforecast look like. But in the last couple of weeks, given that my colleagues and I are deeply and broadly in contact with the sector, I have to say some of the anecdotal evidence is encouraging. That first kind of gasp of reluctance that came with Omicron may be easing for some of our organisations. But my point is the pressure on reserves and balance sheets and ability to take risks, we think is something that's going to play out over the next 6 to 12 months. So we would talk closely to the department about possible policy responses to that. But at the moment, the organisations we serve are still intact, and their balance sheet suggests that they can go forward. The second part to your question, if I may quickly, is we're constantly in conversation with the department about ideas for further investment. So you know very well, as well as I, that through multi-year funding, demand is well in excess of what we are able to invest in multi-year organisations, for one example, and indeed individual artists and project grants. So there's always an unmet need, and by unmet need I mean applications of quality, not just looking at the total quantity, but indicatively individual and project grants run to about 16%. We think there's probably double that of worthwhile projects that could be funded through funding rounds. And when I say worthwhile, of course worthwhile to artists, but also worthwhile to the communities, which is very much where the Australia Council is looking at the public benefits of the investments in arts and creativity for the broader country. But there are also other areas that we think of where the arts and creative sector can play such a vital role in mental health and welfare and youth engagement and healthy ageing. These are conversations we have all the time with our constituents and indeed with the department about what future investment may look like. So it's not a specific response to the current budget round, but it is absolutely the way we are advocating for future investment in the creative industries.
Final question from me, Chair. Thank you for that. I hear what you're saying about the importance of the Art Sustainability Fund in keeping those actual arts organisations and particularly those that facilitate a lot of other community arts networks afloat, and how important that was to stop insolvency. I just want to tease out, it seems to me that the Australia Council was vital in making sure that happened because of the long-held expertise that the Australia Council has had of knowing where the strengths and weaknesses are. Is that fair to say that without the leadership of the Australia Council, that the money may not have gone where it needed to go?
Well, thank you for your confidence in the Australia Council, which I share, of course. I think the important thing here is we have worked, as I heard Dr. Arnott say, daily with the department. So we have deep expertise in the arts organisations and the artists that we fund. So we have been able to provide very significant advice on investment of RISE, and of course much more materially the Sustainability Fund, which has flowed to mostly the organisations that are funded through the Australia Council. And there has been very strong collaboration between us and the department. Yes, to your point, I think our advice has been absolutely, I was going to say invaluable, actually invaluable in how the money is invested. And we have been very pleased to be at the table. So the department and the Minister in his final decision-making can take advantage of the knowledge that resides at the Australia Council.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Hanson-Young. And that is all we have for you. So thank you very much for dialing onto our estimates hearings today. We now
Thank you.
Can you just go short? Suspend briefly while we organise Screen Australia. Thank you. Okay. We are back on just temporarily because we need to get a clarification from Dr. Arnott.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, just in response to Senator Davies' earlier question about regional projects that have been successful for RISE. So out of the 450, 96 organisations were located in regional or remote Australia, which is 24% of projects funded. And in fact, when we look at it across them, 49% of all the events funded in the first 6 batches of RISE occurred in regional or remote locations.
That's 2,013 regional events which have received almost $106 million in RISE funding, supporting over 106,000 jobs in regional Australia.
All right, that's good.
That's
Thank
very
you.
good statistics. Thank you very much,
All right.
and thank you for getting back to me.
As a result of having a few issues with getting Screen Australia on the screen, we are going to take lunch now. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll suspend. Resume our Senate Estimates program, and I wanted to welcome Screen Australia. We've had some issues getting you on the screen, which is perhaps ironic, but now you're here. Can you hear us?
Can indeed, Chair.
Terrific. We've got Screen Australia and we've got Sound Australia. So I'm going to begin. Do you need to go?
I need to go at 2:30.
All right, well, we'll rotate in the usual way. Senator Urquhart, kick us off, come to Senator Davey, and then I think...
Senator Pratt.
Sorry, Senator Pratt, yeah.
Ask about the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill number 5, which passed the Parliament with Labor amendments in December last year. The amendments passed the Senate on December 1, and despite government statements that it could not and would not accept the amendments in the House, later that day the amendments did pass the House. Was Screen Australia involved at all in lobbying efforts that day?
We don't do lobbying efforts, Senator.
So no. Was Screen Australia asked by the department or the government to assist in lobbying crossbench or coalition MPs against Labor's amendments to the bill?
No, Senator.
Was Screen Australia asked to enlist prominent members of the screen sector to lobby crossbench or coalition MPs against supporting Labor's amendments to the bill?
No, Senator.
So I take it from that. Do you have any background or knowledge within Screen Australia about the source of that lobbying which took place in terms of who was associated with it and how it came about?
I mean, Senator, I'm not aware of anyone being asked to lobby to defeat those amendments.
You're not aware? Were you aware of the lobbying at the time, or did you become aware of it later?
I think, Senator, I mean, I guess I'm slightly confused here that we were not involved, or I was not aware at any point of people lobbying to defeat those amendments. There was a lot of work going on in many parts of the sector to ensure that the bill was being addressed. That is something that, the screen producers and every guild and every production company was keenly checking that the bill was going to be debated and looked at.
Yes, okay, and what about the amendments? Did you know about the amendments at the time?
No, we were not involved in any way to work against those amendments.
Okay. And would you have considered, would it be appropriate to lobby or assist in lobbying against such amendments?
No, Senator.
Okay. Looking into Screen Australia's drama report, what's the difference, please, between the 2018 to 19 and the 20 to 21 drama report in terms of commercial free-to-air drama spend, commercial free-to-air drama titles, free-to-air drama hours, children's content titles and children's content hours?
I mean, Senator, I guess I'm looking for a little more direction from you, what you're actually asking for, because obviously the drama reports are huge things, and those things you've just mentioned, there's a lot covered there. So if we can provide you any sort of analysis between those 2 years that you require.
Okay, is there a significant difference? Let's turn to commercial free-to-air drama spend, looking at 18-19 and 2021.
I think, Senator, what you are looking towards is you want a response to me that, yes, there is been significant changes in the volume of hours and spend between those 2 years on those platforms. So I think that is something that I can confirm to you quite easily. Downward trend there.
Well, can you go to that? I'm trying to work out, the government's trying to assure us that Australian content levels are healthy despite their changes to regulation. So I'm therefore asking you to quantify and confirm the differences that I think are there, starting with drama.
I mean, obviously, again, Senator, one of the things that we've pointed out is that there is still a lot of drama being made, particularly if you add in the newer platforms. There has been a shift away. There was a year, for example, also I know where, not aware, but where Foxtel were not involved in any, but of course Foxtel are back now doing, I think we've got 3 on the go with them right now.
Okay, my question, however, was children's content was more general, but specifically it was in free-to-air drama spend, drama titles and drama hours. Could you go to the issues in free-to-air, please?
Well, I mean, I think free-to-air, one of the challenges, obviously, Senator, is that dramas are rating less well than they did in the past, and at the same time their costs have gone up. Many people have moved to how they consume that content. Particularly they've moved into streamers. It would also be fair to say that obviously at the moment probably our most significant drama partner, single partner, would be the ABC. But the free-to-airs, as I said, we have dramas on the go, certainly with 9 and 10 at this moment. There is one with 7, but it's been delayed because of the Western Australian border issues.
Yeah.
So clearly, Senator, yes, there has been a shift in the number of hours and spend.
I can give you some numbers, if you like, from the drama report.
Yes, thank you.
So the number of commissioned titles between 1920 and 2021 for the commercial free-to-airs and on-demand platforms was declined from 17 to 11. The total investments in decline from 60 million to 54 million.
I beg your pardon? 60
Total
to 50.
investment, 60 to 54 million.
Sorry, did it go up, the total investment, or down with the decline in the number?
It went down by $6 million.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I was just, thank you very much. And what can you tell us about children's content titles and hours more broadly?
I'll give you some broad detail, and then I'm sure Mr. Brearley can probably give you some specifics. I mean, again, Senator, one of the things that Screen Australia does is obviously work with the sector, but we're also really looking at audiences and who they are. One of the things our friends from the ABC will probably say when they're on later is that children's content viewership has coalesced very strongly around ABC Me and online. They're the 2 places where primarily children are watching. So yes, we were making children's content in partnership with the free-to-airs and others, but which obviously that requirement has been lifted. So clearly that has an impact on some of the production, no question. But obviously what we're looking at is at the moment, one of the things for Screen Australia is working out with the ACTF how we still make children's stories for the right places. So obviously we work a lot with ABC Me, but we're also investigating things we might do with YouTube and others just to ensure Australian children see themselves.
Okay, and what do you look at in terms of whether households are accessing Australian children's content, or if some households might not use the ABC that regularly? What children's content are they therefore accessing?
What we are seeing a lot is YouTube is a primary place. I mean, obviously there's streamers are involved in it too, but particularly, so we are looking at we are trying to work, as I say, with the ACTF, particularly the Australian Children's Television Foundation.
If you're watching YouTube, you're not watching quality children's content. My son likes to watch computer games on, other people play computer games on YouTube. I wouldn't call that quality children's content.
I agree with that. It's great frustration.
Your children are the
That's
same, Senator Bragg.
Very strange.
I mean, one thing, Senator, we're looking at is obviously people like even the ABC would also be able to put that content on YouTube. And we've had conversations about what role Screen Australia might take in that place, as you say, to ensure longer form quality content, which we back all the time. We do from Bluey and Hardball and First Day. We're involved in a lot of this stuff. So it's higher in mind.
I don't much mind if it's short, provided it's quality, which rehashed videos of other people playing Minecraft are not. Children's content hours, can you tell us what's gone on there, please?
Senator, across all platforms between 19, 20 and 21, in terms of spend on live action children's TV drama increased from 24 million to 35 million. Animation decreased from 27 million to 13 million. In terms of total hours, live action hours declined from 32 to 26, and animation hours declined from 55 to 13.
Why did animation decline specifically? We've seen it as a growing industry, and I imagine it's not as dependent on having actors in a place that it should have been subject to the same COVID-type restrictions for actors.
I think, Senator, it's because a lot of people were acquiring lower cost animation shows to fulfil their obligations.
Lower cost, so overseas cost, or Australian but lower cost?
Australian, so of course it would be much cheaper and easier to make a short animation for your hours requirement than the cost of making a scripted drama for children.
I know, but you said animation had declined from 27 to 13. What do you put the decline down specifically for animation? Cheaper animation?
No, literally, they would stop. They used to make animation projects to fulfil their requirement, their obligation, and when those obligations are not there, that they don't have to make that content anymore.
Okay,
so you haven't
put
seen
it down
such
to
a
the fact
decline
that the
in scripted.
obligation's been removed and therefore
Sorry.
the content hours has declined
talking.
from, was it content hours or costs that declined from 27 to 13, please?
And I'm rotating the call.
I just want to clarify
No, I
that.
understand that, but I
Thank you.
need to run the committee in a fair way.
Apologies, Chair. In terms of spend, which so in the millions, spend on animation declined from 27 million in 1920 to 13 million in 2021, and that's across all platforms.
Okay, thank you.
Come back to you if we need to. So Senator Davey, then Senator Patrick.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions. It does relate back to the Treasury Laws Amendment Bill number 5, the inquiry that was held by this committee. During that inquiry process, there were a lot of concerns raised about the increase of the threshold for the eligible producer offset. I think they call it QAPE in industry jargon. At that inquiry, the department noted that an extra $33 million in additional funding to Screen Australia would support high quality and culturally important Australian content. That was used as a justification for the increase in the QAPE threshold because lower budget productions could come to Screen Australia for a bit of that $33 million. During the process, we also, though, heard that Screen Australia was yet to develop guidelines for administering that additional funding. Have those guidelines now been drafted?
Senator know, obviously, as you were referencing, we were waiting for the legislation to go through to see where the gaps were that we were going to be needed to assist with. So obviously when the legislation changed back, there are no longer those gaps to be filled. So what we are working on at the moment is still the original intent, going back some time, to specifically help projects of scale and particular interest. So we have already, apart from the obvious one, we've been helping to the tune of $5-6 million in additional COVID costs, the productions that have gone through in this year alone. We've given additional monies to the online area, which is the biggest audience focus that we have by a long way. We've also given more money to the First Nations team, and we're also giving more money to help all productions get their right audience. So that is in train at the moment as we speak. We're going back to version 1 before we were going to have to assist projects impacted by the legislation changes, which did not happen.
So will it also, because you, during that inquiry, in your evidence, Mr Mason, you noted that Screen Australia already plays a role in funding things like documentaries, because there's a lot of concern about the Australian documentary industry. And you said, I think to quote you, this funding is to target quality and culturally important Australian screen content, supporting producers to find a pathway to audiences. So you're saying that that's what you're going back to. So this additional 33 million, which you've still got, but there are no separate guidelines for that. You're rolling it into your existing processes.
At that moment, yes, Senator. And again, I would just note to you, I think last year we were involved in 57 documentaries.
Right.
So we're involved in a lot of them.
Okay. For groups and projects that want to find out more and to access, in light of the fact that there's not new guidelines, where do they go for information about how to apply to ensure that if they've got a story that is good enough, legitimate, and they just want that assistance to find the pathway to an audience, where do they go and how clear are the guidelines? Because I'm still hearing people who are asking me questions about how they can access that funding that was raised in that process.
As I say, Senator, it's on our websites are very clear in each area, and they have guidelines for each separate area depending on where people are working, whether it be in development, whether it's a documentary, whether it was children or scripted or features, they're all in there. And the one thing which the last strand would be actually as we help people with their pathway best to audience, that is something we will be doing actually with successful applicants for production funding as opposed to new applicants. So it's an additional resource to those projects which are being backed to properly get them in front of audiences. So it will be someone we are already working with, if you understand, Senator, as opposed to someone coming in blind and trying to work out how to get that.
Right. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Davies. Senator Patrick.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just want to ask some questions about the $20 million screen fund. At last estimates, and Dr. Arnott was here along with the Secretary. Screen Australia, I think I missed you. Last time around, there was $9.8 million had been spent on 188 cinemas. And subsequent to estimates and the discussion of estimates was how do we take that program worth $20 million and deal with some distressed cinemas that were still distressed as a result of lockdowns in Victoria and New South Wales and therefore movies not being released. My understanding is there was an announcement made just before Christmas to allow people to go back for a second hit. Is that correct?
December the 24th, Senator.
24th, okay, so it's a Christmas present, yeah. And I thank the government for doing that. That is appreciated. The the question I've now got is how many people have made applications, how many cinemas have made application for the second round, how many have been approved and how many have actually had money dispatched to them?
So, Senator, as you know, we administer this on behalf of the government. Last time round, we managed to get it from nowhere to money out very quickly, which we're thrilled by. When our office reopened in mid-January, Senator, then applications started coming into us. I understand, I think as of today, we're at about 166 applications have come in already in this 4-week period. Some 125 have already been assessed and approved, which is coming to
sorry,
about
that was
7.
just 125, is that right?
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you.
They've already been, and that is about 7.3 million of funding has been approved and moving towards contracting.
Okay, and have the cinemas been notified of their approval?
That will be in the process once the contracting is taking place, but that is imminent, Senator.
Okay, so that's like, when you say imminent, that's like a week away, sometime in the next week?
Correct.
Okay, and then what happens to the other, what have we got, no, the other 41? They're still being assessed, is that right?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, so it's not that they've... Have you had anyone that you've rejected?
There has been just 1 or 2 which are not eligible under the rules of the scheme, but clearly at the moment, no. So we do expect, Senator, that we will have all of the remaining fund assessed, contracted and paid within a matter of weeks.
Okay, so some people will get a notification next week, and then, obviously the reason this is being done by the government is they've recognised there is still hardship in this space. So speed is, in my view, still of an essence. I'm not critical of the time frame that you've given. So a week's, sometime in the next week, approvals advised, and then money flowing. What time?
Same time.
At the same time.
Really,
okay.
We are very close. We're ready to go.
All right. Well, I'm really pleased with that, Mr. Mason. That's excellent news. And again, I thank the government for that. And that's it.
Right, well, I think we're done with Screen Australia. We're going to go back to the department. So thanks, Screen Australia.
Thank you.
Great to see you. We might suspend for a moment while we get the department back. Yeah? We'll suspend. We'll do the usual blocks from here. So, Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Minister. Few quick questions about the direct.au domain. What's the role of the department in terms of domain spaces more generally?
Senator Richard Windeyer, Deputy Secretary. So the department doesn't have a direct role. The management of the .au domain space is looked after by an organisation called Outer, who are not, who in a sense hold the, who have the, in a sense were given the job by government to administer the domain space, but it's not a government agency and it's not a space that therefore the government has a direct role in.
Have you been consulted at length on direct.au changes?
I'll pass to Ms Saleri, but yes, we're certainly aware of the work Outer's doing with respect to direct registration, but I'll just pass to Ms Saleri to see if she's got any further to add.
Hi, Senator. I'm Kath Saleri, Assistant Secretary, Consumer Safeguards Branch, and excuse me, I've just run up the stairs. We have been aware of Outer's moves to introduce direct registration, and we support their right to be innovative in the way that they administer domain names in Australia.
So was the Minister consulted on the changes? Was there any decision point for the Minister in this process of this decision?
The Minister is aware, but there was no decision point for the Minister.
Can you explain, please, what direct.au changes are and what they mean for businesses that own a traditional .com.au website?
Direct registration is allowing a domain name to be registered at the second level down, so not at a country code. So it allows businesses to align with overseas jurisdictions. So, for example, they could be called example.com.au without having to align themselves with Australia's country code. So it provides more flexibility.
Sorry. Hello, Senator Lachlan Patterson, First Assistant Secretary, Communication Services and Consumer.
That doesn't, yeah.
Another way to think of it is instead of, say, example.gov.au, it can be example.au. So it just takes it down to that extra level.
Okay, which is the opposite, I think, of what you were explaining, where, because .com is more international, but things with the .au you would associate with Australia.
So it's a second level refined one.
What is the purpose of the change and what are the benefits?
The purpose of the of the change is to provide businesses to have more opportunity to align internationally. So they don't.
I can't understand how it aligns them internationally.
They don't have to demonstrate that they're a com, or it gives them a much more, it's direct registration rather than being at country code level.
But isn't it country code because it's .au?
Yeah. Yes. So I think the key point is it gives choice and flexibility to businesses looking to register and operate domains in Australia. It's certainly something that is being done in other countries. Direct registration is not. I think it's a number of other countries.
More or less direct than, so if I've got louisepratt.com or louisepratt.com.au, why do you perceive it as being more internationally aligned? I would have thought .com was more internationally aligned because the country code is.
Yeah, so perhaps then maybe for the purposes of the discussion, maybe we don't, let's, rather than using the term internationally aligned, I think the basic point is it allows a more direct path to a registration. It is shorter and more direct and allows you to to go straight from example to AU, as it were, rather than going through .com or .net or
Okay, so you would be confident that it's an Australian entity, but it's not. Its use is not limited to Australian entities only, is it?
That depends, in a sense, on the rules of the domain name administrator on how and what they expect of
what
people
will those
looking
rules
to.
Be?
I'd have to take on notice what Outer's rules are in terms of what they expect of someone who's using who's in the .au space.
But we can get you a copy of the rules.
Who's taking account of the public interest here if this is a private commercial entity that's managing it?
So Outer has, since about 2001, been responsible for the regulation and administration of the domain name space. There are, and so they make those regulatory calls and take into account a range of factors in doing so. So, in a sense, the answer to your question is it's Outer. It's not that they are without oversight. They are.
Who oversights them?
There is a.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Windermere. So Outer is I think it's important to note that they're a representative body representing the interests of the industry. They have approximately 6,000 members at the moment. They do operate independently. They have a constitution. They have a board. But their roles and functions are performed because the Australian government has given them the responsibility for managing the Australian domain names. So we do, for example, sit on the board as observers, and we sit on the nominations committee as well, and we have access to their board papers.
And we work with them on what I think are called the terms of endorsement, which relate to the operation they're carrying out in Australia.
Do you think that domain name operators will be able to grow their revenue as a result of this new domain space being opened up? And what do existing businesses need to do to protect their claim on their domain name so that someone doesn't claim louisepratt.au if I've already got .com and
I understand the question, unless Mr. Leary and Mr. Patterson know.
A verification process. Ms. Leary might know more about
And do
that.
I have to pay again, or
No, you don't.
There is a verification process to prevent that exact scenario occurring.
Okay, how many websites are currently registered in the .com.au space? Are there estimates of how much revenue this creates for domain operators annually?
I don't have that information to hand, but I can get it for you on notice.
Okay. I understand
Sorry,
those
Senator.
who've registered... Okay,
Yes.
you've got it?
I've got 3.4 million .au domain names at the moment. And can I correct some earlier evidence? Outer has 4,000 members, not 6,000.
Sorry, .com.au, did you say?
Currently licenses over 3.4 million .au domain names. So whatever, it could be .com, .gov, whatever, but anything that ends in .au, they have 3.4 million.
Okay, so how many Australian domain names that have .au? Maybe you can take on notice
Yeah,
how many
I think that's the 3.4 million
.com,
number.
.edu,
Yeah,
that
we
have
can-
a .au.
we can take that
Break
on
that on
them.
notice for you, Senator. Yes.
What happens if a business doesn't get to the priority allocation process by the 24th of March?
I need to take that process question on notice for you, but I can get that for you.
Okay, what's the current process? You can do it via the priority allocation process. If I'm just used to re-registering my name when my domain provider tells me, are they going to automatically prompt me? What happens?
I'll take that on notice for you.
You can't tell me?
Senator, we're very happy to get the information from Outer for you, but given we don't set and we're not in the day-to-day administering of the way people get access to domain names, we'd have to go and talk to Outer to get that information.
I think it's a pretty big deal if something goes awry in terms of if it's not done effectively, because people could lose access to their domain name. You might have already competing domain names under .edu, .com.au, and someone's going to want to get to the .au first. What happens in those circumstances?
So we'll take that on notice, Senator, but I think it does get down to the validation and verification process that Outer does before they allocate a domain name to somebody else to consult with the people who have an associated domain name.
So is the department the observer on the board, or who is that observer?
The department is an observer on the board. It's either myself or Ms. Saleri.
Okay, and nevertheless, you're still telling me you don't know what happens if a business doesn't get in by the 24th of March. Is this not been discussed at the board level?
Not at the board meetings I've attended, but that's a process type of arrangement that will be set out, and Outer will have guidance on it, and I'm happy to get that for you.
So can I ask what public interest type issues the department has raised and sought to ensure are effectively managed in terms of your role on the board?
We'll come back to you on notice with the sort of range of considerations, including the public interest considerations that have gone into.
I'm asking the First Assistant Secretary and the Assistant Secretary in the context of your participation on the board, what issues the department has sought to raise.
The government's general range and oversight is through the terms of endorsement, as Mr. Windeyer said. We have an observer status on the board, so we're not voting board members. But we have a particular interest in issues such as the .une, the university issues. There's issues that we may express a view on around some of the security situations around domain names as well, where there's clear public interest. I've been consulted on regards to Indigenous place names, for example, in local languages. And proposed work that Outer wants to do in that space as well.
Isn't there not a robust public interest on trying to work out who's got a more legitimate claim to the .au domain in general?
I agree,
Yeah.
Senator, but I think this is embedded within their policies that ALDA would have in regards to, as I said, the verification processes they would undertake before they issue it.
Okay, but you can't tell me what those policies are.
I don't have those policies in front of me.
So the issues, I mean, I think there's you've alluded to, I think quite rightly, a new issue that's emerged as you go to direct registration, which is the relationship between the people that might exist already on the .com.au and how does that work going through into a direct registration for possibly the same, for a business not missing out on getting its domain. I mean, but I think the general point about the sort of issues, the issues that need to be considered in managing the .au domain, who are we comfortable having using .au and being associated with Australia, are the sorts of things ALDA has the experience and been doing with their on behalf of their members and on behalf of the Australian domain name space since 2001. So there's a new set of issues particular to direct registration, but the broader issues about the use of .au is a thing that has been overseen by ALDA now for quite some time.
Okay, they have overseen it for some time, but to what extent has the department therefore, if you had a problem with what they did and it needed some government oversight or regulation,
so there are...
it would be all, the government seems to say it's not our job at a policy level to interfere or even know. So what recourse does someone have if it's not resolved in a satisfactory way?
Well, I think the same, so in the first instance, it's the same sorts of recourse that have been available to users of .au domains for the last 20 years,
okay,
which
and
are through...
Yeah, I understand that, but are you aware of whether people are satisfied with that recourse, or it's generally given that they've got no power because the government doesn't take an interest in it?
I don't think that's the characterisation I would put around it. But no.
Would you know if there was a problem?
I think we would, Senator,
and
because
how would you know?
Well, because we do work and engage regularly with ALDA. We are, as Mr. Patterson said, an observer on the board, and we do work through a process with them associated with developing their terms of endorsement. We would see if there were significant complaints coming through or concerns coming through to ALDA as they were consulting on developing their new rules. We would obviously be aware of that. And there is a broader oversight piece insofar as if there are concerns that the Australian domain or the .au domain is not being appropriately managed, forgive me, I don't have the precise words around it, but there is a capacity to have some regulatory oversight set out. Arrangements are set out in the Telecommunications Act, which do allow some direct regulation if required, but at this point, and since ALDA was established, that hasn't been necessary.
Thank you. I'll move on. Can I ask in terms of... Sorry, I just need to check my... I've got lots of questions, but I'm keen to ensure we make the most of Minister Mackenzie's presence here. While I seek some guidance on that, I will ask in relation to the Regional Telecommunications Review. It said neutral host trials could validate a new model for providing mobile coverage to some of the remotest areas of Australia. So my understanding is, in partnership with Optus, they've secured funding to build 7 towers in Queensland, which will form the base to conduct the neutral host trials. Where's that up to, please?
I'll get the department to go to the details of the neutral host model, but I think what this trial highlights, Senator, is the highly successful Mobile Black Spot program, which has delivered 1,270 mobile base stations to rural and regional Australia, has been transformative in terms of the level of connectivity for people who don't live in capital cities. But we've seen a step change in demand, and we've also seen a lack of competition as a result of that program. It sort of reached the end of its natural life, shall we say, and so we're looking at new ways and models to ensure access and a competitive rate is achieved.
Okay, can I ask in that
Mr. Patterson?
context, does that mean the issue of having an Optus tower in one community and Telstra in another is overcome with this neutral host?
Absolutely,
or is that a different question?
absolutely, because, you know, people
I
out in rural
understand
and
the
regional
problem.
Australia can't get a $20 a month mobile plan, and so we're hoping that they'll have a drop in prices as a result of increased competition. But Mr.
No,
Patterson.
it was more that I wanted to make sure you still had any coverage at all.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
good.
yes,
All
yes,
right.
yes. We want to expand coverage and decrease prices.
Okay, I just wanted to move on to some questions.
Did you want to hear about the trials?
No, I do want to come back to that, but
Okay.
I just wanted to ensure that I was able to direct some questions to you specifically, Minister, while you're at the table.
I'll stay for this whole section, Senator. I don't have to rush back.
Oh, that's terrific to know. I wanted to ask, have you been presented with any research about the demographic of customers who've chosen to remain on ADSL in regional and remote areas, and what influences their network decisions?
That's a really good question. I'm just looking at officials about the depth of research that we have around choices consumers make.
I might ask Mr. Mason if we can come to that.
Philip Mason, Assistant Secretary, Universal Service Guarantee Task Force. Thank you for the question. We have done some work in the past on the types of services that different demographics have. We did a report recently, or we did some research about behavioural economics back in 2018, but probably in relation to your specific question, we don't have the exact analysis that you're looking for. So I would say the people who are remaining on ADSL are generally those obviously in the communities with that service available to them, and the option would generally be fixed wireless or satellite from NBN Co as the alternative.
I beg your pardon?
So they either can get ADSL from Telstra because that's been the incumbent product. This is in the NBN fixed wireless and satellite footprints. Alternatively, they may have moved to NBN fixed wireless or satellite.
Okay, and
so the other comment I would make is, by its nature, ADSL, it is operated on a copper network. It's typically in a town. Its reach goes to maybe 5 kilometres out of town at most.
what's your understanding about the spectrum capacity and customer experience challenges associated with the NBN fixed wireless network?
Well, I think, Senator, the customer experience on the NBN fixed wireless network is actually, by the reporting I've seen from NBN, holding up very well. It is certainly the case that there is a risk of, in any wireless network, there is a risk of congestion, but on the NBN network, the speeds being experienced on the fixed wireless network are holding up very well, way considerably above the minimum design threshold that NBN is building to. Spectrum is potentially an issue in the event that congestion should become a problem, but as I say, at the moment the network's performing well.
No, Minister Mackenzie, can I ask, you're the one though that tabled the report in Parliament on February 14.
Well, we were all in estimates, but it was
You have
tabled.
referred the questions though to the officials at the table. What's your understanding of the customer experience and those challenges?
Well, I have a lived experience as somebody that doesn't live in a capital city. I also meet regularly with stakeholders, whether it's from the National Farmers Federation, BER, people that we've set up consultative groups that I meet with regularly. So I'm getting feedback from right across the country, not just on the NBN, but on telecommunications more generally. The RTIRC review, as you would appreciate, Senator, is a review Parliament conducts every 3 years. It was set up to make sure that the telecommunications experience of rural and regional Australia was something that Parliament considered regularly over time and could adjust its policy response irrespective of who is actually in government. This latest review is the most heavily consulted review that's been undertaken, and I want to commend the committee on the work that they've done. I think a lot of that work, well, most of it was actually done via Zoom, and they were able to consult with industry groups, with individuals right across the country to provide us with a very detailed and appropriate
That doesn't go to
response.
the technical issues customers are experiencing. Can I ask, Minister, the review's shown that the network might not keep pace with demand. What's your understanding of that challenge specifically?
Well, it means that we've seen a step change in demand over time. It goes to people working from home and putting a greater demand on the service provision and the data requirements. It goes to the need for natural disasters and emergency situations, making sure that our base stations have battery. Sorry, can I just? I'm
it's
trying
just so
to
you
answer
can-
your question. Technically, Senator, we need batteries for mobile stations that actually last long enough for the technicians to get to the base station to actually repair it in times of flood or fire. So they're the sorts of things, technically, that we're looking at.
Okay, can I ask in that context?
Something?
My-
Which is rare, I know, but you've been going for 20 minutes, so I'm conscious we might rotate the call and come back to you, given we have other senators that would like to also ask questions.
I've got only 4 more in this bracket and then I could move on.
You want to
with
exhaust your
indulgence.
questions? Sure. Do you prefer?
Well, not for the whole top, but just for this topic. Minister Fletcher and Mitch Fifield both backed a report by the Bureau of Communications Research that said only 2% of Australians will need peak speeds of 50 megabits per second by 2026. Do you agree with their views?
Well, I tend to think that what we've found as we've rolled this telecommunications infrastructure out, the NBN and our mobile black spot program, is that rural and regional Australians have really taken the opportunity presented to them through this technology and ramped it up. They're competing with the globe, particularly in our core industries of agriculture and mining and manufacturing, and they've really, therefore, we've seen this increase in demand. So I think we're actually going to see an increase in demand for these types of services and speeds from rural and regional Australia. And if you look at the shift that's undergone in the last, say, 12 months due to COVID, we're seeing people moving out of capital cities to the regions, and that's also something we could never have foreseen in terms of increasing demand, and we need to make sure our network can meet that demand and exceed it.
Okay. Who will
Well,
need
Senator Urquhart,
speeds?
I hope we have, you know how I feel about people moving out of capital cities into the regions.
And Mitch Fifield.
You have a different view to them, don't you?
I'm also
Sorry,
in a
Louise.
different political party.
Okay, this is questions and answers, yep.
Can you confirm whether the 2022 NBN corporate plan includes funding to upgrade fixed wireless network from 4G to 5G?
Senator,
So that was directed to the Minister in the context of...
Well, I can direct the question to Mr Windeyer.
Senator, what I can tell you is I think NBN has allocates roughly $200 million a year in investment in the fixed wireless network. I think it'd be a question for NBN to know what their technology pathway is and when they propose to upgrade to 5G. I think the point that what they are looking to do is to continually invest in that network to make sure it can still deliver the speeds that they're currently offering and the majority of an awful lot of customers are looking for. So they are making sure that network can continue to deliver people their 25 products and their 50 products where a step change, where a new technology is needed for that, I think is a question probably for an NBN to answer.
Okay, well, they're on
Minister,
tonight.
Are they on
given the
tonight?
developments
They're
in
on tonight,
private
yep.
sector satellite capability, how does it influence your thinking about regional broadband levy, its design and objectives going forward?
Can you just
Do you
repeat
see a
that
need
question?
for the levy
You're
to
talking
evolve?
low orbiting satellites? What? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. I think this is one of the most exciting things about this particular policy area. You know, when we came to government and initiated this country's first ever mobile black spot program and turned the NBN rollout from capital cities under Labor to rolling it out to people that didn't have any access to broadband, being in the regions as a first point, the change in technology has just been exponential, and we're getting new products on the market all the time, which, if you look at what the objective should be and is, to increase access to broadband and telecommunications and also decrease the cost and make sure it's a reliable service, options and different technologies are presenting themselves all the time. And if you look at where low orbiting satellites were 5 years ago to where they are now, the change is exponential. So I don't want to be technology specific. I think we need to solve the problem, which is making sure rural and regional Australians have access to 21st century, reliable, affordable telecommunications and broadband services.
Okay, so how will the levy have to evolve to respond to that?
Well, I'll go to Mr Windeyer on that.
Senator...
No, well, I wanted to ask, I wanted to ask the Minister whether you've got any policy insights.
I don't have policy
Oh,
authority over the levy. That's Minister Fletcher's policy space. So with that in mind, I'll go to the Deputy Secretary.
Okay, let's get the answer and then we're moving on.
NBN Co has not increased its regional fixed wireless investment since it began receiving revenues from the levy. Why is that the case, Minister?
Senator, I don't think NBN has yet started. They might be about to receive the first allocation under the levy, so I don't think that's actually started. But I think the point to bear in mind with the levy is the vast proportion of that levy will, in a sense, be contributed to by NBN itself. So it has already, over the life of the NBN, been contributing and, in a sense, internally cross-subsidising support for the rollout and the ongoing upgrade of the fixed wireless network.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going to rotate the call now after that extensive period of questioning. And we're
I've
going
got a couple more and then I'll be done.
go to, you've been going for almost half an hour, so we're going to rotate the call. We'll come back to you. Okay. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Atkinson. I just wanted to go back to those questions in relation to streaming and SVODs. Yes, please. Just so that we're all on the same page, could you just quickly summarise for me what the key difference is between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 listings will be?
Yeah, sure. So Tier 1 would be purely a reporting framework. So entities that are designated under Tier 1 would be required to report on their provision of and expenditure on Australian programming. So that would essentially codify, in effect, the voluntary reporting arrangements that are in place and be very similar and modelled on those, given they've been developed over 2 years. Tier 2 would be entities that are designated under that part of the scheme and they would face a requirement to invest a certain percentage of their Australian revenue on Australian programming. They would also have the reporting framework as well, but in addition to that, there would be a mandatory obligation to invest a certain proportion of their revenue on Australian programs.
And that's the 5%.
5% is a trigger. So under the proposed designation arrangements, if they failed to provide or meet a 5% threshold, then the Minister would have the capacity to designate them under Tier 2. So 5% may or may not be the number. It's a threshold or enabling criterion for designation under Tier 2. And the reporting framework that sits for Tier 1 would enable the decision maker, in this case the Minister, to know what they're spending and to know what they're investing. So it's an informed process for determining whether they should be subject to an investment obligation.
But no one's going to be required to invest more than 5%.
The rate of investment will be a matter for that designation instrument. So it might be higher or it might be lower, but the expectation is that at a minimum these entities, and the other thing I should add is it's intended to apply to large entities, not necessarily smaller or new entities, but to larger entities to meet a certain level of Australian investment in Australian programming and to enable the Minister to determine that they be subject to an investment obligation if they failed to meet that 5% threshold.
Mm-hmm. And just going back to what the conversation we were having earlier, though, that Tier 1 requirement for reporting will need legislation.
Yes.
And in order to establish the designation power for Tier 2, would that need to be legislated as well?
Yeah, we'd imagine, and we're not at the legislative design stage yet, but we'd imagine that it would come together as a holistic framework. So it would be encapsulated in one amending bill or one new bill to introduce the framework itself.
Okay. And with the frameworks, that clearly there is one step and then the next. Just wondering when's the earliest that a Tier 2 designation could be made?
Well, under the proposal, the scheme would require, before a Tier 2 designation could occur, that the entity in question will have been a Tier 1 entity for at least a 12-month reporting cycle, so that regulation can't be initiated immediately. The entity would be given an opportunity to demonstrate the level of investment that they're making. So that was I guess that's a proposal that's obviously subject to consultation now, but its intent would be to provide for reporting first and, if necessary, to enable the Minister to move to a mandatory requirement if that expectation proves to not drive the results that are being sought.
You're saying, thank you, and you've said you're not at the legislative drafting stages yet. Obviously, this is a bit of an odd, if we're just honest about it, this is a bit of an odd cycle in the election and parliament kind of time frame to be talking about new legislation, particularly something that hasn't been drafted yet. I'm just wondering, have you been given any indication from the Minister as to whether this legislation would be tabled before Parliament is prorogued?
At this stage, we're working on the consultation process, so we've had no further direction or instruction in relation to that. The consultation period runs to the 24th of April, and obviously the outcomes of that consultation will feed through into our advice to government as to how to shape or any potential changes to the proposal as it stands.
Yeah. One of the questions I've been asked from stakeholders, and I guess this is why I'm going to some of these questions, Order, Chair.
What's happening with the ministerial arrangement? So do you know?
Sorry, Senator Hanson-Young.
Do you know?
I'm here at the committee's pleasure. I was requested to appear. I'm responsible for regional communications.
Okay, and do you know how long you're here for?
Until the committee has no longer...
We want you here all night, Bridget.
I don't think
you know where I'd rather be. Yeah.
Before the chair took it off her.
No, I'm happy.
And that's all we've got.
I'm very happy.
And then you can go.
I'm a minister that's a senator. I understand the importance of being here to answer my own policy.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of who we have next. So do you know how long you're here for? You don't know.
As I've said, Senator Bragg, I'm representing the Deputy Prime Minister in RRAT for the day. And I've got arrangements that allow me to sit here for as long as required by the committee.
Okay, so you're going back?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all we need to know.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, we're all sorted. Please,
Okay,
Can we go to questions?
Please play on.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So some of the stakeholders, sorry about that.
We knew that. Sorry. Sorry, Sarah.
Okay, all right. I mean, it's, yeah, just.
Having a discussion like
I know, but I
during the day.
can't, but they
We're
can't
finishing
hear,
now, we're
I
finished.
can't hear.
Play on, continue.
Sorry, Senator, you were getting to some of the stakeholders.
I wanted to
that
ask,
you want to
one of the key questions that I'm getting from stakeholders is, and you can understand where this is coming from in relation to that timeframe of the 24th of April, is there anything in this discussion paper and the response that in any way binds a future communications minister?
No, not at all.
Thank
Senator, just a bit of
Yes.
context on that. This is a long-term issue in the world of these sorts of markets. Nothing lasts forever, and everything's changing a bit. So, I think it's really important for us to have a good consultation process, and these issues will need to be addressed throughout the course of the year.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's probably worth noting is that voluntary reporting arrangement that's been running for 2 years now, we would hope and expect to continue that irrespective. So that
So that'll be kind of like another layer.
with the goodwill of the entities involved, because it is voluntary,
Yeah.
but we understand they're comfortable with that reporting arrangement, and for the 2021-22 financial year, they would report again to the ACMA in relation to that, and in turn the ACMA would put out another year's report. So it starts to build a data set of what they're investing in Australian programs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. But yes, I assumed that was the case about the future, but I think it's important for some of these concerns just to be addressed directly.
It is one of those things. It's a longer-term reform piece that we really all need to focus on, but just the ebbs and flows of the cycle.
Yes, of course. I guess this next question goes back to this issue of who gets designated and what the process is there, and this 5%. Is there any way? Does this proposal allow for a minister to designate a level that is either 1, higher than 5%, or 2, lower than 5%?
For designation of a Tier 2 entity, an entity that would face a mandatory investment obligation, yes. It could be higher, it could be lower, it could be 5%.
Okay.
That's really, in the proposal as it stands, allows the minister that discretion to take into account the circumstances at the time, the market conditions, the role of the player, that sort of thing.
And just to be clear on, so that individual designation, that designation would be individual to that entity. So someone, I'm just trying to flesh this out. You have a requirement to report that you're spending at least 5%. If you end up being designated, then it will be you're designated to spend a certain percentage, and that could be 5, but it could be lower or it could be above, and you could have certain different entities designated different levels.
Yeah, there would be that scope within the designation process, and in turn, the ability to designate a Tier 2 entity would be triggered or enabled if that particular entity failed to report, so they didn't report at all, or failed to invest at the 5% level. There's that trigger. So certainly the designation instrument would be specific to a particular entity, because the other entities on Tier 1 may be investing at 5% or more, and they may be continuing to report without any particular concerns.
Yeah, okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
I've got a couple more on here. I'm just trying to make sure I've ticked everything off, if that's okay, Senator Bragg.
That's okay. Sounds good to me.
Is there a process, I guess, for imploring the minister to act if someone hasn't kept faith with being listed as a Tier 1? Is there a review process? Is there obviously we've got Senate estimates, but, it shouldn't just be up to someone like me to come and say, well, this entity hasn't done what they said they would do, what will be the process for imploring the minister to designate?
Well, there'll be the framework that sets out the criteria we envisage in the proposal, statutory criteria that the minister would need to consider. And while we're not, as I said before, not at the legislative design phase, but that type of designation is most likely to be a legislative instrument and therefore required to be tabled and subject to parliamentary disallowance. So there'll be usual processes associated with the making of delegated legislation that would be associated with this framework.
And just to be clear, where does Foxtel fit into all of this, seeing as they are not free to air? They do have a streaming service. I mean, a lot of people now just access Foxtel actually through the internet and through the app, as opposed to through the Foxtel box. Where do they fit in all of this?
Well, the designation process would enable the minister to consider the service in hand. There will be a series of definitions which are sketched out in the discussion paper about what constitutes a subscription video on demand service.
Okay.
Elements like they need to have the majority of their revenue from subscription fees. They need to predominantly produce professionally produced content. So we're not trying to capture sites that have majority user-generated content, for example. And to the extent...
So not YouTube?
No, provided that YouTube doesn't change substantially,
Yeah.
and provide a predominant, majority of professionally produced scripted content,
Yeah.
then most likely. And also to lean heavily on the existing definitions that are in the Broadcasting Services Act, which are familiar to the industry, so that the definition, for example, of an online content service, which is in Schedule 8 to the Broadcasting Services Act, would, as proposed in the scheme, be the guts of what constitutes a service, so that existing definitions are used to the fullest extent possible.
So just to be clear, you've been given no direction, or there's no intention, or perhaps there is, I don't know, that Foxtel would have a carve-out from this process?
No, the proposal as sketched in the discussion paper would require the minister to consider certain criteria in assessing whether or not to designate an entity as a Tier 1 or a Tier 2 entity. But at the proposal as it stands, there's no explicit carve-out other than what's done by the definitions, which are, as I said, trying to utilise the existing definitions in the Broadcasting Services Act.
Just clarify, sorry, but there is already... Foxtel is already regulated as a subscription television service and has a requirement for local content that doesn't already apply to SVODs. Is that correct?
That's right. So as a subscription television broadcasting licensee, they're subject to the licence framework for those licences. And yes, there's a new eligible drama expenditure requirement on Foxtel and channel providers to services like Foxtel that provide drama content to expend a certain amount of their drama budget on Australian drama. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Anthony. Senator Davey?
Yes, I've got some questions. Before you run away, I've got a couple of just final questions on this topic, and then I'll be going back to regional comms. I just want to get an understanding. We know that the voluntary reporting arrangements have been in place for 2 years, and they have been quite widely accepted and adopted. Do we have an indication from that existing reporting of what percentage of revenue is currently, it looks like, being expended on as local content?
Well, no, not through the process of reporting through to the ACMA. So the data that's provided to ACMA in that context deals with the amount of Australian programs that are on the service, the expenditure on that programming, but the commitments made to the entities included to publish information only at an aggregate level. A lot of this data is quite commercially sensitive for the players involved. So what ACMA publishes in its report tends to aggregate up to the higher level so that those entities are comfortable. Now that is in itself a reflection of the commercial sensitivity to the entities involved, the fact that it's a relatively new reporting scheme and the fact that it's voluntary. So to get the parties to be comfortable with what's being provided and what's being published, the reports by the ACMA are at a very aggregate level.
Have we done, for the purposes of the discussion paper, the consultation paper that's out until April, which I know has followed on from previous consultations, and we had the industry green paper or white paper. So this is not the first consultation on this. But have we got modelling that indicates what 5% would look like, what sort of spend on Australian content that would be equivalent to? Is there that?
Senator, we went through this in quite a bit of detail previously with Senator Hanson-Young about the analysis that informed government decisions on that.
Yeah.
But we don't have modelling the way you've described it.
Right. Okay. I'll leave that topic. I'll go on to regional communications. Again. Thanks.
Yep, and then I'm happy for her to go if that's the case.
I think Senator Davis.
I've got something.
Oh,
for the
sorry,
Minister
apologies.
too.
I thought
I'm
he
not
was
running
giving
her
me-
off. No. I'm just finished with.
Okay, sorry. I thought
SBOD.
I thought the chair was giving me the call.
Yeah, well, do you want to finish?
Yeah, I'll finish. I'm just going to the other people. Thank you. I've got questions for the department and the Minister. I want to get an understanding. We've had the mobile black spot program in place since 2013, I believe. Can you please tell us how many mobile base stations that program has delivered since 2013 and what that would look like in terms of square kilometre coverage?
Hello, Senator. Lachlan Patterson. 966 base stations have been delivered. 66? 996. Okay. Sorry.
So 906.
Thank you for the correction. and given I got the number wrong, I'm going to refer to Mr Smurthwaite to give you the statistics.
Thank you, Senator. Phil Smurthwaite, Acting Assistant Secretary, Regional Communications Branch. I understand your question was the amount of new coverage we've delivered through the program.
Yeah.
So that's for the first 951 of those 996. These are the ones which we've got final completion reports for.
Yep.
That's over 410,000 kilometres.
And that's across regional and remote areas. Have we got a state breakdown, so we can understand what, and I understand if you need to take it on notice, but obviously I'm very interested in regional New South Wales. I'm sure Senator Hanson-Young's interested in South Australia, so have we got the state level breakdown of the increased service areas?
I can give you the number of base stations, Senator, but not the breakdown by kilometres. I could take that on notice for you.
Yep.
So 320 base stations in New South Wales.
That's great. Now, I understand from talking to stakeholders and talking to former partners in the Mobile Black Spot program that the low-hanging fruit's gone. It's getting increasingly less commercially attractive. What other programs are there that will help connect some of our most regional and remote Australians that are available?
One of our flagship programs, Senator, is actually the Regional Connectivity Program, and again I'll ask Mr Smurthwaite to talk about that, but in essence we've delivered some projects under round one already. That's the assessments process has been undertaken, the contracts are signed, and that's in the rollout phase, and the applications for round two close on the 18th of February this week. But I'll refer to Mr Smurthwaite for a bit more detail.
Thanks, Senator. So the Regional Connectivity Program came out of the previous Regional TEL review. Round one of that was announced last year. Over 130 projects being funded from quite small communities with perhaps a single small cell base station through to, for example, all of King Island, Telstra's mobile service, including the backhauls being upgraded. That's a quite significant project. We're also doing one across from Darwin to Nullarbor, which is a fibre upgrade which will increase the capacity on the network by 20-fold. So 5 gigabits per second to over 100. And there's a range of other projects. We just commissioned one in Western Australia last week in the Indigenous community of Columbaroo, which is a community Wi-Fi setup which provides free access to .gov sites and internally, and for those community members that want to use the internet more broadly, they can just simply purchase a data pin from the community store there.
So is this program the program where communities sit down and work on solutions that can be sort of co-delivered, but they're fit for purpose for the community, which may not be a base station, but could be, as you said, a small cell or single small cell or other areas. So it's not limited just phone service.
Absolutely, Senator. And some of the criteria actually include, there's a criteria around economic opportunities and social as well. So we explicitly look at the benefits to that particular local community, and we look to get endorsement from the councils and so forth. So it fits in with their plans for the community and where they want to take the community.
And we learned a lot through the Black Summer bushfires. When base stations were fried, we lost connection. I know NBN's Sky Muster, NBN's little utes went out into the regions and provided invaluable support for some of those regions. What are we doing to prevent that happening in future? Or not prevent, but to ensure that we've got responses in place in the future so that communities aren't left disconnected?
Okay, Senator, so we'll deal with this answer in two parts if it's okay. Mr Smurthwaite and myself are responsible for a mobile network hardening program, and I'll ask Mr Smurthwaite to talk to that. And then there's other aspects related to this which I'll ask one of my colleagues to talk about. But the relevant program is called the STAND program. Phil, do you want to?
So under the network hardening element of that program, stage 1 was a commitment to upgrade base stations from our earlier first 2 rounds of the Black Spots program to ensure that they had at least 12 hours battery backup. So since the 3rd round of the program, that has been a mandatory criteria, and so this was going back and fixing up. We've now done 461 of the upgrades have been completed, with a small number remaining in the next couple of little while. Stage 2 of that program is not focused on our Black Spots program. It's a more broader industry piece. So that is around about a $6 million element, and we expect that the outcomes of that program will be available shortly.
And the second part of the program will look at things such as battery upgrades, but also things around that will make base stations more resilient. So it could involve generators, it could involve levees because they're in a flood area, it could involve land clearing because they're in a bushfire area and so forth, or barriers to stop the radiant heat affecting the base station. So we've tried to keep it as broad as we possibly can. Might just ask very quickly Mr Cathedge to just talk about the other elements of the STAND program.
Thank you. Tristan Cathedge, Assistant Secretary, Telecommunications Market Policy. So I administer, along with Mr Smurthwaite, other elements of the STAND package. I might quickly first talk about the temporary facilities element. So that's a $10 million program, grants program, split into 2 parts. So the first part is a $1.7 million grant program for NBN Co. You referred to earlier, Senator, to NBN Co's road muster trucks, and this element did fund an additional 5 trucks. As part of the program, NBN Co took the opportunity to completely redesign the trucks to make them, to reflect on why the community valued those trucks during the 2020 bushfires. And in many ways, the observation was the trucks not only provided connectivity, but they provided a place for the community to gather and to access government services and so on. So the new trucks are quite large, and they have a place where people can sit down and access government services and so on. The second part of that program is the development of 12 flyaway kits. So they're small suitcase-sized kits. There's 2 suitcases that can be put into fixed-wing aircraft or helicopters and taken to the places where they're needed the most. So of the 5 Roadmaster trucks, 5 have been completed, and of the 12 flyaway kits, there have been 12 that have been completed. The other element of the program was a competitive grants program to fund other temporary facilities. So that competitive grants program has run its course. Contracts have been struck with telcos, including Telstra, Optus, TPG and NBN Co. I might just mention there's a few... that program did fund a whole range of different assets, and I can go through them if you like. Perhaps one to call out might be the NBN Power Cubes. So 40 Power Cubes were funded under the program, and 39 have been completed at this point.
Now, just explain, Tristan, what the Power Cubes do, because it sounds cool, but no one really knows what you're talking about.
Yes, Minister.
I'm thinking a little black box.
Yeah, I'm just thinking a black box.
So I suppose envisage a shipping container-sized unit that contains a battery, and on the top of it there's a solar panel. Right, so that's connected to a fixed wireless cell, and it can provide power to the cell for a long time. So, as I said, 39 of those have been deployed and have in fact already been used. So, for example, I've got some information here from NBN Co, which lists one Power Cube was able to provide 25 hours of power to a fixed wireless station.
What was the event that led up to the need for that? Was it a flood or a...
Yeah, so that was mains failure, a power mains failure, unknown in that case. And so I guess one of our observations as part of the 2020 bushfires was, that telecommunications networks can go down for a range of reasons. One of the reasons that was most prominent during that event was, in fact, loss of power. And so that's why the Power Cubes are a really important tool in the arsenal that NBN Co has in particular to deal with those kinds of events.
And can I just add to that answer, like one of the things we found in the 1920s bushfire, we're sort of putting out calls for people to evacuate, for instance, along the coast during that period. People needed to fill up their car, and because now you can't really pay for your petrol without access to telecommunications, we were finding people actually couldn't evacuate in a timely way, not because they didn't want to or weren't listening to emergency services, but because telco had gone down. So this program is going to be a game changer for the natural disaster season, and having them so transportable is so important.
Thanks for that. Okay, Senator Urquhart.
Thanks. A complementary question to these. Can I ask what happened in the case of telecommunications going down in Donnybrook and Boyup Brook in the West Australian bushfires recently, and why was Corrigan phone line down for days, particularly noting the rollout of all these innovations?
We might have to take the details.
Well, I can answer that. Thanks, Tristan. Well, that's actually a matter for the telecommunications provider itself, Telstra. I'm very happy, Senator Pratt, to actually contact Telstra and get that answer to you within the next 24 hours.
Okay. Can I ask in that context, are any of those locations on your list of places that need backup power or remediation? Great to hear these solutions, but if you don't know where the problem is...
I think, yes, we've done a lot of mapping to that extent. One of the issues has been...
Was Corrigan on the list?
We'll have to take that on notice, Senator. We don't have as Mr Smurthwaite said, there's
Can
close
you
to
table
500.
the list of vulnerable places, please?
We can table you the list of the locations that are receiving funding. Yes, Senator.
No, I don't want the locations receiving funding.
She wants
I want
the locations
to know where
that
the
have the need.
vulnerabilities are.
Yep. Which I think that's determined in different ways.
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice. I'm not sure we have a list as such.
All right.
We'll look into it, Senator.
Okay. Senator Urquhart, do you have questions?
Yeah, I've just got a couple left for Senator McKenzie.
Okay.
I'm happy to send her back to ARAP, where I'm sure she'll be happily received. So, Minister, finding 4 of the Regional Telecommunications Review states there is an urgent need to consider the future of the universal service obligation in order to provide reliable voice services to rural and remote customers.
So can you tell me what future technologies do you consider have the potential to deliver those reliable voice services? And can you provide an update on what has been learnt from the alternative voice trials thus far?
Yes, thank you. I actually had a hook-up with the Forum on Alternative our stakeholder feedback group last week on that exact question. The USO, I think that the review makes a very, very clear and salient point that the USO needs to be re-examined. So much has changed over the period of time between it coming into effect and how people use this technology, and as I mentioned earlier, the rate of change in the technologies available in and of themselves, that we really need to have a USO that's fit for purpose and that allows rural and regional Australians and their industries to capitalise on their strengths and fully participate in what we know the 21st century is a digital economy and a digital society. And I think it was Bernard Salt, sort of said the great inequity going forward post-COVID will be who has access to and the ability to use telecommunication and digital services. So I don't want rural and regional Australia to be left behind, and that's, and I'm sure you don't either. So in terms of the alternative voice trials, we're considering a draft report at the moment, a draft interim report. That is under consideration at the moment. We've put that out to stakeholders to actually give us provided feedback, which they have, and the department is working on their feedback, and it will be released shortly. But does anybody have any further
Sorry,
add?
Senator McKenzie, can I just ask then, was there any discussion around what future technologies might have the potential to deliver those reliable voice services?
Well, there's a variety of technologies, but
what are they?
Ms. The department go to the detail of those technologies.
I'll refer to Mr Mason.
Thanks, Mr Patterson.
Because we're not going to be using copper landlines, in 50 years' time, which is what it's all built around. Yeah.
Great.
Philip Mason, Assistant Secretary, Universal Service Guarantee Task Force. Thank you for the question, Senator Urquhart. You focused on the RTIRC report. I think the RTIRC report is focusing on the potential use of wireless technologies and satellite technologies, including low Earth orbit satellites. I think, as we've discussed previously, there are basically three technological choices available at the moment: fixed line, terrestrial wireless, or satellite services. But it is stated government policy, I believe, that we need to have proven and reliable, robust solutions before we move to new technological platforms. That goes to what we've been trying to do with the alternative voice service trials, and I think that also goes to what the independent review is saying as well, that there are still other technologies which we hoped we'd be able to trial voice services with, which didn't quite arrive in time, such as LeoSats, but they see those are now closer. You'll be familiar, Starlink's up and running. Other platforms are in the offing, and they're also recommending that there be trials of those technologies as well. But I do think it is quite important to underline that we need to be able to show to the people who rely on those services that these are, very strong, robust, reliable services. And I think the other thing that's worth really drawing out at the moment is, and it's kind of focused on in the report as well, people are really making much greater use of mobile services and their fixed line services. Most of the complaints, as you've kind of heard today, is why can't we get our mobile services? So to the extent that, we can look at leveraging mobile platforms to provide services that meet people's multiple needs, that would seem to be an advance.
So, Senator, just to more detail on that, so LeoSat providers didn't actually apply to be part of the trial, so we could only actually trial those sort of technologies and proponents that sort of said, yeah, we'll see what we can do in this space. So that is one of the limiting factors going forward. And most of the technologies that are being trialled are already existent in the market, but we're trialling how we can use them differently. Can we make them expand their offering over a larger area, for instance, because we don't want to remove what something that is known and proven before we can guarantee Australians that they're going to have a reliable service.
Yeah. And just in terms of that report, you said there was a draft report and you were talking to stakeholders to put together a draft report.
Yeah.
What's the time frame on that process?
Yeah, I think we're hoping to get a final report now this is just from memory, I should have June.
End of the month.
But there's an interim one coming out.
In June, did you say?
Trials will end on the 30th of June,
Yeah.
and it's underway with 540 services. The interim report, I might ask the department, I thought it was in week very shortly, because we just had that meeting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Minister. Yeah, it's a 6-monthly report, so it's a halfway report. We would envisage it coming out within the next couple of weeks.
Oh, okay, great. I've got a number of questions on regional newspapers. I'm sure Senator McKenzie, if she's able to stay, is very welcome to stay. But
I'm
it
happy
does...
to stay.
Okay, great. Okay.
I think I've got to go at 4:30. Is that
Okay,
right,
oh, it
Chair?
won't
Have
take me
you been
that long.
informed, Chair?
I think that's right, yeah.
I've only got about 9
I think up
questions.
until the tea break.
So
Okay,
when's that?
so-
When's that,
4:30.
Chair? So what's the time now? 3:30.
The time now is
3:30. All right.
Okay,
So that means we have-
if you're
we have
happy to stay,
one
I'll...
one more
I'll
hour.
welcome over.
Right.
Okay, so can I first of all say that I refer to committee question number 35, which responds to Labor's repeated request for the list of 21 LGAs in Australia without coverage by a single local newspaper. We asked for that back in August 2020, and I think about 18 months it took and 6 or 7 follow-ups, but we've now got that list, so thank you to the department for supplying that list and for the work that went in compiling it, because it's quite a big list, so thank you for that work.
Well, no.
Oh, Miss Sullivan. Thank you, Miss Sullivan. I'm sure.
I think there were quite a few other people who
I
actually
hope
did
you
the work.
got a nice gift for that. So.
Oh, showered with them. Yes, Senator.
Lovely.
Senator, we're very careful about those things.
I understand that. I understand that. So that was the correct answer. Okay, so the department has provided the number and locations of newspapers, but given the amount of time that it's taken to get this far and given the Minister has initiated a regional newspapers inquiry, would the department now please table the full list of mastheads in each location?
I will talk to our colleagues. So the Bureau of Communications and Regional our research area undertook that. So I just want to check with them that in terms of the
It may
the
be,
list of
Senator,
them.
that we can certainly check
Yeah.
with them. I suspect we'll have to take it on notice.
Yeah.
rather than
Oh, yeah,
having
sorry,
it
I
with
meant
us,
to take that
but-
on notice.
Yeah.
I'm sure you would be expecting
Okay.
the question.
Sorry, yeah, hi Senator. Justin Yu, Head of the Bureau of Communications, Arts and Regional Research. Happy to provide the list on notice.
In each location?
Yep, in each location.
Okay, that's great, thank you. Mr Atkinson, he's run away again, there he is. Can I ask you, why did it take the department well over 500 days or 18 months to supply that list of LGAs without coverage by a single local newspaper? What was the hold-up in that, and I guess, you know, is that an acceptable length of time to leave a question unanswered?
So there was quite a lot to it. In the end, we ended up doing the work a lot of that at ourselves and having to approach the work ourselves. If you recall, I think the original data set was one that we'd been pursuing that we then couldn't get access to and then needed to restart our approach to getting that information. I'm not sure whether Ms Sullivan wants to add any more detail to the process piece, but it was not a simple activity to have a data set that's got integrity.
I think that's the critical thing, Senator. Pauline Sullivan, First Assistant Secretary, Online Safety, Media and Platforms. I think one of the key things which we've flagged before is the methodological issues around this. So first of all, the evidence that was where we were being asked for was the ACCC work. So first of all, we couldn't receive that work from them because they used it under their information gathering powers. Their methodology was different to ours. So, for example, the ACCC, and I've flagged this in the question on notice, so I don't want to go on about it too much. Our methodology, where they just surveyed 5 companies and where those companies operated, which turned out to be, I think, about 2/3 of the local government areas across Australia. The methodology that the Bureau used was actually to look at all local government areas in Australia. So I guess, first of all, the number of LGAs that were covered was broader. The other issue, which is probably the most substantial issue, is the fact that there is no single piece of sort of register, so to speak, or simple point of information for newspapers and online publications. So whereas we actually regulate radio, commercial broadcasters, so television, radio, and therefore there is a database with ACMA of everywhere they operate, no such thing exists for publications. So as a result, the team drew on a range of databases which I've listed, it's listed in that question on notice. So it's just in terms of seeking that information, it's not just going to one place to find it.
So, Mr Atkinson, the department has administered millions of dollars in direct grants to news media publishers. Given that the department has only just compiled the list of newspapers, is it correct to assume that the department administered these grants without an evidence base about the number or location of newspapers in Australia?
I wouldn't put it that way. I would say that we didn't have as complete a picture as we do now.
Okay.
But I think, Senator, if I can just add one thing to that, I think what's important is, whilst we didn't have as complete a picture as we do now, noting that even that has caveats to it, for the purposes of administering the programs, they were open to all to apply to, so we didn't need to know who the potential applicants were. We responded to and administered the program on behalf of the people that applied to us.
Yeah. Okay. Minister, do you believe it's acceptable that it took the department 18 months to supply the committee with a list of 21 LGAs in regional Australia without coverage by a single local newspaper? Are you surprised that it took that long?
Well, Senator, as a minister from the Senate, I like my questions on notice to be in a timely fashion to allow senators of all persuasions to prosecute their issues in Senate estimates. The officials have given, obviously, their explanation, and so I accept that.
Okay, but are you surprised that it took so long?
No, I accept their explanation. Okay. But I'm glad they've got the list now, so that it will assist them in their policy work in this area going forward.
Okay, what evidence was brought to bear in deciding how to design and deliver grants for news media publishers in Australia? So was it done on a needs basis, for example? How does the department work out who and where to grant funding?
I think Mr Windy already answered that a minute ago.
So, yes, Senator, that's sort of what I was referring to earlier, and Ms Sullivan may have some, in a sense, be able to provide some further detail, but there were some decisions made in terms of the funding programs about eligibility, but it was then open to applicants that fitted those, or applicants, and we would then assess them against the eligibility criteria.
So what are the eligibility, what's the eligibility criteria?
Senator, I don't have I think the program I've got in mind for this conversation is the public interest news gathering program, the PING program, which is now closed. I don't have those guidelines in front of me, but we can certainly get that information for you, what the criteria were, unless Ms Sullivan has anything to hand.
I can touch on several of them, but I think it's probably more useful to actually just give you the table the guidelines.
That's fine. On December the 2nd, 2021, Anne Davies and Amanda Mead published an article in The Guardian entitled "Regional Australian Media Outlets Granted Millions in Federal Support, Still/Journalist Numbers." So this revealed that the government conducted federal seat analysis to determine which seats would benefit from a $50 million program based on FOI documents. Why was a federal seat analysis relevant when you were determining which news media businesses got part of that $50 million grant under the PING?
If I may answer that in the first instance, Senator. There was no federal seat analysis, and we did actually provide that information to the journalist who wrote that article. The federal seat piece is part of the Smarty Grants database. In terms of the actual program so when the department did the assessment, so we had a committee within the department in my division, we made recommendations to the minister. When that information was put up to the minister, That column regarding federal electorates was not provided to the Minister.
Right.
That information, and I should also add, the Minister ticked off on all our recommendations without any change. The only time that federal electorate information was used after things had been signed off was to inform local members.
Right.
So at no stage was there any analysis done, nor was that information provided to the Minister as part of the decision-making process.
Thank you. So as part of the government's response to the Green Paper, the Minister has announced an additional $10 million for a journalist fund for regional cadetships. Who will administer this fund and set the eligibility criteria, and how will the allocation of grants be decided?
So in terms of the funding, we're still working through the detail of the guidelines and so forth. The Minister will sign off on the guidelines, but we will, based on previous experience, we would envisage, obviously this is all subject to approval and so forth, that the department, yeah, and yeah.
This is a great program, giving young people opportunities in media, not having to go to big cities to do it.
Okay, so when you said you're working through the guidelines, what's the time frame or the expected time frame for that to be finalised?
In terms of the guidelines,
Yes.
so there's going to be two parts. There's going to be a cadetship project, so $8 million for cadetships. There'll be $2 million for training. It would be over coming weeks. The timing of that is a matter for the Minister.
Okay, right. Thank you. I've got more questions for the department. I'm just conscious it's around the regional telecommunications, so I'm not sure whether what the juggle of ministers is.
No, I'm here till 4:30.
Oh, you're actually here till
Yeah.
4:30. Oh, sorry, I didn't understand that. That's fine. Okay, I'll keep plowing on then. So, in a recent submission to the Regional Telecommunications Review, Field Solutions Group said that neutral host trials could validate a new model by providing mobile coverage to some of the remotest areas of Australia. I understand they're in partnership with Optus and have secured funding to build 7 towers in Queensland, which will form the base to conduct the neutral host trials. Can you give me an update on where those neutral host trials are up to?
Yes, we'll get the officials to the table. Who would you like, Lachlan?
Thank you, Minister. Mr Smurthwaite can answer that one.
Thank you, Mr Patterson.
Thanks, Senator. So all the projects under 5A are due for completion by June 2023. I understand on those particular sites that FSG is undertaking the site works or the first detailed site works this month in February.
And that's on all the sites? The 7?
Not on all their funded sites, but I believe on the 7 you're referring to. Mate, can I just check that for you?
Yeah, please,
They've definitely
if you
began
could, that would be
the site
useful.
work.
So can you tell me when did the funding for those trials formally commence, and how do you assess the pace of progress to date?
Those contracts have been in place actually 2 weeks now.
Okay. So that's when the funding formally commenced?
Yes.
So
Okay.
what happens is the decision on the assessment process is announced, and then we go into contract negotiations, which we've recently concluded. The contracts have a set payment framework, which is related to performance indicators.
Right.
And Mr Smurthwaite, if you could just take the Senator through that very quickly. The performance indicators under the contracts that attract payments.
Oh, yeah. So on the FSG one, there is what we call AAA. So this is the point where they get all their approvals in place. So access and their approvals, etc. That generates a payment. The majority payment is when the asset is completed.
Yep.
And then there's a final payment made at the completion of all the projects under that round.
Okay.
So one of the things we've changed with the programs over time, Senator, is we've increasingly moved to this AAA payment. So instead of getting as much money from mobilisation, you get a payment when you've actually got your paperwork done and you've done your early planning to generate a bit of activity in that area.
Okay. Has a software solution been developed to actually enable Optus users to roam on the the FSG network, or is that still in development?
It's a very good question, Senator. Mr. Smithwaite.
It's existing material, Senator.
Right. So,
Technical products. I'd have to.
what about the software solution that actually enables that to happen?
Senator, I'm contacting Telstra for Senator Pratt. I'm more than happy to contact Optus and get back to you in the next 24 hours with that answer.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So can you tell me what do you know about the international experience with neutral host roaming in regional and remote areas?
Okay, it's been, we'll answer this between us if it's
So I
all right,
guess,
Senator.
sorry, maybe if I can add a little bit more,
Yeah.
Mr Patterson, what countries has the model
Okay.
that's been appeared to have worked well?
So in New Zealand,
what market characteristics do those countries have, and how does that contrast with the Australian environment?
Okay, good question. And I will ask Mr. Smithwaite to help me a little. But New Zealand is a classic example. They've had a radio access network, or a RAN model now. Sorry, Senator, I just realised my mask was on.
It's all right. I thought there was a ventriloquist
No, sorry.
table, but
My lips were moving, Senator.
I couldn't see them.
So New Zealand has had a radio access network, or RAN model in train now for quite a few years. It's been funded with assistance from the New Zealand government, as well as some spectrum allocations. There's certain market characteristics in New Zealand which are a little bit different from Australia. They tend to, the backhaul distances to connect the solutions to the network are a little bit shorter. Some of the communities tend to be a little bit bigger, and they tend to compete on coverage a little less in New Zealand than they do in Australia. Australia, it's often coverage and price. In New Zealand, it's often more price-based. Yeah. But having said that, the fundamentals of the technology are sound, and they've been running that in New Zealand for quite a few years now. They've also got a RAN-type model they're running in the UK, which is another good example. They do it a little bit differently. The technology isn't quite the same. And they're looking to roll it out into what I think they call null spots.
Their equivalent of a black spot is a not spot.
A not spot.
A not spot.
A not,
in the UK.
K-N-O-T.
Another
N-O-T, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
not, because you don't have signal.
So it's less advanced in the UK, but they've been again, they've got spots of no coverage because of commercial reasons. They want to give customers a choice of provider, and this technology enables them to use the same bit of equipment, which means you can get multiple providers into those markets. For more detail than that, Senator, we'll have to take it on notice, but I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I guess I'm interested in, obviously New Zealand's much smaller, I think, as you indicated, and how, are there other models? I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but if there's other
type of sharing
countries
models
around that sort of have the vastness that we do.
Yeah. And so when people talk neutral host models, there are different types of radio access network or other models, so you are correct. And then depending on your approach, the black spots has always had that co-location model. Which is the sharing of the infrastructure itself. But the costs, our estimates of the costs are a little bit higher if you do it that way.
Okay. I understand there are different ways that the neutral host can be implemented. So one's for the neutral provider to have its own spectrum and service and offer a roaming service to mobile carriers. The operators would then lose end-to-end visibility of the network and aspects of the customer experience. The Open RAN approach allows the neutral host to build and manage the physical components with the mobile operator using software to provide a service over the wireless interface. A third model, I think, is one where an existing mobile carrier chooses to become the neutral host itself, offering other carriers dynamic access to its network. So in terms of the Australian market and the economics of our industry, can you offer any reflections about which of these models, if any, has the best prospect in our domestic settings?
And I'm going to add a fourth model, Senator, which is
excellent.
Which is actually thank you, Minister. Well, actually, where you might run a neutral host RAN model on a base station, but you might have another carrier who would like to access that base station and put their own equipment on it. So you could actually run a standard set of transmission equipment from one carrier and say have another two carriers sharing a RAN network.
Yeah, okay.
Because sometimes
It'd be like one drive-through, but you could get KFC, Macca's and Hungry Jack's.
Ooh, that sounds terrible.
That's food for thought, Minister. Thank you. observations as to which model would work best in Australia.
Yeah.
I think, Senator, it's. I mean, I think as you've outlined, there are multiple different ways of achieving the broad objective, which is really which is going to how do you get and expand coverage for users regardless of the retailer they're signed on to, and there are lots of ways of doing that. I mean, I think the first one you mentioned is probably the one that is, in a sense, least sophisticated, the simple roaming model.
Yep.
All of the things that I think we're looking to.
But is that the best, Mr. Windier? Is that the best one that's sort of suited to our domestic settings?
I don't think it's as easy as being able to sort of generalise to say one's best and one isn't. I mean, in some respects, it depends. It sort of depends upon how the different carriers choose to deploy their networks and where, for example, in the overall network design and sort of supply chain and mobile services, they're best placed to cooperate. So it's worth, we've had. The different mobile network operators in Australia have run slightly different arrangements, i.e. The extent to which they own their own infrastructure or sites, for example. That's just started shifting in recent times, as you would have noticed both Telstra and Optus have entered into arrangements to divest themselves in part of some of their, or bring other investors into their tower assets. So I think and the technology shifted too, which changes the economics of what you can do at a radio access level.
So can I then ask, has the department done any high-level work or research in understanding the benefits and trade-offs of particular models, or was this largely been left to the Regional Telecommunications Committee?
Well, I think I'd say in some respects we'd largely leave it to, in a sense, to the industry and how they choose to respond to the incentives we've set up in the programs, in terms of what they want to come forward with.
Yeah.
But I would say we have done work to understand those technologies and how they've applied in different markets and the specifics of those markets, directly relevant to your question earlier. So that when we put programs out to market like we do with 5A, and we actively promote neutral host models under the program, it was with some knowledge about how they've applied and worked in other countries. Yeah. And we've also given a little bit of thought around motivations. Different providers might be motivated differently to run different models. So neutral host models, for example, who get money from other people putting facilities on their base station, might have different motivations from a carrier that's also serving their own customer base and so forth. So we're giving a little bit of thought around those sort of issues as well. So
I might just get a sense from you here.
I've got one question in this pack, and then I've got some others, but just one on this particular topic.
Okay, so others? No, all done? Yep.
Senator, I just wanted to let you know the RTIRC review goes to this issue specifically, and has one of the recommendations is around doing some trials so that we can actually get a service provision to the regions that is fit for purpose for our continent and communities.
So we know that ubiquity is a key requisite to realise the full productivity dividend of 5G, especially as we get closer to machine automation. So does the department have a view on whether Open RAN models in the context of Australia's geography are an efficient pathway to densified 5G networks?
So, Senator, at risk of complicating this, the term Open RAN gets thrown around in a few different ways in the industry. It can, in a sense, we're talking about here open. I think you're using it in the context of thinking about an extension of the neutral host type model of having multiple providers in offering services from the same location. Just to be clear, though, sometimes the Open RAN conversation, when it's referring to 5G, is also talking about the standards used in the technology, which doesn't necessarily mean multiple providers use it, but it means a provider can buy certain bits of equipment from one vendor and a different vendor for the next bit of equipment. And the openness refers to the standards that allow those different vendors of kit to plug into each other. So that's just sort of by way of explanation of how Open RAN's thrown around at times in the 5G context. I think the other thing I suppose I would say in terms of your point about ubiquity and machine to machine, or I think the other thing I'd point out is in in the sort of digital economy world we're seeing emerge, and in some instances, particularly in regional areas, a lot of it becomes what's coming through in the Internet of Things world. So I guess the point I'm making before getting to the densification of 5G is actually what we're looking for, and I think the RTEC review touches on this, is actually availability of a variety of network types. 5G isn't necessarily the only technology that will support all the uses people are looking for, and it's worth keeping in mind we already in Australia have sort of twice the area coverage of low bandwidth IoT networks as we do for mobile networks. In terms of densification of 5G, that's really a question where the density problem comes in is in built-up areas where congestion is a risk, and we've got to massive data use in small areas requiring thinking about network design with small cells and small radius, and hence you see that, you would have noted people talking about the fact that there will be a cell on every corner, or that's a issue primarily in the built-up areas rather than the regional area, and is dealt with by use of different spectrum types as well as different network deployment approaches. I think the neutral host approach is less likely to come through in the densely populated areas just because the mobile network operators are all happy to run their own networks.
But I've still got more.
Okay. Yeah. Senator Mackenzie, I know often you talk about black spots and how you fix them. Just wondering if someone can tell us about Albany Highway in Western Australia between Albany and Perth, where you've got almost zero mobile coverage, and what's happening there.
Thank you, Senator Lyons. I'm sure someone has got some information on WA specifically, and if you don't have it, we'll get it to you.
I just want Albany Highway.
Okay, so we'll see if Mr Smurthwaite's got some information with him, otherwise we'll have
I'm
to
sure
take it
Rick
on notice.
Wilson must have raised it. It's shocking.
Yeah, but highways are a...
This is... Regional comms is a very, very...
And while Mr Smurthwaite's looking for some information, we'll see what we've got. One thing I'd just point out, which is just to observe, there is many of the programs we've run today end up being driven by the choices made by the applicants about where they wish to apply for. So there's sort of two questions. Have we seen applications for coverage on the highway? And then whether we've actually then found that they met the criteria and are funded.
It is a major highway.
No, I understand that.
And it's Albany, not Albany.
Yeah, and
yes,
it is Albany.
It is Albany.
Yeah, I actually know that area reasonably well. They have. We've tried to focus some of our criteria under recent programs to focus more on highways, because the economics of highways are that a carrier will tend to choose a locality with premises when they apply. So we've been trying to push these highways, which are ideally suited for neutral host models as well. If you're a tourist, you want to be able to use your phone wherever your carrier is. So we have been trying to drive that recently through program design. Did we have anything on Albany?
I can only give you state. That's the lowest breakdown.
Just take it on notice.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Rick Wilson's raised this with us, and we've built a lot along that particular route, but I'll take that on notice and get back to you.
Because the connectivity is almost zero.
Yeah,
seriously.
We'll have that information, so
Thanks.
we'll get it to you.
Thanks, Senator Lyons. Senator Urquhart.
Okay, great, thank you. I've got some questions around the Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation. Okay, so in February 2021, the ACMA issued a media release welcoming the new Australian Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation that was released by the Digital Industry Group, Digi. Has the ACMA registered the Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation?
Senator, no, it's a voluntary code, so it doesn't require registration.
Okay, so code registration is a term of art in the Commonwealth portfolio, which means the ACMA is empowered to formally register a code under a regulatory framework.
Co-regulation is, yes,
Right,
but
okay.
co-regulation tends to be the predominant sort of regulatory approach in terms of the Broadcasting Services Act and the Telecommunications Act.
Okay.
However, the Disinformation Code is actually an industry code, and it's a voluntary code, so it doesn't require to be. It's not required to be registered.
Okay, right. So the ACMA isn't formally empowered in relation to misinformation and hasn't registered the code because they're not required to.
They're not required to,
okay,
no.
Right.
They've had an oversight role in terms of working with Digi, but the code is owned by Digi, which is an industry group of the digital industry.
Yeah, okay. So can you tell me why does the Minister for Communications, Paul Fletcher, state in his book, and the book's called Governing in the Internet Age, and it was published in October 2021, that the ACMA has registered the Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation. At page 41 of his book, he states, in February 2021, our media regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, registered a voluntary code of practice on misinformation and disinformation that was developed by the digital industry. So in his book on internet governance, is Mr Fletcher correct or incorrect to say that the ACMA has registered the code of practice on misinformation and disinformation?
Senator, I think under as Ms Sullivan's explained, formally...
He's wrong.
Well, what I was going to say is I don't know what Minister Fletcher, what he was meaning in the use of that term in his book. All we can say is what we've said previously is there is a formal registration process in some circumstances.
Is actually incorrect. So does the Minister misunderstand the meaning of the term registered, or does he misunderstand the scope of the ACMA's powers in relation to this code?
Senator, I'm not sure that's a question we can offer an answer to.
Obviously that's an opinion, and I'm sure the Chair has a view on how the standing orders are going to be applied in this.
That's fine. I'll move on. Has the department... It's okay, I'll move on. Has the department brought this error to the attention of the Minister to clarify the status of things?
Senator, we can have... On notice, we'll have a look at the relevant page of the book and...
Okay, you can do that, Mr Atkinson, but have you brought it to his attention about the error in terms of what he said?
Oh, this is the first I've heard this suggestion, so I'd like to examine the language and examine the language of what ACMA's doing and get to the bottom of it before we...
If I read his book, which I actually haven't, and I read the bit that said they have registered the Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation, I would take that to mean that it's registered in some formality way. So, you know, I mean, I don't know how else you can...
Might just, I missed that before. So what exactly are you asking?
I'm asking whether it was incorrect or not.
You're asking whether the
No, I'm asking, has the department brought the error to the attention of the Minister to clarify the status of things? And obviously...
The department read the book?
I think Mr Atkinson said he hadn't.
Said that
Is
it's
that
the
correct?
first time they've heard it.
Yes, yes. So you haven't brought it to his attention because you wasn't aware of it. Is that right, Mr Atkinson?
Yes.
Thank you. So the Minister... could part of the reason why the Minister has not formally empowered the ACMA in relation to disinformation and misinformation because he thinks the ACMA is already empowered? Or does he think that the ACMA has already registered the code? Do you...
Senator, I couldn't speculate
Well,
on that.
again,
I
Senator,
did
you're
take
asking
notice.
the officials for an opinion.
Wouldn't it be useful if the ACMA were empowered to compel information from digital platforms about misinformation?
So, Senator, one of the things I think, if I just step back from the specifics of that, in terms of the spectrum of regulation, we often have industry codes of practice that industry signs up to that aren't registered, that actually form effective self-regulation of markets. And then you move up through a spectrum of hard-led regulation all the way through to legislated regulation.
Yep.
And then relative compliance pieces that fit underneath that. And what I'd say is that as you move through that spectrum, you actually create additional rigidity and inflexibility in markets. So there's a lot to be said for keeping market-based self-regulation if it works. So I'm not sure in terms of your specific question, but in terms of where it's at the moment, it's a legitimate model to have in place.
And I think I'd just add then, Senator, to that, we're picking up on Mr Atkinson's point, and actually noting the sort of context in which it was first developed. This is a territory that Australia is not alone in grappling with, and I think the code that has been developed in Australia is it builds upon or takes into account lessons that have been learned in some other jurisdictions that are beginning to put their to move into this space, but not wanting to, as Mr Atkinson said, move into too rigidly determined regulatory responses too quickly. However, one of the things that is built into that code is an expectation that it would be reviewed within roughly 12 months of it first coming into effect. And it's also worth noting that some of the elements of that code, whilst it was formally sort of signed off or accepted by the industry in February, some of the elements of the code then only actually came into operation in about October from memory last year. So we're still in the early days of seeing its effect, and there is an expectation of a review that Digi itself has built into it.
Senator, if I may also add, sorry, you're probably getting sick of bureaucrats adding onto each other. Just a final comment. So the disinformation code, as you'd be aware, came out of the digital platforms inquiry, etc. The government response to that said, in the first instance, to have a voluntary code, however, would leave, so subject to the review process and so forth, would leave open the option to look at, where it might want to go next. So the government has previously signalled that not all options are off the table.
But it is self-regulation, right? Yeah, so, yeah.
So, Mr Atkinson, just picking up on your previous comment, you're not suggesting that empowering the ACMA to compel information from digital platforms is an undesirable rigidity issue, are you?
Sorry, I didn't say that. I was speaking.
No, I'm trying to understand what you said. I don't want to. I'm not saying you said that. I'm trying to.
So clarify. The next step up would be moving into a more formal. Code.
Okay. I understand that now. So, in response to questions on notice, the ACMA said, in general, it would be useful to obtain information that would enable the ACMA to assess compliance with platform commitments, for example, complaints handling data. ACMA does not currently have the powers to compel information from digital platforms about their approach or actions in relation to misinformation. So, can you tell me, why hasn't the Morrison government empowered the ACMA to obtain or compel information from digital platforms that would enable the ACMA to assess compliance with platform commitments on misinformation?
So, Senator, I think that would be asking us to comment on government policy.
Okay. Have you provided any advice to the Minister on that particular?
So, Senator, under the government's response to the digital platforms inquiry, ACMA was given responsibility for overseeing development of the code by Digi, which occurred. They had to provide a report to the Minister in the middle of last year, by the middle of 30th of June last year, on that status of that code and any observations and recommendations for improvement. That report is currently with the government for consideration.
Okay. On 12th of February 2022, an article in the Sydney Morning Herald by Caitlin Fitzsimmons said, "Defend democracy, the race to tackle conspiracy theories ahead of federal election," outlines the corrosive impacts of misinformation on Australian elections. It describes thousands of protesters gathering at the National Capital, among them calls for the Governor-General to sack the Parliament and install an Executive Council to take over running elections from the AEC. It also mentions that both Parliament and intelligence agencies have growing concern about misinformation and disinformation, undermining Australian elections amid growing distrust of elections in Western democracies internationally, especially in the United States. Is the Minister and Department satisfied that its approach to misinformation and disinformation is adequate?
Senator, I'll pass to Ms Sullivan to respond to that. I think the key thing there is actually thinking about really the focus of the government around that is around the question of electoral integrity, of which misinformation forms is a relevant factor, and there's an awful lot of work and effort by multiple agencies, which Mr Sullivan can talk to around that.
Including with the AEC. But...
Yes, so stood up before the last election, has been stood up again as an electoral integrity assurance task force, and there's also a board that sits above that. The board is chaired by the AEC and Department of Finance. The task force is chaired by the AEC. Both of those governance structures have on them a range of the law enforcement and intelligence agencies, AEC obviously, Finance, Home Affairs, and we're also participants on that. The aim of that task force, and obviously it's probably better directed to the AEC, is to actually bring into one sort of governance structure all the relevant agencies who are all focused on the integrity of upcoming elections. And it's worth noting that once, the AEC also has a range of powers. We're also, in terms of disinformation, we're working very closely, as is Home Affairs, both the three agencies together, but also with the platforms about how we deal with how disinformation is dealt with through both in the lead up to writs being issued and so forth, and then once the election campaign actually starts.
Okay, thank you. On the 30th of June 2021, the ACMA provided a report to the Minister on the broader impacts of misinformation in Australia and the adequacy of the voluntary code of practice on misinformation. Can I ask when will the government release that report?
The timing of that is a matter for government.
Can I ask how long the Minister's had the report?
The report was provided to the Minister by the ACMA on the 30th of June.
Okay, so that was the same
We
date.
have had a number of briefings with him since. It's quite a detailed report.
Okay. So given there's a federal election coming up and given that Australia's in the midst of a health pandemic, which has been characterised by misinformation, can you tell me why the government won't release the report as a matter of urgency? Maybe, Minister, you might be able to answer that one.
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Can I just ask, I've got another set of questions which I'll go to and try and get through quickly, but so I think Mr Atkinson, you said you hadn't read Mr Fletcher's book?
I didn't say that, Senator.
Have you read the book?
No, Senator.
No. Ms Sullivan, have you read the book?
There goes your Christmas present.
Have you read the book, Ms Sullivan?
No, a number of my staff have, though, I can assure you,
Mr Windy,
Senator.
have you read the book?
No, I haven't, Senator.
There you go. Nobody's read the book. Goodness me.
Senator, we've been very, very busy.
I can see that.
We've got lots of policies to work on.
I've just got a few questions on the Green Paper, which I'll try and get through really quickly. So, Mr Atkinson, the Green Paper on the future of television regulation was released in November 2020. The government's response to the Green Paper was released in February 2022, well over a year later. The response includes the establishment of a working group to help develop the industry's future regulatory structure and commission research on the future of the television industry. Can you tell me why it took the department well over a year to work out that there was a need for a working group, and why couldn't that have been decided earlier?
Well, Senator, obviously this Green Paper process has been a very big process. We're in the midst of a significant transformation in what's happening in this market, and I think it's best practice in a policy development sense to move through a traditional Green Paper, White Paper model for these things and mature a public conversation that takes into account all of the elements, because we've got a changing free-to-air market, we've got content requirements, we've got use of spectrum, we've got increase in other sorts of media like SVODs. We've got a transitioning market that's incredibly complex with a lot of stakeholders and a lot of interest groups. And so I think the long consultation process and the long conversation is very important. But also there is an understanding in terms of all the various elements where there are trade-offs in those markets, what people's future business models will look like in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And so there's a lot for everybody who we're hearing from to work through in terms of what the options look like. And so I would expect this sort of process to be ongoing over many years. So I'm actually relatively comfortable. As with all these things, we'd like to be able to move faster and find a concrete answer. But I'd actually like to make sure that we get through a system approach where we can find a win-win-win for all elements here. and reshape our system so that technology can be well utilised, we can efficiently allocate all of the resources we have, including the spectrum, and make sure that markets evolve in a sustainable way so that we have good, sustainable, accessible markets for Australians.
So can you tell me, how does delay to the introduction of a prominence regime impact Australian television networks?
Well, so so prominence is one of the many issues that's a part of this conversation. We need to look at all of those things together. Mr Penprace could probably give more detail, but my understanding is we're still looking at that.
Yeah, look, the issue of prominence or the placement of free-to-air television content on connected devices was something that was obviously raised by the broadcasters in particular. It's one of their key issues that came through in the latter stages of the Green Paper reform process. The government's indicated that it's certainly willing to consider that issue, but there's certainly more work that needs to be done in that space. Okay. The television manufacturers will certainly have a view on the question of prominence. The free-to-air broadcasters obviously have a position that they've taken, and the Minister's indicated that the government would like to consider that, consider the different views and the potential ways forward.
Okay. Can you tell me what exactly are the terms of reference for the Future of Broadcasting Working Group, and who will comprise that working group?
Well, at this stage, the terms are being settled. The Green Paper indicated that the membership of the working group is likely to entail free-to-air broadcasters, infrastructure providers, television set manufacturers and government officials. But ultimately, those matters, including the terms, we expect will be settled in the coming weeks.
Okay. Thank you. And will that working group examine radio as well as television?
At this point, the working group is focused on television issues. It stems from the feedback that came through the Green Paper process quite clearly was that the television sector needed more time to consider some of the issues and complexities raised around potential future transition pathways for the industry, and the purpose of the working group is to provide a forum for those issues to be developed or to be worked through collaboratively with industry and departmental officials.
So you said that the working group was in the process of being worked on to finalise the representatives on that group. The response says that will be established in early 2022, so it's not too far away, I guess, is it? Because we're pretty early 2022. And that it's expected that consideration of the technology futures will be finalised by late 2023, although I think the working group will ultimately determine the timing. Is that correct?
That's what the statement indicated. Yeah. Certainly, the purpose of the working group would be for it to be industry-driven and led as they raise the issues and concerns.
And is that when the working group's proposal on prominence will be expected to be finalised as well?
Well, certainly the working group provides a vehicle to examine that prominence issue. Yeah. So the statement made clear that that's one of the issues that the government would expect the working group to take up and work through.
Yeah. So the government response to the Green Paper makes reference to the 600 megahertz spectrum, but doesn't mention a second digital dividend or digital dividend 2, specifically a passing reference in an SBS submission. So who has responsibility for devising a program of work to achieve a second digital dividend? Will it be the working group that'll be responsible, or just an input to that?
Well, ultimately it'll be a matter for government as to any future process associated with spectrum use. Okay. The working group would certainly look to explore some of those technical issues, particularly around the use of spectrum and many of the issues that were raised through the Green Paper process. So that will be an important input to government, and the outcomes of that working group consultation will be important input to future government decisions regarding a potential digital dividend.
And I just want to clarify something at this stage. We've got 10 minutes until the break.
Yep.
So you're going to use this 10 minutes?
Yep, absolutely.
Yep, okay.
Will the department be undertaking planning for a second digital dividend in parallel to the work of the working group?
Could I just step back from the digital dividend for a second? and go back to the point I was talking about the multiplicity of issues that come together, because you've got to think about the approach to provision and funding of Australian content at the same time. And so all of the aspects that are both costs and potential savings or dividends in this space are all to be looked together as part of that conversation. Prominence is one of those issues as well. So there are a lot of trade-offs in the system that I think, as we bring them together, can move to a sustainable space that all of the players in the conversation can be happy with in the end.
So at page 18, so when will the program of work for a second digital dividend be available, or that's not factored in? Is there a plan for getting this plan?
Sorry, I'm just not sure where you've come up with the plan for a new digital dividend.
The second digital dividend, so I asked you whether you'd be undertaking planning for a second digital dividend in parallel to the work of the working group.
Yes, and I gave a general answer that is that we wouldn't be.
Okay, so you're not going to separate. Okay, sorry, I was misunderstanding that I thought you were talking about an earlier question.
No.
So at page 8 of the media policy statement, there's a brief reference to anti-siphoning with the statement. The government will separately consult relevant stakeholders on other potential areas of reform identified by industry, such as the anti-siphoning scheme. Can you tell me when and how this will be done, and when will the review be commenced and concluded?
As you say, the statement indicates that that's an issue that will be developed or considered over the coming period. It's certainly an issue that industry has raised as one of the important issues that they would like to be considered. The current anti-siphoning list expires in April next year, which provides, I guess, an appropriate endpoint for any consideration by government of any changes to either the scheme or the list. Obviously, the two are separable in a sense. It's not a formal review with a reporting timeframe as such, but it's certainly a priority issue that we expect will be developed over the course of this year, and we'll be providing advice to government in due course.
And who does the government regard to be relevant stakeholders for the purposes of this work?
Well, the question of the acquisition of sports rights covers a broad range of stakeholders. So you've obviously got those on the media sector side, so broadcasters on the one hand, also sports bodies certainly have an interest in the way that any regulation of the acquisition of sports rights goes. And the important bit sitting underneath that is consumers and their approach and preferences and attitudes and behaviours towards the consumption of sports content.
And the consultation, how will that be undertaken? Will it be open and public?
Whether there's a open consultation process is to be developed. The proposal and the plans for that piece of work haven't been settled yet.
Okay. I've just got a few minutes and I'll try and fill up as much as I can of that about the ACCC review of the NBN regulatory framework. So did the department participate in those working groups?
Senator, yes. Yes, the department did.
Okay, so in a summary statement published on the ACCC website, it states, and I quote, "The overall conclusion reached in the working groups was that the NBN should move to a similar regulatory framework to that used for established utility businesses now that it has completed its rollout and is fully operational." Does the department agree with this conclusion?
Well, I think certainly, Senator, from the department, I suppose the first point to make is, to some extent, this is obviously an exercise and a process that is being run by the ACCC and in a sense is between the ACCC and the NBN. I think we would certainly agree that the time is right to revisit the regulatory framework, revisit the arrangements that are in place with respect to the NBN, given where the network's got to and the maturity of the organisation.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that given the different phase that the organisation's in, it's an appropriate time to relook at the regulatory framework.
Yep. So just for the benefit of me and maybe the rest of the committee, can you explain how that concept is applied in practice? So if NBN Co were to move to a similar regulatory framework used for established utility businesses, what would that mean for how its pricing is overseen, the role of the special access understanding and the role of the regulator?
Well, Senator, I think really the point here is the fact that the special access, there is an existing special access undertaking, and in fact, in a technical sense, what's going through at the moment is a consideration of to what extent that should be varied rather than a new one being established. One of the things that is, and there are a number of aspects, I think, of the existing arrangements which have been well canvassed and publicly debated, that pointing to areas where there's a chance for some adjustment. One of the most obvious ones is actually to bring the current undertaking into a form that covers all of the various technologies that are now deployed by NBN. So we're talking about updating an undertaking and the pricing framework that's embedded within that undertaking that was first settled best part of 10 years ago.
Okay.
So there are a number of aspects where I think it can mature and change in terms of how it approaches pricing and the technologies, the extent to which it is comprehensively covering all of NBN's technologies. At the end of the day, what that looks like depends in part upon what the nature of the variation that NBN ultimately submits.
Okay, and I'm just going to squeeze my final one in.
Yes.
Has the department engaged any outside assistance to advise it or NBN Co on the special access undertaking process and submission?
We have engaged some advisors to assist.
Who have you engaged? At what cost and why?
So we've engaged EY. I'll take on notice and get you at what cost.
Okay.
The reason for that is, and we haven't. This is not to advise NBN. It's solely for the purposes of advising the department.
The department.
Yeah. Just to, in a sense, it's to make sure that we have some expertise we can tap into to understand the consequences or the effect of some of the things that are being discussed or considered by either the ACCC or the NBN.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, thanks,
Thank you very
Senator
much.
McKenzie.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
great to be back.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the department. We'll now suspend until 4:45 when we will return with SBS. So we're suspended. Thank you.
Senator, you're finished with the department now?
We're finished with the department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Service Corporation via video conference. There you are, Mr. Taylor. Thanks a lot. We just take any opening statements you may have to the table, and that's even better. We like that. And Senator Pratt might have some questions for you.
I certainly do, thank you, Chair. Mr Taylor, on the 7th of February, the Minister announced triennial funding arrangements for both the ABC and SBS, along with a statement of expectations for Australian content reporting. What funding has SBS received, please?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and hello, Chair. SBS received a total appropriation of $953.7 million over the triennium commencing on July 1, FY22. And that funding is broadly speaking in three tranches, Senator. Our base funding, the continuation of two terminating measures which would otherwise have ceased on June 30, which come to a total of about $12 million a year, which have also been rolled into our base funding, which means we no longer need to seek for that funding to be extended, which is good news. And we had money provided as part of a grant, which has now been provided as part of our appropriation to provide audio description services in the amount of $1 million a year. That's been extended for 3 years as a terminating measure. So in summary, Senator, our funding has been maintained whole, such that we can continue our existing suite of services with certainty over the triennium.
Okay, so can you unpack for me, you've touched on it, how much of that funding is a continuation of what SBS already had in the current triennium? How much is new or additional funding, and what's any additional funding for?
Well, Senator, the additional money is additional to the extent that it's been reflected into the forward estimates. but it maintains existing funding enjoyed by the organisation, plus indexation applied over the period in the same way that it's applied to all agencies.
Sorry, can you repeat that last bit? What's the additional funding for?
The additional funding maintains 2 terminating measures, which would otherwise have ceased at June 30, plus indexation over the 3 years, and it's been rolled into our base, so they are no longer terminating measures. And we've had funding for audio description continued for a further 3 years in the amount of $1 million per annum.
Okay.
And our base funding has been extended plus indexation.
All right, so additional funding, but really additional funding for critical parts of your service that already existed that would have otherwise terminated.
Yes, Senator. The funding would have terminated but hasn't, so we're able to maintain our existing services and we're grateful for that opportunity.
So that funding, it's pretty much business as usual. It's not better than usual or game-changing. How do you characterise it?
Well, I think it's certainly, Senator, we never make the assumption that terminating measures will be extended, so we're pleased that they have been extended and rolled into our base. It's nice to have that certainty so early in the year so that we don't have to start making contingency plans. I mean, I would say, Senator, that we've been fortunate to receive additional funding in the last 2 budgets prior to this one to expand our in-language services in particular. And in fact, audiences were the beneficiaries of one of those tranches of money last night when we launched on demand, our 5-day-a-week news services on TV, television news services in Arabic and Mandarin. So we're really pleased to be able to expand our services to some of Australia's most important, growing and vulnerable communities.
The funding for audio description is $3 million over 3 years. Will that
Yes,
enable more audio description than you're doing currently? Or is it about the same? How many hours is that?
Senator, we've been providing audio description services under the previous funding arrangement of about $1 million a year. We have committed to provide 14 hours of content per week audio described. I'm pleased to report that we are delivering over 20 hours on average per week across SBS, World Movies, Viceland, NITV. We've expanded that service to VAST as well. I believe we're the only broadcasters who have done so, and we are working on a project at the moment to include those services in On Demand. So we've been able to deliver more value than originally projected for the money provided.
Okay, so it is more audio description than currently. How many hours?
Well, the funding's the same, Senator. We've been able to deliver more bang for buck. So we're committed to deliver 14 hours a week. We've been delivering over 20 hours a week since the start of the service.
Thank you. I missed that. Now turning to the statement of expectations. In the media release from the Minister of the 7th of February, Minister Fletcher said he'd had today written to SBS and ABC outlining their 3-year funding packages and issued statements of expectations regarding the reporting by the 2 organisations in relation to a number of key activities, including a new national broadcasters reporting framework for Australian content. So can you confirm that you've received a statement of expectations? Have you ever received one before now?
We did receive one, Senator. It is the first one that I recall receiving in my time at SBS, which is about 10 years.
And that's because you're previously exempt from them, is that right?
I don't believe that's the case, Senator. I just don't believe previous ministers have availed themselves to that mechanism.
Okay, do you know why there's a policy change in that regard? What is the government's rationale for that statement of expectation?
Well, the rationale is as set out in both the statement itself and the media release, and the rationale is that the government is seeking, as I understand in the statement, for ABC and SBS to harmonise their content reporting around Australian content levels and therefore to harmonise it in a way that is commensurate with the way commercial licence holders report.
In 2014, ABC SBS efficiency study commissioned by the Abbott government formed the view that the minister could provide the ABC and SBS with a statement of government expectations, noting that to do so would, however, be controversial and could give rise to concerns that the government is intervening in ABC and SBS for political reasons. What is the legal status of a statement of expectations in relation to SBS?
Well, Senator, as I understand this statement, and most particularly because it's disclosed within the statement itself, that the disclosure of information that's been requested is voluntary, it's not an instruction, and it is not intended to constitute editorial independence. I will operate on the assumption that's the case until I see evidence that it's not, Senator, and we'll work constructively with both the ABC and the ACMA to come up with a reporting template that provides a level of transparency about our expenditure, noting that we already provide a lot of content reporting, and that was noted within the media policy statement issued by government on the same day. And that we have a general tendency for disclosure, subject to protecting things like commercial and confidence information.
Thank you. What are the consequences for SBS if you choose not to comply with that statement of expectations relation to the reporting framework?
I suspect that's a question best answered by the Minister, Senator. I don't have any sense of what the outcomes of not voluntarily disclosing information would be.
Okay, so you haven't been told it's voluntary, but you haven't been told if there will be consequences if you don't comply. Is that correct?
I'm just referring to the statement of expectations, Senator, so that my answer is correct. Well, I mean, I think the statement itself indicates that the government reserves the right to seek our disclosure should we not be should we not engage in the spirit that's intended of the request, I guess.
To the best of your...
Yes. If I could add, if you were to look at our annual report, we have a practice of disclosing information about Australian content levels broken down in a high degree of granularity. The government's media policy statement acknowledges that we go to great lengths to disclose information. I operate on the assumption that the intent here is to provide harmonisation between our reporting and the ABC's reporting, such that the regulator, looking as it is on media policy, is able to do apples with apples comparisons. That in and of itself is non-contentious, and we of course will remain vigilant about making sure that we're sharing information that we're happy to do so in the way we are, and that it doesn't constitute interference.
To the best of your knowledge, has the Minister explored the option of legislating a new national broadcasters reporting framework for Australian content?
I have no knowledge of that, Senator. I'm not aware.
I'm just going to ask you, just for managing the program, whether you have many more lines.
I've got a couple of lines on this and then another topic and then we're done, I believe.
Okay, just trying to manage
That's
the program.
fine,
That's all.
thank you. I appreciate you managing our time, Chair.
Well, I'm here to serve at your pleasure.
Thank you.
It's all right.
In terms of the reporting request itself, do you have a view as to the utility of the measures the Minister seeks reporting on?
Well, not until I get into a bit of detail about the specific form, frequency and granularity of the reporting, Senator. I mean, I imagine that there's some logical reason to want to be able to compare content outputs across different platforms in a like-for-like basis. There'll be a level of granularity that we're comfortable with and a level of granularity that we're not. But I don't have a sense of how the ACMA is thinking about this issue yet, having not spoken to them about it. And so I think I'll need to let the process unfold a bit before I express a view about whether we feel it's appropriate or otherwise.
Okay, but you're independent. Like what if, for example, the government were to say there's plenty of Australian content because it's all being done by SBS and ABC, we'll let all the other stations off the hook. You know, that wouldn't serve your independence very well, would it?
Well, Senator, that's a hypothetical. I mean, if I was one of the only providers in the market providing Australian content, I'd probably welcome that because that will lower the competition. I doubt that's been contemplated, but it's a hypothetical. I can't speak to what the government may or may not do with the information until I've first formed a view about what information is required.
Okay, and what was the utility of it, did you say? You dropped out.
Oh, apologies, Senator. I mean, I think as per the statement of expectation and based on the back reading I've done on the media policy statement, it seems to me there's two imperatives. One, to ensure that the reporting that we do through, for example, our annual reports remains consistent year on year to allow for longitudinal analysis of content spend and outputs, etc., for us in the ABC. Secondly, to harmonise the reporting such that when people look at SBS reports and ABC reports, they've got an apples with apples comparison. And thirdly, to bring the reporting standards of SBS and ABC into line with the reporting standards of the commercial sector so that policymakers can have a cross-industry view of expenditure against different genres, for example. I think that seems to me to be a full capture of the rationale behind the request, but it's all to play for because we've yet to have conversations with the ACMA.
Okay. I'm now going to ask some brief questions on your access to the News Media Bargaining Code. On the 22nd of September, an article by Zoe Samios in the Sydney Morning Herald reported that Facebook snubs SBS, the conversation on media deals. The article stated that social media giant Facebook has shot down requests to negotiate content deals with multicultural broadcaster SBS. Is this statement true?
Yes, Senator.
Has there been any improvement since then?
No, Senator.
Minister, a question for you. The Minister has talked a big game about the News Media Bargaining Code being an expression of Australia's sovereignty in relation to digital platforms. And Senator Hume, you were the Minister in the Senate when we dealt with this legislation and you dealt with it on Minister Fletcher's behalf. Why won't the Minister intervene on behalf of the national broadcaster to make representations or encourage a deal between Facebook and SBS?
So, just a correction to the record there, Senator Pratt. I took that legislation through on behalf of the Treasurer, not on behalf of the Minister for Communication. And designation, as you know, is a responsibility of the Treasurer, and I'm not here today to represent the Treasurer. I'm here today to represent the Minister for Communications. And when the Treasurer makes that decision, there has to be a significant bargaining power imbalance between the platform and the Australian news business. The platform has also made significant contribution to the sustainability of the news industry through commercial deals and for the use of news content. So the Treasurer, should he choose to make a designation, has to provide the platform with at least 30 days written notice of the intention to designate.
Okay. Did you hear, Mr Taylor, that response?
Yes, most of it, Senator.
Sorry, do you need me to speak up? Am I not?
No, I just wanted to check. Do you believe you've met those preconditions to be eligible under the scheme?
Well, Senator, we've certainly registered with the ACMA and we were certainly contemplated by the scheme given both national broadcasters were included within the bargaining framework. It's also worth noting we've made several sincere attempts to enter into constructive conversations with Facebook to no end. So, I would obviously welcome the Treasurer's support in relation to either assisting Facebook come to the negotiating table or indeed to designate them, but I note that that's a matter for him.
So, the Treasurer has not yet... has the Treasurer supported you in any way with those negotiations or attempts to negotiate with with Facebook yet?
Well, I've had no direct conversations with the Treasurer about the matter. And so I don't know.
But you have raised the matter with the Treasurer?
Via the Minister, yes, Senator.
Mr Taylor, in closing, could you please provide the committee with some information about SBS RAT translations, the new Mandarin Arabic news channel, and the Lunar New Year? How is SBS celebrating?
Thank you, Senator. Well, I'm very pleased that since the start of COVID, we have been supporting communities in over 60 languages with vital health and safety information. I've spoken at this committee about that previously, but let me give you an update. Since inception, more than 11 million unique Australian visitors have accessed our COVID-19 portal, demonstrating the value that it's bringing to those communities. This is alongside other initiatives that we've launched to provide live real-time interpreting of daily press conferences in multiple languages, for example. Most recently, we have provided digital explainers in 50 languages, over 50 languages, on how to administer a rapid antigen test, and that's been met with strong consumption by our audiences, which is fantastic. The second question you asked, Senator, was around our brand new indeed, news services, half an hour a night of video news in both Arabic and in each of Arabic and Mandarin. They went live last night in SBS On Demand and will also be broadcast on our recently announced SBS World Watch linear channel, which is launching a little bit later this year, which will also house all of our international news services plus a number more that we're adding. And in keeping with our growing commitment to multicultural and multilingual Australia, we're proud to sponsor and support Lunar New Year festivals right around the country. A really wonderful moment of celebration for community, particularly given the tough 2 years we've had. It was so gratifying to see SBS team and talent and branding and funding support across all of those events right around the country, and it should be a signal of our growing commitment to support on-the-ground events which matter to communities.
Thank you, and I just want to add my thanks on behalf of my household. We've learnt quite a bit about Lunar New Year, thanks to SBS's content, so thanks very much.
Thanks,
Thank
Senator
you, Chair.
Pratt. I'm going to ask my one question of the day, which you might take on notice. I was just wondering whether or not you've provided any services to translate the Uluru Statement into any of your languages?
Yes, Senator. We had indeed, Senator. In fact, we did it last year. We translated it as a text file in over 60 languages, and this year we updated it with a video in all of those languages. And I can't tell you, Senator, that one small act has been met with incredible support from communities and high engagement. And if I could extend my answer, because I think it's on the same theme, you'll note that we've been expanding out our services in SBS On Demand so that there's much deeper content repositories in multiple languages. You can create a user ID in 5 languages plus English now. But what I've been struck by is that for people whose first language is not English, they are consuming significantly more First Nations content than people whose first language is English. It sort of speaks to what we see across the network of a real desire for multicultural Australians to connect with First Nations culture and storytelling. Good. That's fundamental for us because we sit at the crossroads of the oldest continuing cultures and some of Australia's newest citizens.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Look, if you could provide some of that on notice, that'd be great. And we thank you for your time very much for being here this afternoon. We're now going to release you and go to the Australian Communication and Media Authority, or the ACMA.
Thank you,
now,
Chair.
I believe that you're actually here in person. Hello, Miss McLaughlin. Miss O'Loughlin, I should say. My eyes fail me sometimes. So it's good to see you. We go straight to questions at this juncture. And I'm just going to check with my colleagues.
Sorry, just dropped my pen.
That's okay. Good to keep
I'm
moving.
happy to kick off.
Yep, okay. We're going to kick off with Senator Urquhart, and thanks for being here.
Thank you. Ms O'Loughlin, I refer to the ACMA's response to the committee question on notice number 108 on the ACMA's role in relation to misinformation. In response, the AMA states that in general it would be useful to obtain information that would enable the ACMA to assess compliance and platform commitments, for example, complaints handling data. It does seem like an entirely useful thing for the regulator to be able to do. So currently the regulator is not able to get basic information like complaints handling data and statistics to assess the performance of digital platforms in relation to information. That's correct, isn't it?
Senator Nerida O'Loughlin, Chair, Australian Communications and Media Authority. I think what we were alluding to in that particular question on notice was some things that came into effect after the code itself was developed, which was around complaints handling and how complaints would be handled both by digital platforms and by Digi if they were dealing with escalated complaints around the code. So I think what we were saying there, in that space around complaints handling, it would be very handy if we were able to gather additional information from the platforms. But I'll just ask my colleague Kath Rainsford if I got that right.
Kathy Rainsford, General Manager, Content and Consumer Division. Yes, the Chair did get that right.
Thank you. Well done, Ms O'Loughlin. So in its response on notice, the ACMA states that it does not currently have the powers to compel information from digital platforms about their approach or actions in relation to misinformation. And I just want to test this out a little bit if I can. So according to Section 10 of the ACMA Act, it's a function of the ACMA to inform itself and advise the Minister on technological advances and service trends in the broadcasting industry, internet industry and datacasting industry, to report to and advise the Minister in relation to the broadcasting industry, internet industry and datacasting industry, and to do anything incidental to or conducive to the performance of any of the above functions. Is that correct?
Senator, I don't have the Act with me, but I believe that would be absolutely correct.
Thank you. So isn't that enough to empower the ACMA in relation to misinformation?
Where there is a gap, if you look at some of our other legislative responsibilities, we have specific powers to compel information from, say, the telecommunications companies. What we have said in our QAN is that we don't have similar powers to compel information from platforms on misinformation and disinformation. So that's the distinction we make. So those provisions are very broad in the ACMA Act, but we don't currently have powers that we can compel the production of information.
Okay, thank you.
That said, the digital platforms under the code have given us reports about compliance. They are very early reports, and I think it's a work in progress for the platforms to be able to give us the information we need. That's done on a voluntary basis because of that, and we're working with the platforms to improve that information.
Okay, so according to Part 13 of the Broadcasting Services Act of 1992, the ACMA has wide discretion to obtain information, conduct investigations and require production of documents for inspection. So again, isn't that enough for the ACMA to obtain information from digital platforms about their approach to compliance on misinformation or complaints handling on information?
The current provisions under the Broadcasting Services Act don't extend to digital platforms.
Okay, yep, okay. And the Minister is almost out of time to empower the ACMA in the 46th Parliament, given we don't have very few sitting days left. Are you aware of any other regulators in other jurisdictions who are empowered in relation to online misinformation?
I might have a stab at it, but then I'll ask my colleague to step in. I think, as our colleagues from the department mentioned earlier this morning, I think misinformation and disinformation in the context of what we're dealing with in this code has been something that has been the subject of extensive discussion and work internationally. Where we started with the Disinformation and Misinformation Code built on the European Union code, and we made improvements, we believe, to that code. So it is a live issue internationally. And I think it's fair to say that different jurisdictions are taking different approaches in terms of voluntary arrangements or legislative arrangements, as the government's response to the Digital Platforms Inquiry indicated, we are pursuing a self-regulatory code with the digital platforms. They have released that code in February last year. We gave them a position paper in June the year before to guide the development of their code. We think it's come a very long way and we support the code, but it really needs to bed itself in and see if it delivers for users of those platforms over the coming years.
Okay. And you talked about, I wanted to ask what's the nature of the powers of other jurisdictions. So you talked about in some areas it's legislative and in other areas it's voluntary. Are you able to give me a breakdown on that?
I think I'd probably need to take that on notice, Senator, but again, it is a live discussion. There's quite a lot of work being done in the United Kingdom at the moment on a broader online safety bill. Of course, we already have the new Online Safety Act, but the UK is looking at what framework is best to sit around platforms for both things like safety and misinformation. The European Union, as I mentioned, have their voluntary code in place, and that's being updated and revised. And we're also aware of the Canadian broadcasting regulator and indeed the Canadian government, who is looking at legislative approaches around digital platforms, mainly in the area of things like local content. But I'll ask Kathy if she had anything to add on that.
No, I'm afraid I don't have any more specific details, but we're happy to take that on notice. We have very strong relationships with a number of regulators looking at this space.
Yeah, and in that regard,
we'll be able to get some information.
It's been quite interesting, as none of us have been able to travel for a very long time. The relationships with those regulators have been exceptionally strong in coordinating our approaches. Where we have like-minded regulators, such as the Irish, the UK, Canadians, the Europeans, of working together on these issues to see what works best and how we develop our frameworks and are able to advise our governments on the best approach to those.
Yes, because I guess it's an issue that doesn't just happen here, does it?
That's right.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Minister, can you tell me how the Morrison government can be taken seriously on online safety or misinformation, given that it hasn't bothered to empower the media regulator to hold digital platforms accountable for that misinformation?
I think that the messages of the government have been very clear on misinformation, and I think there should be no problem taking them seriously.
But you haven't empowered the regulator to actually be able to do anything?
Well, if the regulator feels that that is something, there are additional powers that the regulator needs, that is something that I'm sure the government could consider.
So it's up to the regulator to come to you rather than
Well, that's how regulators tend to work. They tend to
okay.
come to government to tell us where their powers are inadequate.
Thank you. Ms O'Loughlin, in September 2021, the ACMA made the anti-terrorism standard for television narrowcasting services. Can you tell me what prompted the making of that instrument?
I believe that it was a sunsetting instrument. So it had been in place for 10 years, and under the sunsetting program of government, it's incumbent on regulators to look at standards, other legislative provisions that are in place and make an assessment about whether or not that legislation is still required or whether it should sunset and fall away. We consulted on it and we considered that it still had a role to play in the regulatory framework, and therefore we remade the standard.
Okay, so what prompted the consolidation of the two 2011 instruments into the one instrument?
I might defer to my colleague.
My recollection, Senator, is that it was primarily driven by a combination of updated drafting practice combined with the merit. I think that applied to both open narrowcasters and subscription narrowcasters, and the merits of having all of the regulation for the narrowcasting industry around anti-terrorism in one place.
Yeah. Okay. The ACMA annual report states that on the sunsetting review, of the anti-terrorism standards in November 2020, ACMA staff led a roundtable with relevant, with relevant government agencies to discuss the continuing relevance and effectiveness of the broadcasting services anti-terrorism requirements for open narrowcasting television services standard 2011 for narrowcast television. According to the annual report, the discussion provided some valuable insights into the current national security and counter-terrorism environment and raised issues for consideration before public consultation on the instrument. So can you tell me what's the view on the continuing relevance and effectiveness of the anti-terrorism standard?
Certainly, and I hosted that particular roundtable, Senator. There was a range of discussion whereby the attendees at it, government representatives from a range of different agencies, expressed a view at that time around the merits of continuing to have this type of regulation, particularly in an environment where the narrowcasting sector is less known to us than other types of broadcasters by virtue of the licensing arrangements. So narrowcasters, unlike, for example, the commercial broadcasters, we don't have a direct licensing arrangement. They have a class licence under which they operate. So if you like, we don't have a list of who's operating in that field at any given time. That helped us to think through some of the issues that informed the public consultation that we did. Those agencies didn't change their views as a result of that. My recollection is we didn't get any views that through the public consultation which suggested we should let the instrument lapse, and ultimately the authority decided to remake it.
So
just to check this for management purposes, whether you have a lot more questions?
Yes.
Do you have a sense of how long?
Not at the moment, I don't.
Okay.
But we've got to.
I'm just trying to work out whether we should put the next people on notice.
No, we'll finish at the dinner break. It's fine.
That's another hour away.
Yep.
Great. Okay.
How many complaints has does the ACMA have an up-to-date statistics on the number of satellite receivers in Australia or other consumption data?
No, Senator. Satellite receivers for television services?
Yes.
No, Senator.
You don't? Okay. No. How many complaints has the ACMA received under the standards in the last 12 months?
Under the anti-terrorism standards, I'm not aware that we've received any. I think our colleague Rochelle Zunama is on video conference. If she's there, I'll just check with her.
It doesn't look like she's there.
Right.
Unless she's changed her name to Dr. Sam McMahon.
I hope not.
No.
I'm reasonably confident that we haven't, but I'm happy to take that on notice for you, Senator.
No worries. Has the ACMA undertaken any proactive monitoring or investigations under the anti-terrorism standards?
No, Senator.
In December 2021, Hezbollah was listed as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code. Has this prompted any action from the ACMA?
I think no specific action, although some of the changes we made to the standard when it was remade were intended to pick up related changes that had been made under Commonwealth legislation.
Right, okay. So what, if anything, does the listing of Hezbollah mean for Al-Manar television received in Australia?
I think I'll approach it this way, Senator. We understand that is a narrowcaster that operates in Australia. It's subject to a range of broadcasting, and indeed other related legislation, including this particular standard. And the way we largely work with the standards is if we became aware of content, primarily through complaints, that indicated that they might not be complying with the standard, then we would look to investigate that matter.
Right, but you would have to wait for a complaint. Do you have any monitoring work planned in this area?
No, Senator. We predominantly work on complaints, although I'd have to say that we also monitor the environment around broadcasting fairly consistently through media reports or intelligence that comes to us. So it's not necessarily just prompted by a complaint, but if there were issues raised around Almanar, then of course we would look at under the newly made and revised standards.
Okay.
And if I can just add to that,
Sure.
Senator, we also have very good relationships with a range of law enforcement and intelligence agencies across the Commonwealth in a way such that if they became aware of problematic content being broadcast on any platform in Australia, I'm confident they would bring that to our attention.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a complaint as such. They can bring that to your attention.
Yes.
And then you would a viewer complaint.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a complaint expressed or intelligence from various agencies or from our own reconnaissance.
And that would trigger an investigation from your point of view. Yeah. Okay. Great. I've just got some questions around self-help retransmission. So the ACMA policy on retransmission of broadcasting services is dated August 2021. For the benefit of the committee, can you explain what this policy is for and why it was updated in August 21?
I will pass, I think, to my colleague Linda Caruso.
And maybe you could add that what, if any, changes or updates were actually made in 2021?
Yes, we did make a number of updates. I mean, the retransmission policy generally is around getting services to communities who may not be able to get services from their existing broadcasters who are too far away and we can't get signal in. So the retransmission policy is designed to allow operators to retransmit somebody else's signal or their own signal into different communities, say for example around sort of mining settlements. But I'll ask Ms Caruso to address that and also the changes we made in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Linda Caruso, General Manager, Communications Infrastructure Division. Senator, there's a number of our broadcasting planning documents that we have been in the process of updating. So the retransmission policy was one of those broadcast planning documents that we looked at. For a range of reasons, some of those documents had not been changed or updated since pre-digital television days, and so some of what we were doing was covering both on the TV and the radio side. There was some, I'll say, some old TV planning references that were no longer valid, so we updated the documents for that. On the radio side, we'd also undertaken a body of work with the industry around the future delivery of radio, and we were reflecting our planning priorities in that future delivery of radio also in the retransmission policy. I can take it on notice to provide more details about the exact changes.
Yes.
I know we did highlight that on a website, I just haven't got that detail here today, but it was largely a recognition that it was at a point in time, some of the technology delivery had changed, the policy environment and our planning priorities had also changed, and so it was one of a number of broadcasting planning documents that we have done some housekeeping on.
Okay, thank you. And if you could maybe provide some extra on notice, that would be great. So can you tell me, how does the government's response to the Green Paper and the new broadcast working group factor in ACMA work on retransmission?
Not specifically on retransmission, Senator. As you're aware, the media reform paper indicates a couple of tasks for the ACMA. One of that is around some research activities around television channel planning and technical capabilities for the future, and the other is more around some of the content functions. Where I think the link is probably to retransmission will be in that channel planning process, because obviously although most of our retransmission is actually about radio rather than television, what we will need to look at in the research is what the future broadcasting channel planning looks like, and ensuring that that where television reaches today, it will reach tomorrow, and whether or not there needs to be different infill arrangements or different types of arrangements put in place. I'll pass again to Ms Caruso, who might be able to add more, but that's probably, it's probably a broader issue for TV about making sure that we're getting, that nobody's losing a service in the transition, rather than specifically about retransmission.
Right.
But Linda?
Thanks, Senator. What I would say is that under the Green Paper and the what's discussed in terms of working group arrangements and bodies of work, there's a number of elements where the ACMA will be involved in different technical studies. Ms O'Loughlin's mentioned channel planning. There's a number of other elements of that work. I think where retransmission fits in is that there are a range of different terrestrial delivery models out there, and also with satellite delivery for TV as well. But part of the work in thinking through different delivery scenarios for TV is that we will need to understand exactly the topology of all of those different networks, and it is different for the metro and the regional broadcasters. And they're using different transmission equipment in the network. We need to understand the impact of that in changing any of the planning arrangements, and retransmission is just one element of that, the understanding of that network topology and how service is delivered. So it's a complex environment, but there's a body of work that we need to undertake with industry and just to be able to understand the impacts of those different planning scenarios on how TV is delivered today, how it could be delivered in future.
Okay, so it's broader than the retransmission. So according to the most recent ACMA annual report, you issued 76 broadcasting retransmission licences in 2020-21. Is this list publicly available?
Senator, my understanding is that that is licensing information. It is all publicly available.
Right. Would you be able to provide it on notice? That would be great. How does the decision by RBAH, which came to prominence in 2020 to no longer maintain ABC and SBS services, impact the ACMA's work on retransmission?
Senator, I think the broader issue underlying that is how ABC and SBS services are delivered in their contractual arrangements with RBAH. I'd suggest that retransmission that we've been talking about earlier is actually in a different bundle of issues.
I refer to the loss of ABC service in Goulburn and the loss of the SBS service in Bermagui. So,
Senator, I think that was a commercial matter between RBAH, the ABC and SBS.
Right, okay. Is the ACMA aware of any other areas that may lose ABC or SBS reception?
I don't believe we're aware of anything or been made aware of anything. Right. That might be a matter for the ABC and SBS.
Okay, so is the ACMA aware of any other areas that may lose any other service? Are any other licensees planning on stopping service maintenance?
I don't believe we have any intelligence on that, Senator. I think,
Senator, I'd respond in general terms that licensees within their licence areas often make decisions about which areas they're going to serve, and over the life of a licence that's varied often for different licensees. So I think that is a process where they would advise us if they're seeking to change a service. We're not aware at the moment of any service withdrawals.
Okay,
but for example, that may, Senator, reflect population movements within a licence area, which in some areas of Australia can be quite large in terms of licence areas.
Yeah. I've got some questions around carrier licence fees, so I want to touch on them and the telecommunications industry levy for a moment. So can you provide a high-level description of how the levy actually works, who it captures and what role the ACMA plays?
Actually, Senator, I'll start. So the carrier licence charge is applied to carriers and CSPs across the country. It has been in place for a considerable number of years. It funds what's called the Telecommunications Industry Levy, and that levy funds the USO and the payphones USO.
Yep.
And my colleague Matt will tell me if I get any of this wrong or anything else to add.
Great.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's all correct. Okay.
And we collect the levy.
Yes, okay. So for my benefit, can you provide some detail about what a carrier technically is and isn't? And can you provide examples of what line of revenue a business generates in the telecommunication space that does not require them to hold a carrier licence?
Senator, I would prefer to take that on notice. I don't have the full detail here. It is a quite complex legal and technical issue, so I would prefer to take it on notice if we may, please.
Okay, so my understanding is that the eligible revenue consists of the following. So it's the initial sales revenue of the parent telecommunications, less non-communication sales revenue, plus other telecommunications sales revenue, less the revenue earned whilst not in the holder of a carrier licence, equals the gross telecommunications sales revenue, less any deductions. And this gives you an estimate or eligible revenue. Is that broadly correct?
Senator, you have the technical detail in front of you more than I have at the moment, and that sounds
pretty
technically
good.
correct.
Yeah, great, okay. So can you talk me through this scenario? So let's say I run a private company generating sales revenue in the telecommunications sector, but I don't need a carrier licence to operate. Then one day I want to expand the products and services that I provide, but the new segment requires me to obtain a carrier licence. If I obtain that carrier licence, but my new business offering is not generating much revenue or not fully developed yet, does that still activate the levy on my existing telecommunications revenue streams, which did not require a carrier licence?
Senator, while you're putting this to me as a theoretical issue, there is a live issue that will be before the court on this matter, so I would prefer not to comment any further.
Okay. I guess the issue is what sort of deterrence or disincentive did that provide for new entrants?
Again, I would prefer not to comment any further, and that would be, in terms of changes to the carrier licence charge, would be a matter for government.
Right. So earlier today we had a discussion with the department about neutral host mobile providers and the different models that can be employed. Some of these models require integrated offerings of physical components which presumably require a carrier licence. Could these oddities of the telecommunications industry levy eligible revenue assessment mechanism distort opportunities in this market?
Senator, again, I would prefer not to comment.
Okay. And does the Minister have any power to deal with such issues or strange circumstances as they arise?
As I said, the make-up of the carrier licence charge, any changes to that would be a matter for the government.
Right, yeah. So the Minister does have the powers.
Yes.
Yep, thank you. I've got some around low orbit satellite and collision risks.
Yep.
Working through my folder. Okay. Just for your info, Chair, and for the update of Ms O'Loughlin, I've probably got around about 10 more questions on a couple of topics, so if that assists.
Well, that does assist. And does Senator Pratt have... Is that it?
No, that'll be it for us on this section.
Okay.
Okay. So, low Earth orbit satellites have been a great innovation in the terms of the choice and capability that they're opening up for underserved consumers. I want to better understand what role the ACMA plays in monitoring and proliferation of such low orbit satellites. So can you talk me through what role the ACMA plays?
I will defer to my colleagues. We do have a role in engaging with the low Earth orbit satellite community in terms of their operations in Australia. We are aware that they're, particularly in the United States, much more than here, recognising that a lot of these LEO companies are actually global companies. So some of the testing of the regulatory frameworks are being developed in other jurisdictions such as the US, which we observe and see how that relates to the Australian environment. And there is some concern there that LEOs, which of course are not subject to the quite extensive planning requirements under the International Telecommunications Union that high orbit satellites are subjected to, that there's a proliferation which, while benefiting consumers, may result in things like collisions or space junk, etc. So it is it's a very live debate. But I will defer to Linda if she's got other matters to add.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the ACMA does have a regulatory role in relation to the licensing of earth stations in Australia. So when people seek access to spectrum for earth stations, we've also got a regulatory role in relation to foreign companies who seek to, again, seek licensing arrangements. Sometimes they're seeking licensing in other countries, but they're also seeking to operate in Australia. There's a foreign space objects determination that essentially gives recognition to these foreign companies in terms of operations in Australia. I would say that...
Are the foreign companies operating Earth stations?
So when I say, they can be operating LEO, they can be operating LEO systems. So we've got a role in terms of spectrum access. If companies want to use spectrum that is provided to support satellite services, generally there's different spectrum bands for satellite. We have essentially like an authorisation role in relation to these foreign companies seeking to operate in Australia. The other, and there is an international overlay here with the International Telecommunications Union that coordinates arrangements between jurisdictions. And so that is the other overlay, that Australia works within those International Telecommunications Union arrangements. On the issue of... So I'll go back a step. On the coordination arrangements, that they are designed to ensure that you don't end up with collisions, so that there's enough separation between the different satellite systems that you're not going to end up in collisions. There are other regulatory arrangements in Australia that are administered by the Australian Space Agency that deal with launches and returns of satellites to Australia. That's another important part of the regulatory arrangements just for satellite operations in Australia. So again, very concerned about space junk, managing as I said, launches and returns, but that's the Australian Space Agency, and we work closely with them.
Thank you. On the 9th of February 2022, the New York Times published a piece which noted, over the past 3 years, SpaceX has deployed thousands of satellites into low Earth orbit as part of its business to beam high-speed internet service from space. But the company's latest deployment of 49 new satellites after February 3 launch did not go as planned. As a consequence of a geomagnetic storm triggered by a recent outburst of the sun, up to 40 of 49 newly launched Starlink satellites have been knocked out of commission. They are in the process of re-entering Earth's atmosphere, where they will be incinerated. The incident highlights the hazards faced by numerous companies planning to put tens of thousands of small satellites in orbit to provide internet service from space, and it's possible that more solar outbursts will knock some of these newly deployed orbital transmitters out of the sky. So is that sort of commentary dramatising the situation? And in such a scenario, do the remaining low orbit satellites simply continue to provide service?
My understanding is that the remaining satellites are providing SpaceX services, including services to Australia. So SpaceX is authorised out of the US, so the issue of how that is managed, it's actually a responsibility of the US administration. Right. But in terms of SpaceX's service in Australia, there would potentially be a flow on to customers in Australia if there are service disruptions, because these things are managed globally. Yes. But general commentary around that, Senator, would be, I think the issue of satellite innovation generally, the innovation in LEOs in particular, and the activity of a lot of companies, it is causing a lot of work across the globe. Regulators are very much concerned about how to support this activity, but making sure that that there is sufficient space literally in space, yep. and for services to operate effectively. But it is a global issue, and Australia is a part of those discussions that are going on with other regulators.
Okay. A separate report noted that a plan from Elon Musk's company SpaceX to dramatically increase the number of satellites in orbit had raised alarm among officials at NASA. SpaceX proposed an additional 30,000 satellites orbiting the Earth, a number of which NASA believes would greatly increase the risk of collisions. 30,000 satellites in orbit around the entire Earth may not seem like that many, but collisions can and already have happened. Each collision has the potential to make the problem exponentially worse. Professor at ANU Research School of Astronomy and Astrophysics said, instead of having two big objects you could track, you create a large cloud of smaller debris which are much harder to track. The professor said, if this happens again and again, you could develop Kessler syndrome, which is when there are so many collisions that there's a snowball effect and you can't stop the chain reaction anymore. So what type of steps do regulators and satellite companies take to mitigate the probability of such events, and is there any responsibility for the ACMA in that regard?
Senator, as I said, I think that there's elements of the regulatory framework that the ACMA administers. There are other agencies involved in other aspects of the regulatory framework, and that includes, I would say, at the international level also, in the coordination across all countries through the ITU.
So is Kessler syndrome the primary type of low probability event or occurrence that could pose systematic challenges for the availability of low-orbit satellite services?
Senator, I don't want to comment on that article or the conclusions being reached in that article. I would say, though, that the issue of enabling LEOs and how a number of different companies can be supported in that environment, how there is room in space for a range of other uses, as highlighted by the NASA comments. All of that are the kind of issues that we are concerned with, other regulators around the world are also concerned with.
Okay, I've got a few questions on the impact of Australian and children's content quota changes. So it's now been nearly 2 years since changes were made to the Australian content quotas for commercial television. What's the impact of the changes been on industry and consumers from the ACMA's perspective?
Senator, so as you will recall, the ACMA in 2020 exercised forbearance for commercial television broadcasters, given at that time as the COVID-19 pandemic hit, there was huge disruption to the production sector and also to the broadcasters. So we exercised forbearance for that time. And then changes were made by the government to the legislative framework in terms of what quota obligations applied to the sectors. I might ask my colleague, Kath, to talk about some of the detail, and then we can talk about perhaps what's happened since then.
Yes, certainly, Senator. So if it would help, I've got some of the, I guess, compliance outcomes during that period where we exercised forbearance. So in the 2020 results, all commercial broadcasters met their transmission quota requirements.
So that's the 55% of Australian content.
Yep. And some, but not all, of them met their required sub-quotas. So, for example, Network 7 and its affiliates met the first release Australian drama sub-quota. Channel 9 and 10 and their affiliates met the first release Australian children's drama sub-quota and the all children's program sub-quota. Channel 9 and its affiliates met the all Australian preschool program sub-quota. Network 10 and its affiliates met the triennial sub-quota for first release children's drama for the 2018 to 2020 triennium. And finally, I can report no network met their first release Australian children's programs sub-quota. So, of course, following that in late 2020, the government announced changes to that standard, and we made a revised Australian and Children's Program Standard, which commenced on the 1st of January 2021. The first lot of annual reports for against that standard are due to be provided to us in March of this year, which will give us some data about how broadcasters have gone about meeting that the requirements of that standard and how they may have used the flexibility that it provided.
Ms Rainford, you were reading off a document there. Are you able to table that information?
I could probably, yes, I'm sure I can find a way
sure
to
we can
yes.
find a way to
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So what plans does the ACMA have to review the impact of the changes?
Senator, the new, as Ms Ransford said, the new Australian Content and Children's Television Standards came into effect on the 1st of January. We will receive reporting from that at the end of March, and we will make that reporting public.
So you'll report at the end of March?
No, we received the information at the end of March.
Oh, sorry.
So
okay.
it will take us a little while to analyse the data, seek additional information, and we will make that information public. I think it's fair to say that we don't have a monitoring role. We do have a collection of information and reporting role, which of course the information from that and the other reporting roles that we have, including the new voluntary reporting requirements for SVODs, making all that information available would be able to inform any future government policy in the area.
Okay, great. So just so that I've got this right in my head, so at the end of March you'll have looked at a review or had information about what the changes are. Then the step from there is, I'm sorry, I just didn't quite get that.
We would make that information public.
Oh, so it would be made public?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. That was going to be my next question, so you've got there. That's all we have for the ACMA. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. We are going to have an early dinner break because the next witnesses aren't here. So the break for dinner now. We'll come back in an hour.
Yep, 10 to 7?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks
Thank you.
to ACMA
Oh,
and thanks
good.
to Minister Hume, and we're suspended. And we have 2 hours with the ABC, if we need that 2 hours. And so welcome you, Mr Anderson, and representatives of the ABC. If you have an opening statement, we'd be grateful if you could table that, and we can go straight to questions. Thank you very much. And I'll offer the call to Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr Anderson. Hello. On the 7th of February 2022, the Minister announced triennial funding arrangements for the ABC and SBS, along with a statement of expectations for Australian content reporting. So can you tell me what funding has the ABC received? How much of this funding is a continuation of what the ABC already receives in the current triennium, and how much is new or additional funding?
Well, Senator, look, as per the Minister's announcement, we see the resumption of indexation on our operational base funding. We also see the extension of enhanced news funding. The operational funding, the indexation that returns is modelled in those tables, and I won't necessarily mathematically talk to you about that, but it's effectively an additional, well, it's not additional, it's indexation of 70 million. The enhanced news gathering funding, which is there, is expiring at the end of this year. It's 14.8 million per annum at the moment. It's extended over the next 3 years with indexation applied to it.
Yep, okay. So, sorry, I didn't quite catch whether any was new or additional funding.
Well, it's the extension of existing funding in the enhanced news gathering program, but it was set to expire. It has been there for 9 years. This is will then take it out to have been there for 12 years with this extension of 3.
Right, okay. So overall, does this funding announcement mean pretty much business as usual for the ABC, or is it game-changing, transformative funding? How would you like to characterise it?
Well, Senator, what it allows us to do is a number of things that we've already set out in the 5-year plan. We also, thanks to being included in the revenue of Google and Facebook with regard to the code that was put forward, we've invested that in regional and rural Australia and we've started putting people in areas that we haven't had people before. That employment has started, and what it means is we can continue on with that.
Yeah.
Rather than reverse it out. Had we not had the extension of the NG funding, I think we would have had a whole of ABC problem of relatively $15 million a year that we would have had to deal with. And I think that commercial revenue that's coming in that we're putting into regional and rural Australia would have been at risk at where we wanted to spend it. So what it means is we can go about the priorities as we'd set them.
Yeah.
We've got a number of other priorities in our 5-year plan that we think are important. I will say that indexation, I'm very grateful that indexation, we welcome the decision is returned. For us, we're always looking for efficiency. We're obligated to under the legislation. We always need to find efficiencies that meet the gap between rising costs and the indexation we receive.
Yeah.
So we'll still need to find efficiencies to maintain what is otherwise sustainable expenditure.
Okay, similar to any business, I guess.
Yes, look, we do have, with this funding certainty over the next triennium, that is for us something we were seeking. It is very difficult if your funding is changing from year to year, and to get the certainty now for the next 3 is important. Certainly for the next 3 years. Of course, we're asking for a 5-year term. We're also asking for the NG funding not to be extended for 3, but beyond, so be rolled into the base. But I'll welcome the decision to at least have it for 3 years.
Yeah, great. So you talked about the enhanced news gathering. You talked about having people out or keeping people out in the field. Can you just tell me what that funding for the enhanced news gathering will support? What will that enable you to do?
So enhanced news gathering is something we've answered before at estimates. So it supports some 69 roles. It allows tailored news, allows more local news. It is supporting people both in the regions but also in some capital cities. But it is a focus on local news and tailored news that we provide that other news organisations don't necessarily. So supports those roles, particularly important for the roles that are throughout regional Australia. And of course, that program can continue. And of course, what we look at beyond that is now that we're putting more people into rural and regional Australia, we can keep the people there that were there before. Our next focus would, I think, be looking at outer suburban populations where they're growing rapidly, where we think we'd like to get further into suburban Australia.
Yeah. So does this mean that the ABC is now fully funded to fix the decline in local reporting across Australia? Or would the ACCC's findings still stand that the ABC and SBS are not adequately funded to address the decline in local reporting?
I think that we're not there specifically to replace what is market failure with regard to regional and rural Australia. I think that it is a concern with an understandable withdrawal of media throughout regional and rural Australia. It's not fiscally viable for them to keep the presence that they've had. So we can't make up for all of that. We can't make up for the presence that's leaving, but we're certainly remaining where we are, continuing to invest the way we do, and increase that investment over time now with the revenue that we get from Google and Facebook.
So the funding for audio description is $3 million over 3 years, I understand?
Yes, that's correct.
Will that enable the ABC to deliver more audio description that is currently the case, and how many hours will be delivered?
It allows us to continue the service that we've got at the moment. Again, welcome the decision to extend audio description funding specifically. At the moment, we aim to provide a service that is 14 hours a week. At the moment, my statistics show us that we, on average, are overachieving on that by a little bit. Okay. It allows us to continue to do that. It is very important for people who are blind or visually impaired for that to have that service. Very happy to be able to keep providing it.
Yeah, great. What about funding to cover the maintenance of self-help retransmitters? So did the government supply the ABC with funding to cover this cost?
Senator, I think you're referring to the RBAH issue, and no, that's an example of rising costs for the ABC over time. So I believe that to be in the order of, and I can confirm it on notice, approximately $600,000 per annum that we needed to find to cover that cost that we weren't previously covering.
Okay, so that cost has been passed on to you that you didn't previously have?
That's right.
Yep, so $600 per annum, about $1.8 million over that triennium.
Yes.
Yep. Now I want to turn to the statement of expectations. In the Minister's media release of the 7th of February, he said that he has today written to the ABC and SBS outlining their 3-year funding packages and issued statements of expectations regarding the reporting by the two organisations in relation to a number of their key activities, including a new national broadcasters reporting framework for Australian content, and in the case of the ABC, its rural and regional activities. So, Mr Anderson, has a Minister for Communications ever issued a statement of expectations to the ABC?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. I do recall Minister Fifield, I think, sending something similar to the ABC. Of course, I wasn't Managing Director, and I think out of the efficiency review under Malcolm Turnbull, there was one of the recommendations had reference to a statement of expectation. So it's something that has, in my recollection, been raised before. Right. Again, I'll confirm that on notice for you. I don't want to say something.
Okay, so it's been raised, but has in fact the ABC been exempt from a statement of expectations until now?
Look, I think that there was some debate at the time between the then chair, Mr Jim Spiegelman, and the minister at the time. We haven't, my understanding is we don't operate with a statement of expectations. I will add there are some expectations from Minister Fletcher. We have quarterly catch-ups. Minister Fletcher is always interested in various things, particularly audience performance, where we're up to with technology, what our challenges are, and we supply information to the Minister at the moment with regard to those things.
So do you know if there's been a policy change in the regard of the government's rationale for issuing a statement of expectations?
No, I don't know, Senator. So the way they stand at the moment, and the board has met to discuss this, and I think they'll discuss it again at the next board meeting. But at the moment, there's a raft of reporting requirements. Some of them we already do. Others would be challenging. We're required to work with ACMA, and our approach will be to work with ACMA on what, I see some sense in a common set of data that exists across commercial free-to-air networks. At the moment, that's aggregated data, though. So, we'll work with ACMA on, what we can produce that is useful, that aligns to those expectations at the moment. And for us, there are good stories to tell there, particularly when it comes to regional rural Australia, Australian content, and how much we produce. Sort of happily talk about those matters.
Okay.
So the 2014 ABC SBS efficiency study commissioned under the Abbott government formed the view that the minister could provide the ABC and SBS with a statement of government expectations, but it noted that to do so would be controversial and give rise to concerns that the government is intervening in the ABC and SBS for political reasons. So can you tell me what's the legal status of a statement of expectations in relation to the ABC?
No, I can't tell you, Senator. We'll look at the statement and we'll look at that. But at the moment, our intention is to work with ACMA on what the reporting requirements are. As I said, some of those things we're asked to report, we already report on the annual report. So it's a case of how much further we can go.
We'll have to come back.
Come back, yeah,
come
sure.
back. Mr. Anderson, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions from themes we've been talking about over the last little while. The first one goes to the social media code. So we provided some questions I noticed to you after the last hearings in relation to some tweets, retweets, one by Wendy Harmer, one by Alan Kohler. The ABC wrote back and said that the Kohler tweet was okay for some reason. Now, that was retweeting Kevin Rudd's kind of crazy conspiracy theories about Murdoch running the world. And then, but the Wendy Harmer one...
Not the craziest conspiracy
Sorry, excuse me, order. I know you subscribe to this theory, and I have to say it's a little bit... I can't quite follow it. I can't quite follow it. Now, the other one that we provided was Senator Whish-Wilson's retweeting, having been retweeted by Wendy Harmer. So ABC came back and said that the Harmer one was bad, but the Kohler one was okay. I mean, they're both retweeting highly political, quite strange sort of ideas. I was just wondering how you make that distinction, because I think thematically, I mean, we're interested in how you enforce this social media code.
Yeah, look, I think, Senator, so, I mean, you know, as Managing Director, there's a number of things I've done to tackle personal use of social media, particularly with in the ABC's Code of Conduct, issuing personal use of social media guidelines, and we've updated them a couple of times now to strengthen them. When it comes to personal use of social matter, it is an employment matter, so that I will state, so it's different to what we do when we publish being an editorial issue on our own platforms.
Yep.
We do look at these on a case-by-case basis when they are referred to us. Some we investigate, others we don't, and others are resolved easily. So in the case of Alan Kohler, and I'm speaking from memory here, that tweet was really about criticising News Corp, and you know, on examination, did I think that warranted further investigation? The answer is no. When it comes to the Wendy Harmer tweet, I thought yes, so we followed through with that.
Well, I just want to read the tweet to you just so it's on the record, because the Kohler tweet is retweeting Mr Rudd. Mr Rudd said, Murdoch's Liberal protection racket on vivid display today. Tasmania's Liberals go into lockdown over a single case and Murdoch cheers, but in Victoria, Murdoch screeches, Dan's Hermit Kingdom, what liars? Taking us for fools. Hashtag Murdoch Royal Commission. I mean, that I would have thought that's pretty clear breach of the code. He's talking about a Liberal protection racket.
Again, Senator, it is something we do examine on a case-by-case basis. We do look at it against the standard of what we expect for people, such as do not damage the ABC's reputation for impartiality and independence. I mean, you know, in this particular instance, we didn't think, we will always remind someone about their obligations, particularly if they're affiliated with the ABC or certainly an ABC employee.
Okay.
But not in that instance.
So what about the damage? Is the damage to the ABC's reputation because of these tweets?
Well, I think there's always potential damage to the ABC's reputation depending on the person, depending on the context, depending on all sorts of things when it comes to personal use of social media. And we look at a number of things, a number of issues. So we look at likes versus retweets versus what they've tweeted, what the context is, what the subject matter is when we look at it.
What about legal risk?
We've dealt with that, and I sense we're going to deal with that a little bit more again today. But when it comes to legal risk, we've done what we can to make sure that the ABC is not legally liable for this to the best possible extent.
I have asked you before about Ms. Julia Zemiro and some of her tweets. I have a bunch of tweets which I think would breach the code, which I'm happy to table for your interest. Just so we understand how the code works, does the code apply to staff and contractors?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the status of Ms. Zemiro?
So Ms. Zemiro she has a program called Julia Zemiro's Home Delivery, which is produced by CJZ Productions.
Okay.
She is hired by CJZ to make the program for the ABC. So I think that, and what you're describing, Senator, is what we're having to deal with, and that is that dealing with people who aren't in the direct employ of the ABC, but otherwise might be affiliated with the ABC, I think they're things that we will follow up with, things that we don't want to see. And in the end, when somebody is removed from you and not in your direct employ, then there's obviously less control that you have over their behaviour, certainly when it comes to the ABC.
But I guess
because they work for multiple different organisations and multiple different media outlets.
But I mean, you wouldn't employ a contractor that was causing you massive reputational damage as a rule, would you?
Well, so I will say that we live in an era where, we do take that into consideration, frankly.
Okay. I just want to read to you what the policy says. It says, quote, it applies to any person who carries out work in any capacity for the ABC. So doesn't this apply to...
Yeah, it applies, and then there is enforcement and control.
Okay.
So there is...
So how's
people have
going?
free will on personal social media. We covered that. I can't prohibit people from using personal social media. What I can do is make it clear about what our expectations are of their behaviour when using it, and the consequences that will happen having if you like, relayed that expectation. We've done that a number of times, so both in the reissue of this and emails.
Okay. I mean, I understand it's a difficult task. I'm not pretending it's easy. And I appreciate that you've made efforts to try and protect the ABC from reputational damage here. I think it is just worthwhile, just on this particular case, just to read out one of these tweets, which says, on this final day of 2021, I pledge to do whatever I can to vote this New South Wales state and federal government out. I'm not sure what the alternatives will be, but I will not reward Scott Morrison and Dom Perrottet and their ilk with another go at it. Hashtag vote them all out 2022. This is a person who's working in a public role in your organisation or as a contractor, which is captured by the social media code. And it doesn't appear that so far you've been able to rein in this conduct.
Look, again, Ms. Zemiro doesn't work as a contractor to us. She works to another organisation, which otherwise we do engage. I will point out that Ms. Zemiro is not a journalist, so she's not reporting on politics at any particular point in time. She has a factual entertainment program, and is espousing her own views. It's important it's important that she certainly in a Twitter handle doesn't have ABC there, and says her views are her own. But of course, the further away you get from direct employment with the ABC, the more difficult that is to enforce. But we remind people of their obligations, particularly when they're associated, in the period they're associated with the ABC.
Did you want to intercede? No. Okay, well, I don't want to labour the point on this because we have a lot of things to get through, but I think the messages you're sending here is that you're not going to enforce the code.
Well, we do enforce the code, so even...
But this is not being enforced.
But even in those issues...
Indemnifying Louise Milligan.
For
way of enforcing.
For those instances that are drawn to our attention, of course we follow up with it. And, it is a concern about how you deal with that, how you then deal in the future with people that you believe might cause reputational damage to the ABC.
Okay, well, I just want to ask you about something a bit different here, which is in relation to the ABC Friends. So have you authorised the ABC Friends to use the ABC logo?
No. So it was alerted to us towards the end of last week that there was ABC Friends as a particular community group that advocate for the ABC, and it's a long-standing arrangement that's generally what they've done. We do have rules when it comes to use of the ABC logo, particularly around election campaigns.
Yeah.
And we do enforce that. And for those other groups, such as Friends, if they're embarking on a political campaign, then they need to also abide by those rules and not use our ABC logo when doing that.
Okay, so they can't use it.
They can't use it for a political campaign? No. So
Okay.
we've put, so there is information on our website.
But aren't they campaigning against the coalition now using this logo? I've got.
We have been in contact with ABC Friends since that was brought to our attention.
Okay, because I have to say, I hope that.
And what have you said to them?
We've said to them that they need to abide by the rules that we've got, which apply to the political parties, which says that they cannot use the ABC logo in a political campaign.
Have they agreed not to use it?
I'm not sure I've seen a response back from them other than we've been in touch with them, both by letter and verbally.
Well, can you please provide that information on notice to the committee? And before I hand over the call to Senator Hanson-Young, I just note that I do think that if you're going to have a policy in relation to personal use of social media, which I understand is difficult, I think it is important that you do send the right messages about its enforcement, and that if people are captured, that there needs to be some form of enforcement, because it appears that in some of these cases, I haven't gone to read out all the egregious examples here. I think that any fair-minded person would say that it is causing the organisation reputational damage because of the association and the ongoing link.
Senator, by and large, a vast majority of staff do the right thing. There are transgressions. I've seen less, frankly, over time, but they will still happen, and we have tied this to our code of conduct such that we have a way of reminding people that in the course of their employment, for their personal use of social media, there are obligations upon them they need to abide by. Otherwise, the consequences are misconduct and could be termination. So we've done that a number of times, and people. It's an employment matter, so people have a right to confidentiality if that process does take place.
Okay, well, I'll just ask that in closing that you provide some examples on notice of where enforcement action has been taken. I don't mind if you blind it or you conceal the particular cases, but we need to see some examples of how the code is being enforced.
Senator, to set expectations, I will not give you individual names.
Well, I didn't ask for that.
No, but I'm just saying that what I'll do is I can give you an amount of investigations that have undertaken as a result.
Okay. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you.
Just before you start, can we also have beyond that, not just the investigations, but the outcomes and enforcement? Because that is what seems to be lacking, that you always investigate and you talk to people, you write to Friends of the ABC, but you never have the undertakings. So,
okay.
Senator Hanson, yeah.
Thank you.
It never ceases to amaze me the glass jaws that you guys have on your side. A little bit of criticism, can't
I don't think that's right. I don't think I have a glass jaw.
Thanks for that, Says.
It's just.
I think if you're in public life, you've got to be prepared to take the hits. And I don't think that's a problem here.
Well,
I don't think you have that problem either.
People shouldn't have right to, what happened to freedom of speech?
Because
You guys are the freedom of speech party.
They're working at an organisation.
You're winding
Anyway,
down your clock.
you're not here to ask me questions as much as I'm happy to answer them. I invite you to ask questions to the
You're
witnesses.
answering them very well.
You're very kind.
I wanted to ask about the money that's come as a result of the deals with Google and Facebook. You've mentioned in your opening statement that this has given the opportunity to employ more journalists. I'm just wondering where that recruitment is up to. Do we have a sense of how many people that is? Are these kind of new journalists who are coming through the mix? And I guess I'm thinking about whereabouts they're going.
Yeah, Senator, so we put out the first advertisement towards the end of last year. We had over 500 applications for those positions, so we were looking to place 50 people initially. So about 40% of those have been appointed. Some of them have started. So in Carnarvon, Victor Harbour and Hervey Bay. We now have people where we previously didn't have people before. Some current bureaus will be bolstered, and there are 3 new locations that will be having people, one of them being Charleville in Queensland. And look, it will, we've also been buying equipment to go with that. Certainly those live view units where people can broadcast from those locations around the country.
And are these fully trained journalists, or are they journalists, kind of recent graduates, or are they?
It's a mix.
Okay.
Senator. So of people who are I guess entering the workforce in this type of role. We have some people who have relocated out, in which case we'll replace them where they were, and the mix of other people who are experienced who have joined us. Having previously worked for another organisation, but now find themselves out of a job. So it's incredibly important. Again, very thankful that the ABC was included in the code to be able to receive that revenue. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, good. I'm glad it's being put to some use. That's good. You've put in here some statistics in relation to iView and you put here the trust of the ABC amongst the public, the fact that the ABC iView is the most accessed platform. Has anyone within government raised with you the proposal of having iView monetised, or ads on iView, or a paywall or a subscription fee?
No, that's never been raised with me, nor would we seek to do it. ABC iView is the leading BVOD service in broadcast video on demand service. It has users of up to 3 million people per week. It has over 4,500 hours of content. And is it's going strong, but we do need to personalise that service into the future. But no one's actually come to me with regard to monetisation of ABC iView.
Mm-hmm. How is the personalisation program going? You know, when you log on and it asks you to kind of fill out a username so that you can...
Yeah, Senator, so we've been working since we raised that last year. We've been working with the OAIC, we've been working with other privacy advocates with regard to their concerns over this and tried to meet them. So we'll be pushing forward with this. So in the coming weeks, we will be sort of relaunching that. We do intend to make ABC iView mandatory login. We've taken on board a lot of feedback about what that means and features and privacy with regard to data. We will, I think we'll be the best at this with regard to be able to provide options for people. But with 4,500 hours, what Login will be able to do is allow people to pick up where they left off across devices once they've logged in. This is just for ABC iView, so this is not for, say, ABC News. They'll be able to create watch lists, they'll be able to see their viewing history. They'll have a different homepage, so we're not serving people Play School when they're not looking for that, they're looking for Vera. So, you know, there are a lot of things that people expect from that service that we'll be looking to do now that it's grown as big as it has.
Yes, and so, sorry, did I miss what you said in terms of how many people have already subscribed?
Yeah, so we have, so I think we have about 800,000 people that have already logged in users to ABC iView. We have over... it's approaching the million mark of all logged in users across the ABC. So I think, like in any one week that we'll have there. So it is the expectation. So we did a survey. 95% of the people that we surveyed, which was 27,000 people, said that they wanted these personalisation features. There are 5% of people that said that they don't want those features. We will be looking to promote the virtue of having those features, and this is a better experience for people for the Australian content and international content that otherwise sits there on a service there. It's there for them and it's free. So we would resist any attempt by anyone to make it certainly monetised or to have a subscription attached to it.
Have you listened to any of those speeches that have been given in the Senate about needing to put in a paywall or flog off Triple J. What do you think about selling Triple J?
No, I would resist that as well. So I think that Triple J has been important for culturally and for Australian music in this country. I think that it's part of who we are and what we do. It's part of the national broadcaster. Triple J and Earthed have discovered talent in this country like no one else would. That is culturally important to all of us, and it is a celebration of a younger culture, and I think that has been an important part of the ABC for many years. As we have many music networks, the other ones will begrudge me for not mentioning, say, classic through jazz and country and the others. But yeah, Triple J is very important.
It's a bit of a cultural institution in itself, isn't it? I wanted to ask about the budget, and obviously there's. I've seen your comments since the minister's statement that there'll be no further cuts to the ABC, and that the indexation will resume. Where does that leave? How far behind is the ABC budget then? You're not getting money to kind of catch up on that gap, are you? Just kind of.
No, there is a gap. So we have worked out the numbers that our budget would be next financial year had we not had the indexation pause.
Yes, I'd be very interested to know that.
Ms. Klein, can you?
Yes, Senator. So the budget would have been $41.6 million higher if not for the indexation pause.
$41.6 million.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. So that's the gap. If the government really wanted to restore funding, then that's what they'd have to put in. If anyone wants to restore ABC funding, they'd need an extra almost $42 million.
On a per annum basis, yes, that's the gap that's left. So we found efficiencies to deal with that gap, which we've put in place. So at the moment we are sustainable, but
yeah. Can I ask? One of the things that obviously happened in the last 12 months was the scrapping of the 7:45 a.m. news bulletin on local ABC.
Fanfare.
Since then, what has been have you reviewed that decision? Have you considered feedback from that decision?
Look, we got lots of feedback at the time, but look, part of what we need to do, whether we're finding efficiencies or whether we're looking to the future, is in the end, we're going to have to grow our digital audience and to the best possible extent, we protect our broadcast audience, but there are some things that we'll need to go over time in order to, as people move and their consumption changes to more digital, that'll have to change. So part of that move with the 7:45 bulletin was we now have a new service of segmented audio that's on the ABC Listen app. It's our news stream. So if you go to the ABC Listen app, there's the black app when it comes to news radio, but there is a new blue one there. What it allows you to do is skip stories. It's segmented audio that is streaming to you, and you can skip through stories that you don't want to listen to. Eventually...
all those interviews with Senator Abetz.
Eventually,
fast forward.
Eventually,
you might fast forward those.
Eventually, if there's an interview you want more of, you can say, "Can I have more, please?" And then they'll give you a long one.
We'll come back to you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Urquhart.
Just can't help myself.
Thank you. I'll continue around the statement of expectations. So does the ABC have to comply with the minister's statement of expectations?
I think, Senator, certainly at the end of the letter that was to the ABC chair, there was a statement by the minister that said this is not a direction. It was quite explicit that this was not a direction to the ABC, rather a request for us to work with ACMA on the request that was there for data.
Yeah. So what are the consequences if you choose not to comply with the minister's request in relation to a new reporting framework?
Senator, I don't know that there are any consequences, but as I mentioned earlier, the board has met, we've discussed it, and we're going to work constructively with ACMA on those requirements that sit there.
So, Mr Anderson, the Minister published an opinion piece entitled "Funding Boost Will Allow the ABC to be its best self," where he states, "At the moment, curiously, while the commercial broadcasters 7, 9 and 10 face a formal regulatory requirement to report on, for example, the number of hours of Australian drama and documentaries they show each year, there is no such requirement on ABC and SBS. So for the benefit of the committee, can you explain the ABC's understanding for the policy reasons for the difference between the commercial broadcasters and the national broadcasters?"
Senator, I welcomed, by the way, in that result that there wasn't a quota put on the ABC with regard to that. We already produce more drama than other networks. I believe the requirement in that statement is to treat some genres, particularly drama, with a scoring mechanism that otherwise at the moment applies to commercial networks. Again, to be able to aggregate hours across genres, I can see some benefit in that. We're being required to list what the spend is, and we quite willingly, and I think the standing questions here at Senate Estimates, we talk about how much we spend on different genres. What we wouldn't do that's in there is go to specific programs, because it is commercially sensitive with regard to what we spend on any one program compared to another. There's a lot of other circumstances. So there are things in there that we can work with, and there's things that we'll just need to work through.
Okay. So commercial broadcasters are not subject to a statutory charter, are they?
Well, commercial broadcasters did have a requirement for a certain amount of output for certain genres and certain things. And when a couple of years back that was relaxed, at the moment there is a relaxation on that sits with commercial broadcasters.
Okay.
But again, possibly a question better directed to the department.
Yeah. So to the best of your knowledge, has the Ministry explored the option of legislating a new national broadcasters reporting framework for Australian content?
Not to the best of my knowledge, Senator.
Currently, Minister Fletcher has the Australian Broadcasting Corporation Amendment Rural and Regional Measures Bill 2019 before the Parliament to require additional reporting of ABC staffing and content matters in rural and regional Australia, a legislative change that was sought by the LNP in one way or another since 2015, as well as by One Nation in 2017. Does the ABC support or oppose the reporting requirements that are proposed to be introduced in this legislation?
So the ABC opposes the bill as it stands. When it comes to the reporting requirements, and specifically the reporting requirements that are in the Statement of Expectations, I'm actually quite... we will work with those reporting requirements with regard to output. Some of that is difficult to measure in total, I will add, but we'll look at what those requirements are. So for instance, to say how many people we have in regional rural Australia, we can do that. To talk about percentage of stories of a regional nature that is in the 7pm news bulletin, we can certainly do that on sample. To do that on specifically over the entire year, I think would be too onerous and resource intensive to be able to measure. So that's what I mean by what a sensible approach to reporting that is along the lines of what's in that reporting requirement.
So the ABC provides transparency and reporting in a range of ways, which is obviously necessary for the accountability. But do you have an estimate of how many hours you spend in estimates hearings every year? And can you provide an idea of how many quans you answer every year for, say, the last 3 years? It's a lot of transparency, though.
Oh, look, someone for fun, I think, did count how many hours as an estimates last year, and I think it was 13 or 14 hours that I spent giving evidence. And as for the quans, there might be 100 quans, of which there are sub-questions that sit within it. There is a lot of time taken answering a lot of questions.
Okay. If you want to provide a more detailed response on
I'll provide that
notice, I'm happy to take that. Reporting and transparency can sometimes be used by detractors of the ABC to undermine the independence, though. Is that correct?
Oh, look, there are some things. I can certainly understand the process by which that information is sought, but there is times when the ABC will resist that if it is particularly if it's harmful to the ABC or if it's revealing issues that are commercially sensitive. There's privacy issues, legal professional privilege. There's a number of issues that we would take issue with, but we have more recently.
So in effect, I guess the ABC needs to be careful in what it provides by the way of transparency and reporting. And an example is that there may be some resistance to publishing things like executive salaries at some stage, wasn't there?
Senator, I think there's privacy issues with that. So at the moment we disclose KMPs and then we put people's salaries in bands, but we don't disclose their names. We're not required to do that. But so there are certain things that we can publish and that we do publish, but we do give notice to privacy requirements. And again, certainly in my role, I have a certain duty an obligation to the corporation with regard to releasing documents that otherwise be harmful to it. That's something I would resist, but there is a process by which to go through, and we abide by that process and engage as much as possible. I will add that I think we are incredibly transparent on answering as many questions as we can, whether it's here in Senate estimates, whether it's questions on notice, whether it's our reporting obligations. There is a lot of information that we provide to the best of our ability.
Yeah, so just in terms of the reporting request itself from the Minister, does the ABC have a view as to the utility of the measures the Minister seeks reporting on? So do the staff reporting categories make sense? Would that give an accurate picture of the ABC? Or could the data points be used to paint the wrong picture? Will the information be traced back to account for the E&G funding, for example? And, what does the ABC think the Minister will do with the information?
To be honest, Senator, I have no idea what the Minister will do with the information, but what we will do is, as I said, there are things that we would do. For instance, when it came to specific data, we wouldn't necessarily hand that off to another agency. We'd aggregate it ourselves before sending it off. So, as I mentioned before, by television program by television program, that's not something that we would do. So there are ways that we could look to work with ACMA on some of that reporting request that's been put to us. When it comes to people in regional rural Australia, we quite openly state that we've got over 550 people currently employed. That's growing through the Google and Facebook revenue that we've recently secured. So, reporting on that, I'm more than happy to do.
I guess an example would be a ratio of journalists to support staff is, I think, an ignorant premise which fails to recognise the wide range of staff that's involved in content making. So you could report on a particular thing, but it doesn't actually paint the whole picture.
No, look, it wouldn't, but it's a pretty good ratio. So there's not many admin staff to journalists. So look, I think that it's a case of for some of this information, there's information that could otherwise be picked through by the annual report, for instance.
Yeah.
So.
And will the ABC's decision on whether and how to respond to the Minister's request for reporting be decided by the Board or the Managing Director?
Look, it's a matter for the Board. So the Minister wrote to the Chair of the ABC with regard to this. We've sort of, at the moment, have been tasked by the Board to work with ACMA on those reporting requirements, and I will report back to the Board.
Okay. We will come back to you.
Yep. Thank you.
Senator Abetz.
Thank you, Chair. Was the foreign correspondent program dealing with the Falun Gong flagged with the Board at all?
Wouldn't have been, so
it wouldn't have been, all right, thank you. Are you aware that a Member of Parliament wrote to you, and that's to you, Mr Anderson, on the 1st of September concerning that program?
I don't recall that, Senator.
You don't recall that? And then the same MP wrote to you, and that letter was on the 14th of September 2020, and the same MP then wrote to you again on the 5th of September 2021, asking for a response. And I again ask that you investigate this matter to determine whether, in the view of ABC Board and management, the foreign correspondent background briefing investigation about Falun Gong met the required standards of objective journalism. Are you aware of that letter?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't recall. I get many letters, but look, Mr McMurtry might remember.
Because that response then, the response this MP got, and the MP asked that the response go direct to the constituent. The constituent finally got a response on the 17th of November 2021. I am responding on behalf of the ABC, signed by Kirsten McLeish. But the letter did say, I write in response to your letters to, and guess who the MP was? The Minister for Communications, Urban Infrastructure, Cities and the Arts, the Honourable Paul Fletcher. 2 letters to you, Mr Anderson, personally signed by the Minister, asking for the board to investigate or comment on something, and the arrogance of the ABC and yourself, with respect, to dismiss that correspondence from the Minister and flick it off. Do you have any explanation to the member for Bradfield, to the Minister, to the constituents?
No, Senator, other than to say I do get many letters that are passed on by MPs and their constituents.
And the Minister who's responsible for the ABC might actually excite some interest, do you think, or not?
Certainly,
or just dismissed?
No, Senator, look, we treat all of those letters that come into us on their merits. And
well, no response in 11 months, is that indicative of the merits of the Minister's letter to you? Is that what you're telling this committee?
No, Senator.
Right, so what was the merit, what was the merit, therefore, following on from your answer, of the Minister's letter to you that required 11 months of non-response and a further letter from him? Was it such a poorly worded letter that you just couldn't understand it? You didn't know who it was from? What was the merit?
Well, Senator, I don't recall the letter, but the way these letters come to me is the Minister is passing on a letter from his constituents, and we look at them to see if it is it to be treated as a complaint, in which case it will go to our complaints area.
But if the Minister asks you to refer it to the board, you just dismiss it and send it off like everybody else to the complaints. Wouldn't you at least respond to the Minister and say, I don't think it's appropriate for the board, or give some answer?
I'm just wondering whether we could have a copy of the letter tabled so we could see what it looked like.
I have one of the letters here. Yeah. Yep, just that letter there.
Okay.
All right. Look, if you can take all that detail on notice, provide an explanation, and might I be as gratuitous as to suggest an apology. Moving on, it's been suggested to me that the ABC failed to report on the Bell and Tavistock case, which was a landmark case in the UK, where the High Court found that under 16 children cannot consent to puberty blockers. Are you aware that the ABC didn't report on that at all? Fairly fundamental, important case, groundbreaking case.
Senator, I'm unaware of the case, let alone whether or not we reported on it.
Or can you provide some explanation? I would have thought the UK High Court or Supreme Court making a determination such as that might be fairly important news in the context of the discussion that's taking place in Australia. But then can you also take on notice, and I'm told, between 2018 and 2021, ABC published 30 articles and interviews about transgender weightlifter Laurel Hubbard. Only one article gave voice to women's concerns about safety and fairness. Do we think that's balance?
Senator, I'll take a look at that for you.
And ABC routinely interviews trans women, that is males, about whether it is fair and safe for them to play in women's sport. ABC have never interviewed a female sportswoman on the question. Is that also correct?
Again, Senator, I have to take that on
notice.
Well,
take it on notice, and just to show how broad-ranging the support I have in the community, this is from a document that Senator Pratt will be very interested to learn, is from a left-leaning feminist women's group expressing their concern about the ABC.
Glad to have you in their corner.
Because, unfortunately, blinded left-wingers like yourself won't take up their cause, and so they rely on good Conservative blokes like me to take up their cause.
And I'm more than
happy to take up their
Let's
cause.
continue with questions and answers.
Can we then move on to the Four Corners program entitled Inside the Canberra Bubble?
I'm worried that Senator Abetz might be misleading the witnesses because the Court of Appeal overturned the judgment that children under 16 were unlikely to be mature enough to give informed
No, the High
consent.
Court found.
Okay.
The High Court
I think
found.
we've moved on. So
Yes, we
go
have.
through the questions. We'll
Yeah, to Four Corners episode Inside the Canberra Bubble. And I asked some questions on notice. Question number 4390. An answer was provided that Mr Bornstein has dealt for many years with issues of sexual harassment and power imbalances between men and women in the workplace. And he was making uncontroversial observations. He's a respected and highly sought-after lawyer. He was there as a general commentator. The program just happened to overlook the fact that he's a member of the Australian Labor Party, having sought Labor endorsement, and I understand again seeking it, but that's irrelevant for the purpose of that particular interview. Any explanation as to why that was left out?
No.
All right, take it on notice then.
I didn't know that about him. Craig, did Mr McMurtry?
And try to cobble together an explanation. Allow me to move on, because this explanation that he is a person described here as respected and highly sought after, with dealing with issues of sexual harassment and power imbalances. How's this for a crack? Referring to a female trade union official, a dog who had misplaced her chew toy, and a poodle snapping at my heels. Another quote, personally, I think Penny Wong would make a very fine Morticia. That shows a wonderful respect for women, doesn't it? A man that's got a wonderful record worthy of the ABC's endorsement as a person who is respected and who has dealt with issues of sexual harassment and power imbalances. Now, where does the ABC get off on this sort of stuff? You don't mention he's a Labor lawyer, you don't mention his antecedents, and you try to dress him up in an answer to me as though he's cleaner than the driven snow, worthy of questioning on the ABC. You know, bit of balance. Take it on notice.
So I'll take it on notice, but if someone is in something that is to do with politicians, is being interviewed and somehow is part of a political party, yes, we should acknowledge that.
And also,
I think he might have lost pre-selection or something because of those comments, Senator Abetz.
But can I move on in relation to the interview with Mr Bornstein? I was told that this took place on the 29th of September 2020 and in Melbourne, as I understand it. If I'm correctly informed, that was during the lockdown period in Melbourne. And the lockdown says, during the stay-at-home period, a person who ordinarily resides in the restricted area must not permit another person to enter the premises of which they ordinarily reside.
Senator, what I
So
do know
can we
is
have some explanation as to how the ABC were able to avoid the ALP lockdown laws in Victoria to do an interview with Mr Bornstein?
Senator, what I will confirm to you on notice is that through those times we did seek exemptions for journalists to do journalism across those lockdown periods. So,
and so you got one for this one?
It was a blanket. It wasn't for.
You got a blanket one in Victoria for ABC.
Okay. We did.
All right.
South Wales.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you.
Yep.
Before I go to Senator Hanson-Young, I just wanted to table the ABC Friends material that I referred to before, just so you can provide us with answers on notice about really just providing the committee with an assurance that the ABC's logo won't be used in any political campaign or material. So there's a number of examples here. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I actually had some questions in relation to the underpayment of staff issue that we've discussed and a number of times. I understand there's been a process to try and work out how much people were underpaid, particularly of those casual staff. Just wondering if you can give us an update on where that's up to, how many staff have taken up those kind of catch-up packages, or however, I'd like to know what you call them. I'd just like an update on that.
So, Senator, so at the moment, this is our buyout review.
Buyout review,
yes.
yes.
You're referring to.
Yeah.
And at the moment, look, we're still consulting with some staff. When it comes to the retrospectivity of this, we have been able to rectify this with 95% of those people affected. There are still people that we have active cases for that we're still negotiating with. We're still in consultation on the way forward, so on the go forward for this. The consultation for what we do into the future is through to October of this year. And in the meantime, we will have a new enterprise agreement that we'll need to discuss that's ahead of that. So we'll be looking to find, so we're looking at, we're close to being able to close out certainly the underpayment of people. We're still looking at active cases about what their situation is at the moment with regard to their buyout, and that discussion is ongoing. And anyone new that comes forward, we talk to them about it. And we're looking at what the go-forward solution is, really. What we're dealing with is people whose jobs have evolved over time, and we have an employment agreement which is rather rigid, that we'll look to try to modernise, and Fair Work, quite rightly, enforcing on us that we must abide by that employment agreement. So what we're looking to do is, when it comes to the arrangement of buyouts, previously, buyouts were in place to buy people out of their overtime and penalties. For some sufficient, and in recent times we found insufficient for some of those people. And so that's what we're looking at acquitting with regard to that underpayment. But I have to say, what I'm hearing quite loudly from staff and their unions is really about what to do moving forward. That's the most important thing.
And is part of this that it's, unlike perhaps other jobs, that it's not like you come into the office, log onto your computer at 8:30 and log off at 5, and it's all, the nature of the media is not that.
Well, that's true, and there are meetings that happen at different times of the day, editorial meetings that people will call in on even though they're not on shift later. If you're a crime reporter, you'll get a call on the weekend even though you're not on, where the police department wants to talk to you about something, or there's an event that's happened that you'll need to do out of hours. And so the buyout was there really to recompense people for all of that time, translate that into an employment agreement, and that was the work. That was very intensive work. We got everyone recording precisely what they were doing calculations against what that would have converted to. So my understanding is it's over 250,000 shifts that were needed to be analysed by doing that, using trend analysis and a whole bunch of things. So
Did you have to do that work inside, internally, or were you able to
PwC helped us with this. PwC have helped us previously, and they help other organisations for exactly this type of work. But what it will come down to now is the arrangements that we can put in place prospectively that are more suitable for these situations as I describe them.
Yeah. And you're saying 95% of people have
who had an underpayment owing to them, it has been paid.
Okay. And so there's...
I'll confirm that for you on notice, Senator, but that's what I understand it to be.
I mean, obviously the percentage is good, but it would be good to know actually how many people we're talking about.
We're also still talking to Fair Work about this, so we're still technically in consultation with Fair Work about how we move through this. But as I said, and the people that we haven't underpaid, I haven't recompensed. It's been hard to track down to find their personal details to be able to know where to pay the money. So
yes.
So
people who have left.
People
yes.
have left and
yes.
moved on from the ABC.
Yes.
So there is. So we'll still try to do that, but at the moment our focus is on what to do moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. And you're saying there's consultation through to October, and then there'll be a new plan put to kind of staff, or is that go into the next employment agreement negotiations? How do we?
It will go into the next employment agreement negotiations because of the timing of our current employment agreement. We'll need to start negotiating on that while consultation is still happening.
Mm-hmm.
So one will merge into the other, and we'll work on finding something. And this is particular for our news division, for our news staff.
Mm.
It doesn't mean that it excludes others. Still, other people are affected by this in other parts of the ABC, but it is predominantly people in our news area. Other operational areas, both for radio and entertainment specialists, are affected by this as well. But we'll look to consult with staff and their representatives.
Okay, thank you. Chair, how much time have I got in this block?
3 minutes 50.
Okay. Could you give us, last time I spoke to you, Mr. Anderson, I was asking about developments at the Collingswood building in Adelaide. How is that progressing, or is it not? Is it a bit on hold? I know there's a state election coming up. Has that kind of slowed things down in terms of negotiating with government at a state level?
Look, there's two areas to those talks. One is infrastructure that South Australia has, and the other is that we're looking to increase investment from the state government in productions that are held in South Australia to help attract production to South Australia.
Mm.
So, both of those conversations are ongoing at the moment. I'm hopeful that with regard to the funding of productions in South Australia is, to me, it has many benefits. So more production that is outside of Sydney is good. We do have representation that comes from other parts of the country. That's something we always look at. But there is limited funds available from state and territory governments.
Mm.
The work that we've done recently through Deloitte has not only do I know that we leverage another dollar for every dollar we spend, but the work through Deloitte that we commissioned last year shows the effect on the economy. So we know that through those commissions, and on aggregated terms, and I'll give you more detail on notice, over a 3-year period, over $700 million was put into the economy. There was over 8,000 people that were employed as a result of that spend across the country. So what we've been able to do is look at the economic benefits of spending in what is the independent production sector, not necessarily just with the ABC, but what that spend goes. We did look at us, but that translates into just about anyone. So if you're investing in a sector and you want to keep that going, there's good news. So in Tasmania, we had luck with the Tasmanian Premier, and there is a great new show coming for Tassie. There's a show that we had Rosehaven down there, and that's finished. We've got another drama that is commissioned that will be shot there. It's got Marta Dusseldorp involved, Andrew Knight, Greg Sitch, and it's a winning concept. Like this will be the next big thing. So it'll be a real hit, and it will showcase regional Tasmania. And it came from a bit of extra investment from the Tasmanian government, a lot of other investment from other places. That means some $16 million production can happen there, and it will have benefits in Tasmania as well as showcase Tasmania to the rest of the country, and will probably travel overseas.
I'm sure Minister Duniam's happy about that.
We all are.
I'm sure
we all are, and I'm sure White would be as well.
I'm sure you have a similarly good story to tell about the Parramatta move.
Sure. Is it
It's a serious question. I'm sure you have that's also a similarly good story.
Well, so plans for decentralisation continue for us. So we're still committed to having 75% of our content makers outside of Ultimo. At the moment, we've gone through an RFP looking for sites in Parramatta. We're close to a preferred site, and then we'll take it from there once we've got a heads of agreement.
Okay. All good? You can come back.
Yep.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you.
I just want to follow on from some of the questions that Senator Hanson-Young asked about the underpayment. And I don't know whether you can give me this information, but are you able to provide me with a general range of what the underpayments will cost the ABC?
I'll provide that to you on notice, Senator. We are in consultation still at the moment with regard to that.
Yep.
But it's within our provisions at the moment, but I will provide that to you on notice.
And are you in a position to identify what the quantum of underpayments was in dollar terms?
Well, that's what I was intending to provide to you on notice.
Okay, so you'll give me that. Yep, okay. So the dollar terms plus, is that, I guess, I'm not sure whether it's both are a cost to the ABC, but I presume they are.
They are absolutely cost to the ABC.
So what's the contingency in the event that the market allowance for staff can't be used to offset the underpayments?
As I said, so we're still in consultation with regard to Fair Work about that.
Yeah. And what liability could the ABC face in this scenario if that doesn't cover that?
In dollar terms? Well, again, I'll confirm with you on estimates, Senator, but I think it's circa $2 million.
Okay, great, thank you. I've just got a few questions, only 3 or 4 questions on this particular topic. So on the 20th of December 2021, Zoe Samios, is that how you say? Samios, okay, thank you, wrote an article in the Sydney Morning Herald entitled ABC Plans to Boost Pacific Presence as China's Shadow Grows. The article says that ABC Managing Director David Anderson has revealed the national broadcaster is preparing to step up its presence in the Asia-Pacific region significantly next year, more than 7 years after its cable channel dedicated to the region was shuttered. What sort of step up does the ABC have in mind, and how will this be funded?
So, Senator, there's one of two things. So at the moment I have a contract before me with DFAT, which is renewing Pacific Australian Sports Initiative, which means new content across the Pacific, which includes that Pacific Sport Show, which is very good news. In addition to that, we had a submission after speaking to the Minister for the Pacific as well as Minister Fletcher with regard to a submission for additional investment for the ABC to have a greater presence across the Pacific. Okay. So that I'll confirm my notice, but that submission was just above $12 million, and was in discussions with both officers with regard to how we think that we can assist with regard to certainly our presence through the Pacific region, the importance of having a presence there, both reporting into and reporting out of, and that association with Australia is important. Sure. So that sits there, and look, we'll do what we can with what we've got anyway. We think it's an important place to be.
You said that you were having some discussions with the Communications Minister, but also with the Minister for the Pacific.
Yep.
So does that mean that you're asking the government to provide some funding, or?
Yes, we have.
You have?
Yep.
And that's the 12 million?
Yes.
Right. And is that if that doesn't occur, if you don't get that funding, will the ABC obviously have to step up the funding yourself?
Well, it means that any plans we have come at the expense of something else, and you know, we'll deal with those priorities at the moment.
Yep.
And,
Okay. And when are you expecting to hear in relation to the funding?
Look, it wasn't in the funding outcome that we just received, so. But you know, that doesn't mean that all hope is lost. It's something we'll still make the case for. You know, we'll do what we can ourselves, but it's nothing like what the investment would bring, that additional investment over time, that we would tie to what we've put forward as what we think would be a good idea.
Okay. So the article quotes you as saying, I think there's an intergenerational trust between these nations and Australia. We're always interested in expanding our presence should the government wish to do so. I think it would be an important initiative. So as Australia's international broadcaster, how do you think the ABC is best placed to deliver the content and services to the Pacific?
Well, Zoe's quoting me there, and that's what I do say, that I think there is intergenerational trust, both with the ABC and the Australian government, whoever the Australian government is of the day. And I think that's been built up over many years. I think they see help coming from us, our interest in them, and I think that the ABC is an important part of that, and to have an expanded presence there, I think is important, particularly with concerns, frankly, concerns over the Chinese government. I think that the initiatives that we have at the moment, so we will partner with DFAT, we will send people into that region, the region of the Pacific. We'll work with those countries and their public broadcasters. The single biggest piece of information that comes back from them, is concern over the pressure that the Chinese government put on them to carry content to broadcast through the Pacific. So that's why I see that as something that is a moment where I think it's important to, was once called soft diplomacy, but I think having at the ABC there would be an important step forward.
Can you tell me what the key difference between what the ABC used to deliver under the Australian network and actually what it delivers now?
Senator, I'll confirm with you on notice, but I remember the Australian network funding was about 22 million. I know that we had about 8 bulletins a day going in there from early in the morning. In addition to that, we had other correspondents that were throughout the Pacific that were reporting back. So we had specific services going to them, sourcing news from the Pacific, playing that back to them. It was also available in Australia as well. So that's what that service was doing, and it was there for a while until the funding stopped, and then we didn't have that anymore.
And what's delivered now?
Well, at the moment, so we still have an obligation to provide international services. So at the moment, we'll spend about $10 or $11 million. I think it's about $10.5 million a year on our international services. So it's a combination of ABC Australia, which is a television network. We have an international version of ABC iView, and we also have effectively radio that goes overseas as well. So it is a it's a cut down service. But it is something that we still provide.
Yeah. Okay. I've got about 4 questions left, and then I'm done.
You are fantastic.
I know.
You are the best.
Okay.
No question.
So I just want to go to, which I think Senator Sheldon asked these questions in the last estimates in relation to the ABC documentary Exposed, the Ghost Train Fire, the 3-part investigation that was aired on the ABC. The program was subject to an independent external review, which is now available on the ABC's website. Did the independent review process include a draft reporting stage to the Managing Director?
I think, Senator, I may have seen a draft of that, but I certainly, yes, I can confirm I did receive a draft, but I did not provide any feedback to it.
Okay. So was that a due process step?
I think so. I think it was this is about to go to the board.
Sorry, this was...
I think it was in tandem with it heading to the board. So
yeah.
I think it wasn't there for me to comment on or provide feedback to.
Yep.
But yes, no, I did see a draft version for which there was no response from me.
Okay. So was there a draft report prepared by Tiffin and Master supplied to the Managing Director?
I can't remember how I got hold of it, Senator, but I do remember reading it.
You do remember a draft
report? I do remember
report?
seeing something, yeah. So, but I don't remember what form it came to me or who it came from. But yes, I did see a draft.
Right. Was the draft...
It was, sorry, Senator, but it was more finalised. It was kind of done. Okay. There wasn't a...
Oh, when you seen it?
When I saw it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you know, was the draft report changed after this draft reporting stage?
No, I don't think so, no.
And does the draft reporting stage undermine the independence of the independent review in any way?
No, none whatsoever. So they took no feedback from me. They didn't ask for feedback from me about what I thought about that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
So just confirm, opposition.
That we are done on
okay,
ABC.
so
thank you.
I'm just going to go. Senator Betts has got a 10-minute slot, and then I think we can tidy up with Senator Hanson-Young, and that's it. Okay.
The exemption document to which you referred, Mr Anderson, for the lockdown, are you able to table that for us?
Senator, I think there was an exemption for all media, so there wasn't anything specific for us, but certainly I know that...
Well, how were you notified of it? In writing?
Look,
Anyway, if you can take it on notice and see what you can provide. Also in relation to that Four Corners program inside the Canberra bubble was a Ms Jo Dyer interviewed, who is now, I note, a candidate running against the coalition, but at the time of the interview, was the ABC aware that Ms Dyer was also a one-time member of the ALP? Not mentioned yet again in the interview. So Mr Bornstein not mentioned, Ms Dyer not mentioned. Let's turn to another matter in relation to staff. If some ABC staff are provided with a car?
There is still... I'll confirm a notice for you, Senator, but we stopped having people's employment with
staff provided with a car?
I think there are still a few left.
Right, and can they use that privately?
Sorry, Senator, I missed that.
Can they use the car privately?
My understanding is that if it is part of their employment, that they can. There are not many left. We phased this out, and I'll confirm. But
yeah, but what about taking a staff car home, for example? Can you stop off on the way home and buy a bottle of milk?
Staff, so in circumstances when somebody has a car for their work, like they're a camera operator, they can, certainly if they have a late finish and an early start, they can ask permission to take the car, yes.
Yep, right. And the office space, I suppose, at ABC headquarters, that's provided for the purposes of work?
Yes.
But they might make a private phone call from there as well, mightn't they?
Yes, of course.
Yep, of course. And if you're an ABC employee and in ABC premises, a process server could actually serve you with court documents, couldn't they?
If there is something publicly available via an ABC computer, yes.
No, I'm talking about the premises. If an ABC staffer working in ABC offices, they can be served with private family court, for example, proceedings.
I guess they could be served wherever they are, Senator.
Yeah, including the ABC. Does the ABC management access ABC employees' emails on their work accounts?
There's certain circumstances where we can, Senator, yes.
But you don't do it as a matter of practice?
We don't.
Or I would hope not.
No, so we only do it if there's a reason to, where there is suspicion of something quite serious.
And so to come back to Ms Milligan, this fatuous assertion that the ABC received the notice from Dr Lamming wasn't received by the ABC at all, was it, at 5:21 p.m? It was in fact received by Ms Milligan on the 5th of May, and ABC management only found out about it because Ms Milligan told them.
Yes, that's a post-investigation and questions put to me, Senator. We've since found out, yes, that email was sent to Ms Milligan, her ABC email address, and then was forwarded to ABC Legal.
Yeah, but the concerns notice was received by the ABC at 5:21 p.m. on the 5th of May. That's not actually correct, is it? And that's in answer to committee question number 37. Because it was received by Ms Milligan, wasn't it? And she...
I'm going to have to go with Senator, the information we've provided is the information I received. I'll follow up for you.
Well, can I suggest to you it's incorrect, and you are using the language that I exposed last time round with the assertion that the ABC had received it, when clearly the ABC had not. It was only Ms Milligan that had received it. But moving on, question number 38, interesting answer. The second sentence, it is not in the public interest for the ABC or any other agency, organisation, entity or individual to be compelled to disclose legal advice provided to it. I assume all ABC journalists are now going to hold very strictly to that when inquiries are made about legal advice provided to government. I just make that as a side comment. I'm sure they won't, and good on them, but if this is really the ABC's view of the world, you might like to ask your journalists then to abide by the ABC view of the world. But look, coming to the snippets of disingenuous legal advice that was provided to us in answer also to question 38. Extract 1, ABC's questions. In light of the above context, the ABC wishes to understand its liability. But you don't disclose the above context. So it's a meaningless answer, isn't it? And you, with your intellect, Mr Anderson, know that that is the case, don't you?
Senator,
if the above context is not provided to the committee, then the answer is, for all intents and purposes, quite meaningless.
Well, Senator, if you would like further context to that, we can provide that on notice. But what I will say to you is that there were elements of that advice that would otherwise provide a roadmap to those people that would want to provide the ABC harm or sue the ABC, which is why I don't want to release that entire legal advice, because it was there given under legal professional privilege. It does show the vulnerabilities that the ABC had at that time, and it would otherwise provide something to someone that could otherwise harm the ABC. That's
you know that I'm firmly of the view that the ABC should not have indemnified Ms Milligan. There's no legal basis to it, in my humble Hobart lawyer's opinion, albeit a bit rusty these days. But if you don't provide the context, it doesn't really answer anything. And I notice in Extract 1 and Extract 2 and Extract 3 that you don't actually talk about a journalist being on a frolic of their own out of hours at a certain time of night engaging in this Twitter activity. That is, you may have asked the question, but it's not in the information you've provided, and that is the glaring hole in the advice that you've given us. Indeed, in Extract 2, paragraph 3, 1, 2, 3 lines down, because there are a number of factors that when taken together suggest, but we're not told about this number of factors. Not even one factor are we told about. So it's all exceptionally meaningless. Then paragraph 4, taken together, these factors, unknown factors.
Senator, some context around that is the role of a journalist. People's work requirements at the
Wait a
ABC.
minute. So why aren't these factors then set out for us?
I'm pulling out specific things that I would like to talk to.
But you can't cherry pick on these things like you've done in the written answer and then today just give us another little cherry. It's,
the rest of it is intertwined with the vulnerabilities we have retrospectively.
And yes, it's what with the SafePath response. Yes, in light of the combination of the factors we have identified. What factors? All unknown to the committee. So, unless we know that the lawyers were advised that this was a frolic of her own, out of hours, in circumstances that might be best explained by her, but one wonders how on earth the ABC could be held vicariously liable, especially in the last dot point in Extract 3, with a SafePath response, matters of public interest, concern or debate, because such matters would, in our view, typically fall within the remit of a journalist's role. But of course, a journalist's role is not to engage in frolics of their own after hours, making defamatory allegations against a member of Parliament. Hardly the role of a journalist. But if that's what you've told the lawyers, that this is the role of a lawyer, of a journalist, after hours, privately defame an MP, then of course there's vicarious liability. So thanks but no thanks for the information you've provided.
Just for time management, because we have had you going for an hour and a half, so Senator Hanson, I think you have another, you wanted to ask some more questions. I just have 5 minutes left and I think we're done. So
you can do 5 minutes if you like.
Okay. I just want to ask about the lawyers at the ABC. So we've asked about this before. I've asked about this in the past. So in 2021, in June, the ABC said they had 26 in-house lawyers. The last hearing in November, you said you had 36. In response to a question on notice from 29 November last year, ABC said it employed 28 in-house lawyers in the legal team, 6 lawyers in the people and culture team, and 10 in the business affairs team. So that would be 44. Can you just give me a sense of what the actual number is and whether or not you've been on a lawyer hiring spree?
Senator, the specifics of the question are important. So when I'm asked how many lawyers are in our ABC legal team, that's the answer of 28. When I'm asked, if you asked how many lawyers there are altogether, I got asked including business affairs. So yes, business affairs.
How many total
which sits
lawyers?
outside of the legal team. They're doing contracts for effectively television contracts around commissioning, negotiating terms, separate to ABC Legal. There are also lawyers that we have are in industrial relations. I think we've got about 3 or 4 lawyers there.
So they're not mentioned here?
So what's the total?
So I'll provide a total on notice for you, but the important is we've got lawyers. I've got people in this room with me who are lawyers, but they're not doing a job that requires them to be a lawyer.
Well, how many are in legal roles? Maybe you can provide that.
That's right. So I will provide you an answer to what are the total amount of legal roles that we have at the ABC.
Okay. I also want to ask about the Juanita Nielsen TV series. Has that been taken off iView, or is that coming back? Do you know?
Look, it is, yes, we took that off ABC iView. There were podcasts that we took down as well. Work has been done on that. We do expect that to come back. Mr McMurtry, can you follow on with more detail about that?
Yes, it will come back. They're working on it right now. There's been an internal review of that program.
Okay. I just have one last question. I'd like to be efficient with the time. Just in terms of this point around being vicariously liable, as you relied on in some prior decisions, could you be vicariously liable for some of the social media posts which breach the social media code?
So, Senator, we've taken, so part of the CFAS Shaw advice was around vicarious liability, vulnerability, and what we can do about it. And so we took on board those recommendations and then updated our policy, we updated our contracts, wrote to everybody and make it absolutely perfectly clear that we will not take legal liability for your actions for your personal use of social media.
Okay, so that's now your policy. So,
yes.
So the ABC will not be vicariously liable in future for personal social media posts?
That is correct.
That is the new policy?
Well, that is something, yes, that we made perfectly clear that, to be honest, I was unaware we had that vulnerability before that happened.
I understand.
Then we then sought, because I wouldn't have thought that we were, got advice that we were, and we've taken action on the other side of that and followed that legal advice on what to do.
Order, and you will enforce that, I'm sure.
I do not expect to be in the position that the ABC will take legal responsibility for people's personal use of social media into the future.
Okay, well, we look forward to you holding the line on that, because I think it's an important principle about the use of taxpayer funds, and that's what we would expect from any taxpayer-funded organisation. So I don't have any further questions. Senator Hanson-Young has the last slot.
Thank you.
Do you want to get another 5? I think that's it. 5 and we're done.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, you talked before about the being able to invest in money based on kind of in Tasmania and around the place, and independent production and kind of feeding into the production industry overall. I'm just wondering, we had the Communications Department in front of us earlier today, and they were saying they're doing an analysis on the creative industry, the value of the creative industries to the economy. Strikes me that a big part of the money that gets spent on the creative industries and content creation in this country comes from the ABC.
It does, yeah.
Have you been contacted by the department around that? Have they done any analysis with you on the number of content creators you've got, the type of economic stimulus that creates? And they say they're doing this big analysis piece. I'm just wondering if they've actually spoken to you.
Senator, I don't know specifically. I can imagine they would have. We have meetings with the department all the time. I don't attend those, as some of my staff do. And my team has talked quite a bit and handed over information, certainly over a long period of time, about what we will look at as leverage, so what we spend, where other money comes from to match it. The effect that has, a doubling effect, if you like, that goes to production, which is otherwise the ownership of the producer, not the ownership of the ABC, where we license that and we're an editorial manager of it. And we have it for our licence period. The producer owns it. And then there are other contributors in there, like distributors, that otherwise will sell it and look to monetise it. So there is a doubling effect here at least. And what we did with regard to Deloitte Access Economics is look at a 3-year period. And in that 3-year period, they found that we had 433 screen productions, 2,507 hours commissioned by the ABC over that period, which contributed 744 million in total to the Australian economy and supported more than 8,300 FTEs across multiple sectors. That happened across that 3-year period. So that's information we didn't have before. It is information the BBC has commissioned before as well, and I think looking at the entire sector about what that generates is certainly a worthy endeavour, because the more that you can see the investment in the independent production sector, what you can see in content, what you can see in our culture is incredibly important. So not only is it culturally important for us to be able to have Australians be telling stories about ourselves to ourselves from all around the country, that's culturally important, but also there's an economic benefit that sits with it as well through investment in that independent sector.
One of the things that has in the past been used in soft diplomacy, of course, in the region is through the previously funded Australian network. Have you had any conversations with anyone in government about the ABC re-engaging with content that's broadcast around the region? It strikes me that there's a real opportunity for investment in soft diplomacy, investment in whether that's the economic dividend to Australia, but also national interest. We're having a huge, public and political discussion at the moment about threats in the region. What are we doing in terms of our public broadcast for soft diplomacy?
Well, Senator, I met with Minister Hawke when he was in his previous role. I've met with Zed Seselja as well, both very positive about what is possible. I guess it comes down to budget priorities and for the country, and all of those conversations with DFAT, they're all very positive. Everyone's would like to do it. It just takes that funding to do it. We're not looking to replicate what the Australian network was. So as I said, that was over $20 million worth of expenditure per annum in a different nature. What we're proposing is a series of initiatives that is different to what they had for Australian network, and I think equally, if not more effective, in engaging with those other countries through their public broadcasters.
Well, you'd have to think that the ABC and even SBS would have a better soft diplomatic reach than Married at First Sight or some of that rubbish, which is what is currently broadcast out there.
Arguably, yes.
Thank you. I won't make any disclosures on that.
Hanson,
I can't. Okay, Senator Abetz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With Ms Milligan's matter, the fringe benefits tax matter was going to be investigated. Do we have an answer on that?
We do have an answer, Senator. I might defer to my...
Is there a
colleagues.
liability, yes or no? And if there is, how much?
Senator, no, we don't believe there's a liability.
You don't believe there's a liability. All right, we shall see. You've got an internal complaint handling inquiry as to... That was to report next month. Is that still on track?
Independent reviewers are undertaking that, and yes, they are on track to report, to deliver to the board in March, which will be at
fine,
the April
fine.
board
I've got
member.
5 minutes. That's all I asked, whether it was on track. Could I invite you, especially as Editor-in-Chief, to read the AJAC submission to that? Very, very informative. Can I ask, what's the news and current affairs budget for the ABC in dollar terms? Do we have a figure on that?
Sure, I'll confirm on notice for you,
Yeah,
Senator, but it's
all
about
right.
210 million per annum.
Right, 210 million out of a $1.1 billion budget, so roughly what, 20%?
Roughly.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. I've asked questions in the past in relation to Mr Stevens, the case of Mr Stevens, the convicted paedophile. The person against whom he offended, has that case been fully settled now with the ABC, or is it ongoing?
Senator, my understanding, and I haven't revisited that lately, I've been ready for you to answer that question for a while now, is that yes, that case was settled.
And the total cost to the taxpayer?
I'm going to have to confirm on notice, Senator.
All right.
I don't want to get that wrong.
And
but it's been a
are
while
there
since I looked at
any
it.
other pending cases that the ABC is facing of a similar nature?
No, not that I'm
No?
aware of, Senator.
Good,
No.
thank you. And I dare say that's taken up my 5 minutes, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Abetz. We thank the ABC for
Thank you.
being here.
Thank
We're
you.
now going to suspend for the tea break, and we will resume in 10 minutes. Do you want 15?
No, I'm happy to do 10.
We'll resume in 10 minutes.
If
In
that's
the hands of the
okay, is
committee.
that okay with you guys?
Thanks.
Yes. And hands up?
We'll resume in 10 minutes. That's probably the best way to approach it at this stage. And we're going to kick off proceedings with Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Mr Rue. Good evening. Mr Rue, I want to start asking a few questions about developments that NBN Co have in the pipeline. First off, can you confirm that NBN intends to launch a fixed wireless fair use policy in the second quarter of 2022?
Mr Williams? Senator, yes, that's correct, we do.
Okay. Will this fair use policy be launched before or after the federal election?
It's scheduled for, I want to say, late June, July, Senator, to be in the market.
So it's probably after then,
Yep.
late June, July. And can you tell me what the fair use policy is?
Yes, Senator. The fair use policy looks to optimise really the experience of fixed wireless customers. So what it'll do is identify customers who use above a particular threshold in a given month, which from memory, Senator, is 400 gigabytes down and 120 gigabytes up. I could be correct on that, but if you accept it, that's roughly
I'm
it.
sure you'll come back and correct if that's not
Yep.
true.
So that would deem a customer to be, a high user.
Yeah.
So then the subsequent month, during times of high usage, non-time critical applications would be speed limited.
Yes.
So, for example, and there's 4 categories of applications, Senator. So, one would be streaming video, which from memory would be speed limited to 14 megabits per second. Peer-to-peer file transfers, and some of those gaming downloads, some of those non-time critical.
Yeah.
So the objective there is to, what you say, minimise an impact to those high users, still enable them to download those kind of applications. But during those periods where other users are seeking to use real-time applications, it liberates additional capacity for those other users. So effectively, it's a sort of application that smart pipe carriers, internet service providers, retailers. It's the sort of techniques that would be employed quite widely across the industry.
Yep.
We felt that for our fixed wireless customers, it's a prudent way of managing customer experience to get the best for our customers in the fixed wireless network.
So my understanding is that NB & Co intend to target specific internet applications during the busy periods, which I think you've sort of talked about. But can you just give me a little bit more information about what those applications are?
Yes, Senator. So, as I mentioned, it would be 4 intensive application types. First, video streaming. Second, peer-to-peer file sharing. Third, software downloads and updates. And finally, gaming downloads and updates.
Great. Okay.
So we've identified a range of speeds that would apply. That download throughput thresholds would be reduced. So if you take the example of streaming video, 14 megabits per second, that's still, Senator, a good experience for streaming video, but it does mean that other users on that cell have access to more capability. And in the case of file sharing, 1 megabits per second down and up. In the case of software downloads, 3 megabits per second down, and gaming downloads, 5 megabits per second.
Great. So can you confirm that NB & Co is currently offering rebates to retail service providers to re-sign customers who left NBN back on the Sky Muster Plus?
I'd need to take on notice the specific timing of our, as to whether our retailer incentive is in place.
But is that the intention?
We certainly have done that, Senator, and it's something I'm keen to pursue to ensure that customers have an opportunity to reappraise the opportunity to use the Sky Muster service that we've already installed.
What types of customers would that target?
Well, it would be customers who had Sky Muster Plus or had Sky Muster services but no longer have an active...
So all customers, not specifically businesses or anything like that?
No.
I know mostly businesses run off Sky Muster Plus.
Well, it would be customers who were once active customers and are no longer active customers.
Okay, so so all across the board. Yep. Is NB & Co making this rebate available because some households and businesses in regional Australia have begun disconnecting their Sky Muster service?
Sky Muster service is 5 or 6 years old, Senator, and we have all of our technologies have customers who, customers move, customers reappraise. Say again, sorry?
Do they give you a reason why? Do you know the reason why?
Well, we don't have that direct relationship with the customer, so we garner feedback from retailers from time to time. So it is a vexed area, Senator, because it could be a premises that no longer has anybody living in it.
Okay. Yeah.
And from our point of view, the ability to distinguish between that kind of circumstance and someone who's perhaps decided to take their broadband custom elsewhere, it's not something that we have a precise line of sight of.
No, you don't see that yet. On the 21st of December, Sky Muster experienced a significant outage, which initially took 1 in every 3 satellite users offline. I understand that you've completed an investigation. Can you tell me what caused the outage?
Yes, Senator, and first and foremost, not our finest hour. And our thoughts go out to the customers, around about 600 customers who had their service impacted for a period of up to 6 weeks. And it might sound trite to say, but service interruptions and managing networks is part and parcel of being a service provider. But this kind of outage deserves the classification of being unprecedented.
When I quoted the numbers 1 in 3, how many is the total of that?
I'm sorry, Senator, what was...
What's the total? So I said the outage took out roughly 1 in every 3 satellite users offline.
Okay. So I think it'd be worthy of me spelling out the sequence of events.
Yeah, sorry, okay.
Because it was a complex and as I say, and I don't use the word lightly, an unprecedented series of events.
Okay, just walk me through what the outage was.
If you don't mind, Senator, I've got some notes here. So it was at 8:30 on the 21st of December. Optus, who they effectively fly our satellites, confirmed an off-orbit condition of our second satellite, which we call a 1B satellite. Root cause analysis of why that happened, our satellite vendor Maxar has delivered their PIR, their post-incident review, and it cannot be 100% characterised as this, but with all the evidence points to a micrometeorite that impacted the satellite.
Right.
So what that did was it effectively makes the satellite's body rotate whilst it remains in its orbit. So the satellite is no longer pointing at the appropriate spot on Earth. So the payload, the transmission system on that satellite is effectively switched off for that period. Now that impacted about 46,500 customers. The satellite was able to find Earth again, and it's one thing that
it does that.
You say it's not rocket science, Senator. Well, this is rocket science. It found Earth. It recovered. The testing regime that's undertaken meant that those customers were out for a period of about 7 hours.
Right. Okay.
So that took it through to about 3:20 a.m. on the 22nd of December. And the satellite's got, it's got some actually optical recognition that saw some meteorite activity. So we're pretty confident that was the cause of that 7-hour outage that impacted, Senator, 46,500 out of about 112,000 satellite customers.
Okay, yep.
But then, subsequent to that event, the impact of those customers coming back online meant that, the major issue, frankly, was for 573 customers, so about 600 customers.
And they were off for about a fortnight,
They were off for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So the issue was found to be caused by missing parameters in a configuration file for the customer premises devices. So the boxes that NBN puts in the customer's home, they get parameters from the network, and those parameters were missing. Essentially, some systems in the network had those parameters, and effectively knew that service was there, and other network elements didn't believe that service was there.
Okay, so it couldn't pick it up.
It couldn't pick it up effectively.
Right, okay.
So it meant that, and frankly, it took us, there was a course of action, 3 times a day updates, that kind of thing, but it took quite a long time actually to delve into what was wrong and how you could recover.
Okay.
In the meantime, we had a few theories. We were mobilising people off annual leave to potentially do 600 truck rolls into the bush.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we were able to recover with effectively manual intervention.
Right.
So since then, you'd say, well, what caused that?
Yeah.
There's essentially a system that in some load balances that we believe was the root cause, and we're now working with our partners in the States to say, well, let's go down to the next level and the next level of root cause to understand how we can make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we've got some, emergency patches, workarounds, so that if we do identify this kind of thing happening again, we can rapidly identify it and rapidly recover services.
Deal with it. Yep, okay. So were any rebates paid to retail providers and those affected 600 users because of that excessive downtime?
I'd have to take on notice that on the timing context, but our wholesale broadband agreement prescribes rebates for these kinds of these kinds of service interruptions.
And is that an automatic rebate, or do people have to apply? Or
it should be automatic.
Automatic. Okay, thank you. And can I also confirm that you expect the FTTN coexistence period to continue up until the end of 2023 and beyond?
Catherine, do you want to talk to that?
Sure. Senator, the end of coexistence across the FTTN network is driven by a couple of different parameters, such as existing legacy services that are operating on the network. So where we can't end coexistence, it's because we are working with other providers to exit those legacy services so we can essentially fully power up the FTTN network. So the exact date, unfortunately, I can't give you. I can't confirm that date.
Okay, but I guess the issue is it expected that it will continue up until the end of 2023 and beyond? Is that an expectation?
Certainly the amount of lines that are impacted by coexistence are declining, and we have a program in place to work to rectify all of those lines. And I guess the amount of lines that have been impacted has been decreasing steadily, but I would have to check that date for you.
Okay. Can you check that for me? And I guess my next answer is somewhat predicated on that, but I will put it to you. Does this then mean that NBN will not be able to deliver the minimum speeds required under law until 2024 or later, if it goes beyond 2023?
Certainly lines that are impacted by end of coexistence, if for example they haven't ended coexistence by then, not all lines are actually impacted even if they haven't reached the end of coexistence. So that would absolutely have to be something that we would have to monitor very closely.
Right, but that's a possibility.
It would be a possibility if the those parameters were not met.
Okay. So can you talk me through an aspect of the NBN copper network? Does the performance of a copper line in general terms slightly degrade year on year?
Yes, it does, Senator.
Okay.
But, sorry, subject to, obviously, remediation work, service assurance work that we do. Yes.
So can you tell me what causes this degradation?
Again, Catherine can talk to detail, but it will be a series of what we call environmental and operational issues. So environmental issues could be things like water ingress, for example. Operational issues would be things around joints, pillars, cables.
Yep. Okay. So by how much does the bit rate performance of FTTN on average decline each year?
Again, it depends on the work you do, but if you did nothing, our engineers think it's between 2 and 4%.
Yeah, my thought was it was around between 2 to 3%. So.
Yeah, so I'll call it 3, but Senator, that's not for every line.
No,
so
I understand that.
That's the average across the 4 million lines.
I did ask on average, so.
Okay, sorry, I just want to be.
That's all right.
And that, Senator, assumes, of course, our job is to do something about that, which is why we have service assurance, network assurance, network augmentation, and so on work that we do.
So with regards to making fibre lead-ins available to customers on the FTTC network, I understand that will be launched in the second quarter of this year?
FTTC?
Yeah.
Yes, Senator, we're looking to launch that.
Can you tell me when?
Look, sometime between now and June, we think.
Okay.
Can I just check? Do you have lots more?
I've got about another probably 8 or 9 in this group, and then I'll be done, and then Louise has got some.
Why don't we exhaust you? Then Senator Davis has 5 minutes.
That's great.
Then we come back to you, Senator.
Happy to do that. Yep.
Senator Urquhart, can I?
Thanks, Senator Urquhart.
I know you want quick answers, Chair, but we just want to get the FTTN launch. FTTN launched first in March, and then if there's any learnings from that will drive the
So
time.
you said between now and June. So will that be launched before, during, or after the election campaign?
Senator, that's something we actually need to consider as to whether it's something we should do or not during a caretaker period.
Right.
To be honest with you, it's we gave a date of, I think, early May to the retailers, but we need, as I said, I want to get FTTN launched first, and then we need to think about whether that's something we should do during, if there is caretaker.
And when will you determine that date?
We will get advice on the caretaker conventions, Senator, and then we will make a decision on that.
Yep. So can you confirm that on fibre to the curb, consumers will need to purchase a 250 megabit per second plan to be eligible for the upgrade?
Or above. That's the
Or
current
above,
intention,
yeah.
yes.
So, Mr Rue, the lack of detail surrounding the fibre backflip overbuild of the copper seems to be an ongoing issue. I want to talk through documents that the NBN Co has released to retail providers about the qualification and assurance processes for the fibre upgrade. So, NBN Co has said it will charge a downgrade fee if a customer orders a higher speed plan to get the upgrade, but then downgrades to a slower plan within 12 months. So how much will NBN Co charge for the downgrade?
I believe it's $200.
Okay. If a premises downgrades after 12 months, say at the 14-month mark, there is no downgrade fee?
That's correct.
Okay. In August 2021, NBN Co said that up to 10,000 FTTN premises would be involved in an upgrade trial. However, that number was then scaled down to 525. So this included 500 for fibre to the node and 25 for fibre to the curb. Why was it scaled down?
Yeah, Catherine, do you want to talk to this? Or
Sure.
Yeah.
So we engaged in a consultative manner with the retail service providers for them to essentially put out expressions of interest to their customers. And due to a number of things that the retail service providers had going on, the need to develop IT systems and processes, some of them elected not to participate in the trial. Right. So therefore, that sort of limited the numbers that would participate in an early trial.
Can you tell me which retail providers participated in the trial?
I would definitely. I'll have to take that.
We'll get that for you, Sandra, before tonight. One of the team will.
Have the 525 spots been fully filled?
I will need to check that as well.
Okay. And so, as of right now, how many premises have actually been connected to full fibre lead-in since the copper backflip was announced by Minister Fletcher?
We're currently going through a trial period, Senator. We're going to launch in March with around about 50,000 premises, and then we'll be connecting from then.
Okay.
So there's probably a couple that's gone through the actual process.
Yeah.
But I think your question is really more about the actual sales of those additional services.
Yeah, so there's a couple that have actually been connected to that full fibre lead-in?
That's what we call business readiness test. So all that does is test the processes between ourselves, the retailers. So I don't really think that's what you're asking.
No.
The answer to your question is we'd be launching that in March.
Yes, okay.
The end of March.
So as of now, no premises actually have...
Other than the business readiness, a couple of premises, Senator. As I said, what we have is 1 million premises in design. We've 540,000 premises approximately being actually built at the moment, and we will be releasing 50,000 for sale at the end of March, and then it will accelerate from there.
Yeah. Okay. So how much is it costing to build a fibre lead-in?
We haven't yet built a fibre lead-in yet, Senator, but you would expect...
How much is it going to cost?
We would expect a number that is less than $1,500 on average, but it will vary depending. That's again, we're back to averages. So some will be much cheaper than that. Some may be more expensive.
Right.
Now.
So if the downgrade fee is $200 within 12 months, how do you then recover your costs?
Well, Sandra, what our concern was clearly that people would upgrade to get a fibre service and then would go back to a lower speed. So what this just attempts to do is put a disincentive in place for people to do that. So if people really want... Now, what the retailer does with that fee is up to the retailer, of course. But what we really wanted was people who were taking a service who would then be providing additional revenue to obviously to NBN to compensate for the additional spend.
What physical work was required to integrate the lead-in over the FTTC network?
Back to FTTC. Catherine can talk to that at length.
So, Senator, do you mean to move from FTTC to FTTP?
Yeah, so what sort of physical work's required?
Yeah, so essentially it is splitting out the fibre in the pit, so where the DPU is, the distribution point for the existing FTTC network. splitting out the fibre, creating a joint, if you like, and connecting the fibre lead-in from that pit through the leading conduit into the home.
Right, okay. And how long would, I mean, I know it's difficult to say, but what would be the length of time for each of that, for each premise to do that?
It actually depends. The construction trials that we are running at the moment is the focus of the construction trials is to, under all conditions where possible, is to use the existing leading conduit. So that drives both efficiency from both a time and a cost perspective. So we've been trialling a lot of different innovative ways to do things like potholing, and the way is that we actually flush the leading conduit. So where previously, some of the, the obstacles that we encountered under the previous brownfields FTTP rollout, we've taken those learnings and really looked at how we could take those into the new FTTC to FTTP and FTTN to FTTP, and we're trialling a lot of those construction practices at the moment. So the answer is, in relation to time and cost, it really, the biggest determiner there is whether we can use the existing lead-in, and that's what we're endeavouring to do, rather than install a new lead-in conduit.
Okay. And more broadly, on a national level, as part of the Copperback Flip, how many homes has the local fibre distribution network passed to date? Noting that the lead-in is not being constructed.
We're actually constructing, we are currently building 540,000 premises. They haven't all passed though yet, Sandra, but they're actually physical work being conducted. And we have a million premises that are actually passed through in the design stage.
Yep. Okay. That's all I have in my group. Thanks.
Senator Pratt, you still have questions?
Yes, and Senator Chisholm's got some. A couple more brackets. Yep.
All right, well, we might keep going with you, and then Senator David, you happy to hang around?
I'm happy.
Okay.
All right,
I'm happy to listen to your dulcet tones.
Who wants to go first?
Well, I'll finish, so you have to listen to Senator Pratt now.
Senator Pratt?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Just do 10 minutes.
122. Yeah, great. Mr. Rue, the Liberals first promised to deliver NBN for $29.5 billion with minimum speeds by 2016. And we've been through this discussion many times. It became 41 in 2020, 49 billion, then 51 and now 57 billion. At each point along the way, both the government and NBN co-executives willfully misled the Australian public about the cost of deploying fibre. Can I ask, now that that's been revealed, what internal processes, governance and probity arrangements do you now have in place to ensure the company cannot be politically manipulated and exploited in the manner that occurred between 2013 and 18?
Senator, firstly, the plans that the company put forward, which I can only talk to what I was involved with, in 2015 corporate plan, talked about building out a network between 46 and 56 billion and targeting 49 billion. So, Senator, within that programme of work, from the plan the company put forward in the 2015 corporate plan, the initial build, was delivered within that range. We then talked about an additional investment of two lots, 1.5 billion and 4.5 billion, and that was in a couple of I've lost the years, Senator, but a couple of years before that. A couple of years ago, I think 2 years ago, we talked about that. So the governance the company had to deliver what we said we would deliver between 46 and 56 billion was actually in place. In terms of the operations that are given to me, and that is on me and my colleagues and the board, is a statement of expectations. And it's our job to really not comment upon policy, but to deliver upon the statement of expectations, and that's of whatever government of the day it is.
Well, that's not what happened, though, because your costs escalated at the same time as the government was using you and using your evidence to say that Labor's alternative plans were to deploy fibre were too expensive.
Well, Sandra, I can only talk to what the company was given a statement of expectations to build a network at least as quick as possible, at least cost to taxpayers. We now have a new statement of expectations, of course, and our job was to deliver upon that. And we built a plan, as I said, in 2015, to build upon what the government what the government of the day asked us to do, and we said it would take us to 2020, and it will be done between 46 and 56 billion, Senator. Any political commentary does not come from the company. Now or in the future, Senator. It's not our job to
But you
to talk to
acknowledge
policy.
that you've been used in the past for political manipulation in relation to, costs that you now recognise as being in that frame that are parallel to what Labor was proposing at the time.
Well, Senator, there's always been political commentary around NBN. That's the world we live in, and I'm sure that will continue. But again, Senator, my job is to deliver upon the statement of expectations of the government of the day, and I will, always faithfully do that.
Statement of expectations to participate in that political manipulation?
No, the statement of expectations to in the past, which was to deliver a network,
okay,
in a certain cost effectively as quickly as possible, and the current statement of expectations, which asks us, amongst other things, to ensure that the nation benefits from economic and social benefits of the network.
Okay. The corporate plan forecasts that NBN Co would have 8.7 million activations by June 2022 and $5.6 billion in revenue. That was the 2019 corporate plan. Can you confirm that despite having a footprint that is 300,000 premises larger than was assumed at the time, NBN Co will not only miss the aforementioned activations, but will miss also the 5.6 billion revenue target by a significant margin as well?
The expectations of our revenue this year, which we laid out in last year's corporate plan, is with between 5 and 5.2 billion, Senator. And we're pleased with the half-year results. It shows we're on track to deliver a programme that's within that range.
Yes, but that was last year's corporate plan. My question was in relation to what you forecast in 2019, and that you acknowledge that what is now, what your new targets are missed compared to what you were forecasting in 2019.
I think, Senator, this has been a regular sort of line of questioning in Senate, and I can only simply repeat what I've said in previous times, and that is that long-range forecasts change over time, and that all long-range forecasts change over time of every company. Obviously, between 2019 and today, we've had a global health pandemic, which we provided significant support to industry and community, as we should have. And as I said during the half-year result briefing, that held back our average revenue per user. And I don't resile from that, Senator, because it was the right thing to do to support our retail partners and support the community through that health challenges that people have.
But that wasn't my question. In relative terms, NBN Co are behind in both activations and revenue, and the cost of the rollout is $6 billion greater than forecast in the 2019 corporate plan.
Well, Sandra, in terms of the additional spend, that's because we have commenced a program of upgrading the network. which is a new part of, which was not in the, did you say 19 Plan Centre? I think you did.
Yeah,
which was
that's
not in the
right.
2019 Plan Centre. So as you would know, in the, I think it was the 2020 corporate plan, we had, or 21 corporate
Okay.
plan. We had additional investment of $4.5
I
billion.
hear what you're saying. So in that context, NBN Co's now also forecasting a higher internal rate of return. Is that correct?
I think the internal rate of return increased. I think that's correct, Sandra, yes.
Okay. So it appears to me that you're now basing that assumption of a greater return, given the change in those other parameters, can only be based on assumptions about demand for high speeds and the enterprise revenues attached to that. Is that correct?
The additional investment in the network was proposed because it has it was proposed for consumers as much as anything, but also because it has a positive return on investment. And that positive return on investment is greater than the original internal rate of return, which is why you end up with an increase in the overall IRR, as we call it.
And what enables that? Is it full fibre connectivity?
It's the ability of consumers on demand to order higher speed tiers, yes.
Okay. But to get those higher speeds, you need that full fibre connectivity.
To get, certainly there, not on the HFC network, Senator, but on the copper-related networks, yes.
That's right, and this is what Labor has been arguing all along, that the government spent many years between 2013 and 2018 refuting with the assistance of NBN Co.
Well,
Only
Sandra,
for us to arrive in that exact same place.
well, Sandra, I'm not, if you're asking me to comment on government policy, I can't do that, and it's not my position to do so.
Okay.
I think you're
For the
asking me
benefit
to
of
do
this
that, and
committee,
that's not my
Can you
job.
provide an update as to where NBN Co is up to in relation to its special access undertaking?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So we've been through a period of several months of discussing with the industry, the ACCC, and in what was called an ACCC industry working group, and that took place for several months. That first phase is over. It finished in December 21 with the publication of the ACCC summary of discussions and NBN's response to those issues raised. I would expect, Senator, in the next few weeks, we formally lodge a revised special access undertaking proposal with supporting material. I would expect the ACCC will then consult on that variation, as I understand is required by legislation, actually. And I would expect them, therefore, to issue a consultation paper and provide a timeline for the process.
Okay, so as I understand it, the ACCC's concluded its working groups on the future of the regulatory framework for wholesale access to the NBN. On December 22nd last year, the ACCC published a report summarising those matters and the positions that were reached by the working groups, and the overall conclusion reached was that the NBN should move to a similar regulatory framework to that used for established utility businesses now that it has completed its rollout and is fully operational. Do you agree with that conclusion?
Well, certainly I think the regulatory framework you're talking about is what's called a weighted average price cap, and that essentially is where you have regulated revenue. If you know your demand, and a lot of the utilities you're talking about, energy, water, for example, know their demand. The challenge for us is that we operate within a competitive environment, but there is alternative ability for people to access a internet service that isn't NBN.
And that's the case for some other utilities, though, too, is it not?
Well, typically the regulation that we'd be talking about has a very clear demand, and certainly the demand for NBN services in both terms of number of subscribers on the network and the capacity that they will use is relatively uncertain over the next few years. It can't be predicted with certainty. What we have done in our proposal back, though, is suggested that there could be a process in place to consult on a movement towards that framework that you're talking about, but over a longer period of time than just next year.
It's no secret that the marginal cost of supporting data growth on the fixed NBN network is materially less than the marginal revenue NBN earns from CVC growth. How do you reconcile the fact that with the practicalities of regulatory pricing framework for utility businesses, in what ways do you see the comparison as useful, and in what ways is it problematic?
Yeah, I mean this is a long discussion, Chair, but I'll try and answer you, Senator, in this way. What we've put forward is an attempt to balance industry feedback, ACCC feedback, and our own needs to generate cash flows so that we can sustain our business, service, pay down debt, reinvest in the network, and deliver upon the statement of expectations from the government. So what we have done is responded to that feedback with revised pricing constructs. For example, we've looked at moving 100 megabits per second and above to AVC only. We've looked to move CVC to being utilised, not provisioned data, half-yearly reviews of that actual data, positioning 25.5 at entry level and having a voice-only product, as well as those regulatory frameworks you talked about. So I think, Senator, the reconciliation is an attempt to balance what are the policy issue, the need for NBN to deliver policy issues and the commercial requirements, together with feedback from industry and the regulators. And what we've put forward is an attempt to balance all of those issues. And that's a very quick answer to your question, Senator, which we could be here for many hours
okay.
discussing.
Thank you for being succinct.
How much more time you might need?
I've got about 6 more questions.
Okay, why don't you...
rapid fire on this, and then Senator...
why don't you knock yours off? Then
has a bracket then.
Let Senator Davey knock hers off and then...
Just roll through. Okay. NBN Co's current flat pricing is for 100 megabit per second services and above. Retail providers such as Aussie Broadband have suggested this should be expanded to the 50 megabit per second tier. What are the trade-offs involved with which speed tiers are on the flat pricing construct, and how that interacts with the company's long-term strategy?
That again is another long answer. I'll try and be very quick. The advantages of CVC, Senator, is that lower data users have essentially a lower wholesale charge than higher data users, and that's actually consistent with water, electricity, gas you were asking earlier. The fact that lower data users have a lower wholesale charge enables retailers to create, if you like, lower price capped plans. The alternate that may be suggested is an average charge. That average charge, though, will be lower for higher users and higher for lower users. So the challenge is that where you have plans with a data cap, and there's not many in 100 megs, by the way, they sit at 50 and below. The challenge there is that in that event, those particular plans would see a rise in wholesale price and therefore retail price. The other point about those data cap plans is they are skewed to older population, lower income, people who receive government subsidies, regional bodies. The other thing, Senator, again, without knowing the Chair wants me to be brief, is that we've also proposed the 25 and the 12 plans, essentially that 25 is reposition of the lower end. The challenge we'll have is, again, balancing the economics to be able to have that merger of 12 and 25. So what we want to do, Senator, is balance the economics, but also ensure that that lower users or those individuals I talked about of lower income group or older Australians are able to have price affordable plans. Ensure we manage our revenue streams, and the best way to do that, Senator, is to have CVC charges on 50 megs and above. Sorry, 50 megs and below. Yeah. That's what we're trying to balance.
Okay.
The trade-off is the simplicity that you're talking about against lower users. And Senator, sorry, just finally on the simplicity, that's why we have suggested we move to utilise, not provision data. That sounds just words, but actually that will drive a lot of efficiencies in the retail.
Okay.
I'll get I understood most of that.
Very long answer, I have to say.
But
No,
it's a very complex
I needed
question.
to.
I understand that, but they were
The
very long.
NBN SAU working group response paper in December, the company proposed a flat AVC pricing structure for speed tiers that were 100 megabits per second and above.
Yeah.
And it said for AVC only offers, NBN is proposing an annual price control of CPI plus 3%. Then says AVC only offers represent a transformational shift in the design and structure of the pricing model. Typically, NBN would introduce the test the demand and revenue impacts of such a shift through introduction of discounts. However, NBN recognises the desire expressed by retail providers, including in the working group discussion, for greater certainty in wholesale pricing, and accordingly NBN is proposing to commit to introducing these offers. Given, and then it goes on to say, NBN considers that an X of 3% for the first regulatory cycle is appropriate for AVC only offers, as it provides NBN with an appropriate degree of flexibility to address the demand side risk faced by NBN in connection with these offers. So, given all of that, didn't you in effect declare that you're prepared to take on the demand side risk when the government announced its copper backflip in September of 2020?
No, I don't think that's right, Senator. The demand risk still is very apparent at this stage of NBN when we face competition. And until we get to, we think we're several years away from actually having some certainty on that demand risk. So
Although
I don't think that's
quite
correct.
Get that in the context that you're saying, what you said earlier, that you're forecasting that higher rate of return because of full fibre connectivity.
Yes, but that's not the same as not taking on a demand risk. We are not forecasting that we have 100% penetration. We still will have competition against the Senator, and that demand risk requires what basically it says is that this is the amount of revenue that the regulators allows you to earn. This is what you forecast your users will be.
Okay.
A divided by B equals the price.
It's very hard for me to get one over you, Mr. Rue, but I can see...
We don't believe we're in that position.
You're very good, Senator Pratt. We're just going to let Senator Davey now just ask her.
I've just got three, and then I'm done. What does CPI plus 3% mean in practice? Do you have the flexibility to increase prices by 6.5% every year at the wholesale level? Is that what that means?
What we will do is test the market, Senator. It's a user or loser, if you like. So in the extent that it's not there, or we're not able to sell services at that, or the retailers and us are not able to sell, or the retailers are not able to sell services based on that wholesale, we would adjust the prices, Senator. So it really enables us to test what actually is the propensity to pay.
How much Australians are prepared to pay for these
But that,
services?
Senator, is what we will see.
Is that the price flexibility being sought for an individual speed tier, or is the flexibility for a weighted average of prices across speed tiers?
We're talking about that plus 3% of the 100 AVC, Senator.
Okay. So just to be clear, and this is my last question, I hope, is NBN Co suggesting that the implied revenue growth within the current AVC CVC construct is 6.5% a year, and that if the company moved to a flat access fee structure, that this is the type of change required in the SAU to make it work?
No, we're talking about the first regulatory period. So that's CPI plus 3%. It's the first regulatory period, which is just 2 years, Senator. It's only for the 100 megabit speed. It's not for the bundles below that. And depending upon the market demand will determine actually the prices that are charged.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Your questions are very, very good, very probing.
I'm really smart on these issues,
I know.
clearly, but I've also got people that write very good questions.
Senator Chisholm, do you want to do yours?
Sure, happy to.
Oh,
sorry, Senator Davey.
Poor Senator Davey.
And just to shake things up a bit, you know. I've only got a few questions. I just want to, we heard earlier today from the department about regional communications and the regional connectivity program that we have rolled out that has come about because the mobile black spot program has is reaching the end of its life.
Yep.
NBN don't deal in mobiles, but you do deal in connectivity.
Yep.
How much involvement have you had with the regional connectivity program,
Right.
and what potential is there?
This is Gavin's bread and butter.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So I'll Chair, try and give the brief version. So two regional connectivity programs. We were delighted to participate in the first one, and we were successful in gaining co-investment funding to effectively develop the infrastructure for 18 communities. I could rattle them off, but they include Alpha in Queensland, Woodner in South Australia, these kind of things. So in both of those cases, they were towns that were mapped for a Sky Muster satellite, and as a consequence of the regional connectivity program, combined with some investment from co-investment from NBN, and in some cases, in fact both of those cases, investment from councils directly or with and through state governments. So that's regional connectivity program number one. Regional connectivity program number two had applications close, I think it was last Thursday, if I've got my weeks right, time flies. And between 1 and 2, we've engaged very closely with jurisdictions, with councils through my NBN local team, with people right across the country, and work to identify those place-based solutions and drum up some proposals. Those proposals are subject to commercial in confidence and NDAs, but we were pleased to submit around about 30-odd proposals covering about 41 locations as part of RCP2. So we look forward to hearing the outcome, and fingers crossed, Senator.
I won't delve into your round 2 applications that much, but just back onto the round 1, those examples. So had it not been for the regional connectivity program, was the only option for those very remote communities a satellite dish on every house, through the Sky Muster program, which being a Sky Muster customer myself, I love it, but it's not the cheapest option for internet connection.
Well, fixed wireless and satellite aren't subject to a forced disconnect as NBN's fixed products are. So every customer on the fixed wireless and satellite network chooses to be there, and they may choose other alternatives. So I think it's not the case that that's their only option. And we saw in Woodner just in the last couple of weeks that many homes and businesses in Woodner are not connected with Sky Muster service. They continue to be served by ADSL, and they had issues there. But materially, for the NBN option, Senator, is Sky Muster, and we've signed the area flip with Woodner Council. We look forward to mobilising our crews to fibre up Woodner.
But is it more of a centralised Sky Muster rather than each individual house?
Well, in the case, it's fibre to the premises. So we'll be building fibre to the premises across the town.
That's fantastic. Yeah. And just, do you see the regional connectivity program going forward, as I note on the regional telecommunications review that was tabled only yesterday, so I haven't digested the whole lot of it, but I've had a quick look. One of the recommendations is to enhance NBN Co's regional fixed wireless and Sky Muster services. Do you see the regional connectivity program fitting in with that so that it is more fit for location than just a sort of a blanket product that's offered across the spectrum that might not necessarily be right for some areas?
Well, I mean, the regional connectivity program is one vehicle, and there's other funds, Building Better Regions funds, a range of other funds on federal and state. And in the case of NBN, we have our Regional Co-Investment Fund, just to add complexity, which really speaks to around about $300 million of co-investment. And we're in the phase now, in the last months, of getting applications under that scheme. So there's a range of schemes, and a number of those include building fixed wireless services, and you know that is an option. For example, flipping a town from satellite to fixed wireless could be a very valid option for under regional co-investment, under the RCP, Regional Connectivity Program, or other vehicles.
And those are place-based solutions. Do they still require a retailer partner as well?
Not necessarily, Senator, to build the infrastructure. Typically, inevitably, we are working with local councils, local chambers, to make sure that they are place-based solutions. Ultimately, by NBN building out infrastructure, we are an open access provider, so as a consequence of us building out that infrastructure, customers can access the full range of, in the case of fibre to the premises, any retailer that retails that in that area.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. That's me done.
Thanks, Senator Davey. Okay.
Chair, can I just answer one question?
Just trying to wrap it up now. So, what's that?
Can I just answer one question, Senator?
If it's brief, yeah.
Oh, very, very brief.
Yeah.
We have 7 retailers who have signed test agreements for FTTN to P.
Oh, sorry,
I'm answering your question,
I
Senator.
was
We've 7
distracted by the
You asked me
chair.
how many retailers. We've 7 have signed
Yes.
test agreements. We have 20 connected, 20 premises connected, not 2, what I said, 20.
Yes.
And we have 31 more in the pipeline.
Thank you.
You've got to have a bit of fun.
I know.
You've got to poke fun at yourself. Right, Senator Chisholm.
Thanks. I should be done by 10. These ones. I refer to question on notice 4482 that was submitted by Senator Sheldon. This is directed to the Minister representing here today. This was submitted by Senator Sheldon on the 17th of December and asked the Minister representing the Minister for Communications, which I think is Senator Hume.
Ordinarily, the Senator would be, yes.
Okay. It requested a breakdown of premises in NBN upgrade suburbs in remote areas. This question on notice is now a month overdue. What's the cause of this delay?
I don't know, Senator Chisholm, but I'll endeavour to find out before 10 p.m. what the reason for that might be.
I was being a bit facetious on the 10 p.m.
Sure.
Just to annoy the chair. So you might have
I'm sure someone's listening that might be able to provide us some guidance anyway.
He's gone missing. On a similar note, question on notice 4481, which was in a similar vein, requested a breakdown of premises in NBN upgrade suburbs in regional areas. That is also now a month overdue. And I was wondering if you could identify the cause of the delay there.
Likewise, I will do the same.
You don't seem to have that.
Yeah, but it's not in this collection here. We have 4480 and 4482.
How convenient. How convenient.
We understand they've been, I know you're addressing to the Minister, we understand they've been tabled. Is that right? So I don't know if someone can help you, Senator Chisholm.
Okay, thanks for that. Mr Rue, I wanted to return to question on notice 4447 in relation to NBN Co's mistreatment of subcontractors.
Sorry, Senator Chisholm. 447, you said?
4447.
447. Do you have 4447?
Yeah.
That's also addressed to the Minister of Communications.
Yeah. Has any senior executive in the company had their bonus reduced because of the unethical attempt to cut subcontractor pay under the guise of an IT system change?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Senator Chisholm? Sorry.
Has any senior executive in the company had their bonus reduced because of the unethical attempt to cut subcontractor pay under the guise of an IT system change?
There was no unethical attempt to adjust pay, Senator.
Okay.
So you adjusted pay, but only in an ethical way.
I'm sorry, Senator Pratt, I can't hear you.
You adjusted pay, but only in an ethical way.
No, we had challenges with the implementation of a ticketing system, which we have spoken about before, which Catherine has talked about at length, Senator. But there was no unethical reduction of anybody's pay, Senator.
Okay. Was there a KPMG audit done?
There was a review requested of management to help us determine learnings from the implementation of the system.
Okay, and what did that find?
Catherine, do you want to talk to stuff you talked about before?
Sure. So that report gave us insight into some of the difficulties that the technicians were having with the implementation of the new IT system. So as part of that review, we did interview 27 technicians, our contracting partners, to get information about how they were experiencing the app and the schedule of rates, if you like, in the field. So we use that as a way to hear, to get the voice of the workforce and to take that feedback back to make sure that as we continue to work on the implementation of the new system, that we're taking their feedback in mind. So we did uncover that some rates needed adjustment, some rates had gone up, some rates had gone down. But what we did find was that some subcontractors, because keeping in mind we did implement this IT system during COVID, so usually with such a large rollout of a system and process change like this, there would be very detailed induction of technicians. We did find that there was a change management gap, if you like, and unfortunately that did lead to some contractors in the field being unsure how to use the system and unsure what rates that they could claim.
Okay. I just wanted to move on to a question on notice 158, which is a question that's been put in several forms over the course of last year. Mr. Earl, I'm sure you're aware of that question?
I'm not, no, but I'm just about to become aware.
So it goes to a serious matter as to whether figures in a public NBN document, which came at a cost of $4.5 million to the taxpayer, were manipulated or altered to support Liberal Party misinformation about Labor's original fibre rollout. I just wanted to put some facts on the table. Page 102 of the Strategic Review claims the cumulative capital expenditure for Scenario 2, the redesigned fibre rollout, is $12 billion less over the peak funding period, financial year 11 to financial year 24, than when compared to Scenario 1. This is shown in Exhibit 4 to 6. However, when we examine the peak funding figures in Exhibit 4 to 6, they only decreased by $9 billion. This does not appear to be mathematically plausible. Questions pertaining to this discrepancy have been put to the Department on several occasions over the course of 2021. The Department was so intent on distancing themselves that they said the question was a matter for the NBN Co, and then did not even transfer the question on notice to the company. In its most recent response, the reason the NBN Co has given for the peak funding decreasing by $9 billion and not by $12 billion is, and I quote, page 17 of the Strategic Review document sets out the differences in peak funding between the two scenarios. This includes $1 billion lower revenue and $8 billion lower CapEx spend in the forecast period. There are three reasons why this response to the Senate is incorrect. The figures NBN Co are referring to are cumulative capital expenditure and revenues for the period financial year 11 to 21. This is not the peak funding period associated with the report for either scenario 1 or 2. The claims period is financial year 11 to 24, which is also stated on page 56. Second, and most amusingly, if revenue decreased by $1 billion, it would have caused peak funding for scenario 2 to increase, not decrease. NBN Co have actually added the figures in the wrong direction in an attempt to mislead the $9 billion figure. Third, in scenario 2 is claimed to be faster and more efficient than scenario 1. This begs the question, how could it be generating revenue more slowly? The reason the NBN Co's inability to explain the discrepancy matters is because it suggests the key tables on page 17 and 102 of the NBN Strategic Review were not only incorrect, but manually altered for political purposes. If this occurred with the knowledge of NBN Co executives at the time, it would raise serious questions. I note that if such activity took place in a private company, it would have potential to be captured by the Corporations Act. Mr Rue, this is not an issue we are going to let go. If standards of public governance are to improve, then lies and the potential manipulation of taxpayer-funded reports for political purposes have to be identified and called out. I'll note for the Hansard record that you were not an employee of NBN Co at the time, and therefore these matters do not reflect on you. Nonetheless, Labor senators are going to lodge this question on notice again and seek NBN Co's explanation of the discrepancy. We will be requesting that you or the Chief Financial Officer take personal responsibility for reviewing the response. If the NBN Co aren't able to explain the discrepancy, the question on notice response should clearly state that to be the case. The response cannot make numbers up in the hope that this will go away, as we will not let up on it.
So you want to take that on notice?
Is that a, sorry, Senator, is that a question? What was the question?
We're saying that we're going to take it on.
Oh, I see, Senator, sure.
Put it on notice.
It's a serious question. I think you should take it on notice. If you want to say something now, it's up to you.
Oh, Senator, as Senator Stan, thank you for pointing that out.
Take it on notice.
No, I wasn't an employee at the time.
Take
so
it on notice.
Let me.
Take it on notice, and the senators will put it in the quorum. So
oh, I see.
Take it on notice.
Yeah, I'll take it on notice. Thank
okay?
you. Got it.
Go.
Put in another quorum.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Chisholm?
That's it.
Done?
We are done.
Okay. You are...
Any answers?
I'd just like to thank very sincerely all the staff in the Parliament that have... I know you want to say something. I just want to thank people properly first, all the Hansard people, everyone else who's made this possible. I know it's obviously been a more difficult time than it usually is to set the building up. People are working, long and irregular hours, so I just want to thank everyone very much for their time, and also to thank the other senators. Tried to conduct this in a pretty collegiate way, and hopefully have done our job as a House of Review. So before we go, though, you want to make a statement, Minister?
Just to cover off on two things that were raised there, those answers to the questions you asked about 4429, 4447, 4478 through to 4491 have all been tabled. Responses to those, just FYI. And then back to Senator Pratt's question before, I've been provided this. I'm advised that the Minister's position has not changed from Minister Hume's evidence earlier today. A letter dated the 4th of February 2022 was written by the WA Minister for Police to Minister Fletcher. To date, Minister Fletcher has not received this correspondence. The letter was provided by the Australian to Minister Fletcher's office on the 9th of February. Minister Fletcher responded to the letter, which again he has not received, through ordinary channels on the 11th of February, indicating he has contacted TikTok and Snapchat.
Thank you very much. And the hearing is closed.